This is
William Shakespeare. Chapter 1. While swords of lightning slashed and stabbed murderously across the scarred shield of sky, Bart Minnock whistled his way home for the last time. Despite the battering rain, Bart's mood bounced along with his cheerful tune as he shot his doorman a snappy salute. "How's it going, Mr. Minnock?" "It's going up, Jackie. Going way uptown. This rain could do the same if you ask me." "What rain?" With a laugh, Bart sloshed his way in soaked skids to the elevator. Thunder exploded across the island of Manhattan. Midday commuters sulked under overpriced umbrellas bought from enterprising sidewalk hawkers, and maxi buses spewed up walls of wet. But in Bart's world, the sun beamed in golden rays. He had a hot date with the sexy Cece, which in itself was nothing to sneeze at for a self-proclaimed nerd who'd been a virgin until the somewhat embarrassing age of 24. 5 years later, and largely because of the success of Uplay, he could have his pick from a bevy of eager women, even if the eager was mostly due to the money and media his company generated. He didn't mind. He knew he wasn't especially good-looking, and accepted his own awkwardness in romantic situations. Except for sexy Cece. He didn't know art or literature, didn't know a good vintage from a bottle of home brew. What he knew were computers and games and the seduction of technology. Still, Cece was different, he thought, as he turned off the locks and security on his tri-level apartment with its 4-star view of downtown. She liked gaming, and didn't care about vintage wine or art galleries. But even the evening with the sweet and sexy Cece wasn't the reason for the whistling, or the big bright grin on his face as he reset the door locks. He had the latest version of Fantastical in his briefcase, and until he tested it, played it, approved it, it was all his. His in-house intercom greeted him with a cheery, "Welcome home, Bart," and his server droid, custom-made to replicate Princess Leia, classic Star Wars, slave girl mode. He was a nerd, but he was still a guy, strolled out to offer him his favorite orange fizzy with crushed ice. "You're home early today. I've got some work to do in the hollow room. Don't work too hard. You need to leave in 2 hours and 12 minutes to arrive at Cece's apartment on time. You're scheduled to pick up flowers on the way. Will you be staying the night?" "That's the plan." "Enjoy. Your shoes are very wet. Would you like me to get you a fresh pair?" "No, that's okay. I'll grab some on the way up." "Don't forget," she said with the quick Leia smirk that always tickled him. "Should I give you a reminder about your date closer to departure time?" He set his briefcase aside, shook back the light brown hair that forever fell into his eyes. "That's okay. I'll set up a buzz in Hollow. You can just shut down for the night." "All right. I'm here if you need me." Normally, he'd have used his personal Leia for some conversational practice. Might have had her keep him company while he unwound from the day and talked about current projects. There was nothing like a droid as far as Bart was concerned. They never judged unless you programmed them to. But Fantastical called him. He opened his briefcase, took out the disc, gave it a friendly kiss as he started up the stairs. He decorated his spaces to his own whim and taste, so toys abounded. Props, weapons, costumes, and art from vids and games served as decor and amusement, with every room on every level outfitted with various game systems, vid systems, screens, and comps. It was, for Bart, a dream realized. He lived as he worked, in a big E playroom. His second-floor office was a to-scale reproduction of the bridge of the galactic warship the Valiant, from the vid of the same name. His work on the gaming discs for the vid had given his fledgling Uplay its true start. He forgot about changing his shoes or changing his wet shirt and went straight to the 3rd floor. Security on the hollow room required his thumbprint, voice print, and a retinal scan. Overkill, he knew, but it was more fun that way, and fun was always the name of the game. He might have opened up the space regularly for friends and guests, but he liked having the super spy aspects in place. He reactivated them on entering, then shut down all outside comms. For the hour, okay, maybe 90 minutes, he intended to play, he wanted no interruptions. The whole point of gaming, to Bart's mind, was the immersion of self in the fantasy, or the competition, or just the fun. And Fantastical would take that immersion of self several steps beyond what was on the market in mid-2060. If the latest adjustments and enhancements worked, the businessman inside the gamer reminded him. They'll work. It'll be mag to the nth, he muttered as he inserted the disc and ran through the startup. Once again, he used his voice print, then his password. The new version was totally top secret. He and his partners hadn't built Uplay on geek alone. He understood very well the cutthroat business in the gaming field, and actually found the corporate espionage kind of a rush. He was a player, he thought, not just in games, but in the business of games. Uplay's success provided everything he and his friends, his partners, had talked about, dreamed about, worked for. With Fantastical, they'd be kicking it all up and, fingers crossed, become major players. He'd already decided on the scenario, a favorite, and the level. He'd practiced, studied, refined, and reworked this fantasy, the elements of it, countless times during development, and now set for the game he codenamed K2BK. He'd take the role of the battered and cynical hero, battling the evil forces of the beleaguered kingdom of Juno on the endangered planet of Gort. The mirrored walls of the hollow room reflected him as the light began to swirl and dim, as his damp and wrinkled khakis and Captain Z's t-shirt, his wet skids, transformed into the scarred battle gear and boots of the warrior king. In his hand he felt the hilt and the weight of the broadsword. And that rush, yes, that new rush of his embodiment of the hero and the battle to come. Excellent, he thought. Excellente primo. He could smell as well as see the smoke of battle and the blood already spilled. He reached up, felt the bulge of biceps, the pucker of an old scar. Twinges and aches throughout his body spoke of wounds barely healed, a lifetime of combat. Best, he felt strong, bold, brave, fierce. He became the courageous warrior king about to lead his exhausted, wounded, and unnumbered people into battle. He let out a war cry, because he could, and heard the power of his voice shake the air. It rocked completely. A scruff of beard covered his face, and a tangle of hair tickled his neck and shoulders. He was Tor, the warrior, the protector and rightly king of Juno. He mounted his war horse, on the second try, which wasn't bad, and charged into battle. He heard the cries of friend and foe as swords clashed and fire lances spewed death. His beloved Juno burned, so he hacked his way through the lines while blood splattered and sweat streamed down his skin. At his partner Benny's suggestion, they'd added an optional love interest. In order to reach his woman, a brave and beautiful warrior courageously defending the castle walls, he had to fight his way to the front and engage in the ultimate battle, mano a mano with the evil Lord Manx. He'd reached this level countless times during development, had gone beyond it only a handful as he programmed the challenge to the top of the scale. It took skill, timing, agility to fight through, to dodge the flames from lance and arrow, to deflect the slash of sword. Or what was the point? Any hit would lower his score, potentially send him into humiliating retreat or a valiant death. This time, he wasn't looking just to beat the level, but to hit a new record. His horse screamed in challenge as they galloped through the stink of smoke, leaped over bodies of the fallen. He braced and clung when the horse reared and still was nearly unseated. Every time that happened, he met Manx on foot, and every time he met Manx on foot, he lost Juno, the woman, and the game. Not this time, he swore, and gave another booming cry as he broke through the smoke. And there, the walls of home where the brave fought those who tried to destroy it, and there, the dark, fearful visage of Lord Manx, sword red with the blood of innocence. He felt a pang, for loss, for the happier times of his childhood before murder and deceit had sullied it. "Your trap failed," Bart called out. "I would have been disappointed otherwise," Manx grinned, his black eyes shining with death. "It was always my wish to meet you here, to end you and your line on this ground. It will end here, and with your blood." The men charged. Swords met. A snap of lightning Bart had added for drama spurted and sizzled from the cross of the blades. Bart felt the impact race up his arm, and the bolt of pain in his shoulder had him making a mental note to lower the levels on the default. Realism was important, but he didn't want gamers bitching because they'd programmed it too hot. He turned into the next strike, blocking it, and he felt a wrenching pop in his shoulder. He nearly called for a pause in the program, but was too busy dodging a swipe. What the hell, he thought as he struck out, and nearly got by Manx's guard. Winning wasn't winning until you worked for it. "Your woman will be mine before nightfall," Manx snarled. "She'll dance on your—" "Hey!" His sword slipped, and his enemy's blade sliced his arm. Instead of the quick jolt to mark the hit, the pain seared. What the hell? Pause! But for Bart, it was game over. Lieutenant Eve Dallas badged the shell-shocked doorman and breezed by. The sun and sultry heat left over from the night's storms boosted her mood. At her side, her partner, Peabody, wilted. "A couple months ago, all you did was bitch about the cold. Now you bitch about the heat. Never satisfied." Peabody, her dark hair pulled back in a stubby tail, continued to bitch. "Why can't they regulate the temperature?" "Who are they?" "The weather people. We must have the technology. Why not give us at least a couple weeks of steady mid-70s? It's not too much to ask. You could get Rourke to work on it." "Oh, yeah. I'll tell him to get on that, right after he buys up the last 10% of the universe." Eve rocked back on her heels as they took the elevator up, and thought of her husband of almost 2 years. Actually, he probably could figure something. "If you want regulated temps, get a job where you work inside with climate control." "June's supposed to be daisies and wafty breezes." Peabody waved a hand in the air. "Instead, we're getting thunder boomers and humature to kill." "I like the boomers." Peabody's dark eyes narrowed as she studied Eve's angular face. "You probably had lots of sex last night. You're almost perky." "Shut up. I'm never perky." "Almost. You're verging on perk. You're verging on a boot up the ass." "That's better anyway." Amused despite herself, Eve straightened her long, lean frame, then strode out the elevator when the doors whisked open. The uniforms in the hallway came to attention. "Lieutenant." "Officer, what have we got?" "Victims Bart Minnock, The Uplay guy. Uplay what? Uplay, sir. It's the Comp and Hollow Game Company. The girlfriend found him this morning. He stood her up last night, she says, and she came to read him the riot act. House droid let her in, and when she got here, he was locked in his hollow room. Got the droid to open it up. The uniform paused. I think you're gonna want to see for yourself. Where's the girlfriend? C.C. Robb. We've got her inside and an officer's with her. Got the droid on hold. We'll take the scene first. She stepped inside, scanned. What she could see of the first level struck her as a clubhouse for a very rich, very indulgent adolescent boy. Bright primary colors with more cushion than structure, wall screens, games and more games, toys, heavy on the war toys. Not a living area so much as a big playroom. She supposed, given his profession, it fit. Third floor, LT. There's an elevator. We'll take the stairs. It's like a personal fun park, Peabody commented as they started up. McNabb would weep with joy and envy, she added, thinking of her main man. I've got to say, it's pretty frosty. He might live like a kid, but he had very grown-up security on the door. She detoured on the second level, long enough to determine the master bedroom was another playground, the guest rooms equipped for plenty of entertainment. He kept a home office that reminded her of a small version of Rourke's home computer lab, but with more fanciful touches. Serious about his work, she murmured. Lived his work. She backtracked to the stairs and up to the officer on the door of the hollow room. This door was secured? The girlfriend states it was, sir, and the comms shut down. The droid confirms. It had emergency bypass clearance. The log shows the victim entering, then securing the room at 16:33. No other entry or attempted entry until 9:18 this morning. Okay. Both Eve and Peabody opened their field kits, sealed up. Record on, she said, and stepped to the doorway. She wasn't often surprised. She'd been a cop nearly a dozen years, and though she knew she hadn't seen it all, you never did. She'd seen plenty. But her long brown eyes widened briefly as she took in the scene. Now, this is something you don't see every day. Man, oh man! Peabody sucked in a sharp breath. Don't even think about booting. Have to think about it. Peabody swallowed hard. Won't do it. The body lay sprawled, arms and legs splayed in the bloody pool that spread over the floor. The head sat several feet away, the filmed eyes wide, the mouth in a gaping O. It must be said the victim lost his head, which is a pretty good guess for cause of death. Alone in a secured hollow room, no weapons. Interesting. Well, let's have a look. She heard Peabody swallow again. Take the playboard, see what he programmed, she ordered. And I want all security disks and logs, building and for this unit. On that, Peabody said, grateful for the reprieve as Eve crossed to the body. For the record, Eve verified the fingerprints. Victim is identified as Bart Minnock of this address, age 29. She pulled out a pair of micro-goggles. From the on-scene exam, it appears the head was severed with a single powerful blow. No signs of sawing or hacking. She ignored the discreet gagging sound from Peabody's direction. In addition, the victim incurred a 6-inch gash on his left forearm. There's some bruising, but none of those wounds would have been fatal. ME to confirm. Morris is going to love this one, she added, then rose to examine the head. Had to be a hell of a blade. Big, sharp bastard to decapitate this clean. A lot of force behind it. The secondary gash could have come from the same weapon. Glancing blow sort of thing. Defensive wound. The bruising's pretty minor. She sat back on her heels, the head at her feet. There's nothing in here that could have caused these wounds. No way he could have cut his own head off, deliberately or by accident, with what he had to work with. "I can't get it to run," Peabody told her. "The program. The disk won't even eject without the proper security sequence. All I've got is the login time and program end time. It ran for just over 30 minutes and ended at 17:11. So he came home, came up here almost directly, programmed the game. It looks like it and he ran for the 30 minutes. We need an E-team and the sweepers in here. I want the ME to red flag the talk screen. Maybe somebody slipped him something, influenced him to bypass his own security, somehow keep it off the logs. Set it up, then take the droid. I'll take the girlfriend." Eve found Cece in the media room on the first level. A pretty blonde with an explosion of curls, she sat in one of the roomy chairs. It dwarfed her, even with her legs tucked up and her hands clasped in her lap. Her eyes, big, bright, and blue, were red-rimmed, puffy, and still carried the glassiness of shock. Eve dismissed the officer with a nod, then crossed over to sit. "Ms. Robb?" "Yes. I'm supposed to stay here. Somebody took my link. I should tag somebody, shouldn't I? Somebody?" "We'll get that back to you. I'm Lieutenant Dallas. Why don't you tell me what happened?" "I told somebody." Cece looked around vaguely. "The other police." "I've been thinking, is Bart playing a joke? He does that sometimes. Plays jokes. He likes to pretend. Is this all pretend?" "No, it's not." Eve took the chair facing so her gaze would be level with Cece's. "You were supposed to meet him last night?" "At my place. At 8. I made dinner. We were going to have dinner at my place because I like to cook. Well, sometimes. But he didn't come." "What did you do?" "He can be late. It's okay. He gets caught up. Sometimes I'm late, so it's okay. But he didn't come, and he didn't answer the link. I tried his office, too, but Benny said he left a little after 4 to work at home for a bit." "Benny?" "Benny Lehman. He works with Bart, and he was still there. They work late a lot. They like to." "Did you come over here to find out what he was doing?" "No. I almost did. I got pretty steamed because I went to a lot of trouble, you know. I mean, I cooked. And I got wine and candles, everything." She drew in a breath that hitched and stuttered. "And he didn't come, or let me know he'd be late. He forgets, and that's okay, but he always answers his link, or remembers before it's really late. He sets reminders. But I was pretty steamed, and it was storming. I thought, I'm not going out in this. So I drank some wine, and I ate dinner, and I went to bed. Screw it." She covered her face, keening a little, rocking herself while Eve stayed silent. "I just said screw it. Screw you, Bart, because I'd made a really nice dinner. But this morning I was really, really steamed because he never came or tried to reach me, and I didn't have to be to work till 10, so I came by. I thought, okay, that's okay. We're going to have our first big fight, because that's no way to treat somebody, is it?" "No. How long have you been seeing each other?" "Almost 6 months." "And this would have been your first big fight? Seriously?" Cece smiled a little, even as tears continued to drip. "I got a little bit steamed once in a while, but you can't stay mad at Bart. He's such a sweetie. But this time I was laying it down. Leia let me in. Who's Leia? Oh, his house droid. He had her designed to look like the Star Wars character. From Return of the Jedi? Okay. Anyway, she said he was in the hollow room, fully secured, and had the comms down. Do not disturb. That according to her morning log, he'd been in there since about 4:30 or something the day before. So I got worried, like maybe he'd gotten sick in there or passed out, and I convinced her to bypass. You convinced a droid? Bart programmed her to listen to me after we'd been tight for a few months. Plus, he'd been in over his 12-hour limit. Then she opened the room, and... Her lips trembled. Her eyes welled anew. How can it be real? First I thought it was, and I screamed. And then I thought it was a joke or a droid, and I almost got steamed again. Then I saw it was Bart. It was Bart! And it was horrible. What did you do? I think I kind of fainted. But, like, on my feet. I don't know. For a second or a minute, everything went black and swirly. And when it wasn't, I ran. Tears streamed down her cheeks, even as she flushed. I ran downstairs. I almost fell, but I got downstairs and I called 911. Leia made me sit down and she made me tea. She said there'd been an accident and we had to wait for the police. That would be in her programming, I guess. But it can't be an accident. How can it be an accident? But it has to be. Do you know anyone who'd want to hurt Bart? How could anyone want to hurt Bart? He's just a big kid. A really smart big kid. How about family? His parents live in North Carolina. He bought them a house on the beach because they always wanted one once Uplay took off. Oh, God, his parents. Somebody has to tell them. I'll take care of that. Okay. She shut her eyes tight. Good, because I don't think I could. I don't know how. I don't know how to do any of this. What about you? Old boyfriends? Her eyes popped open. Oh, God, no. I mean, yes, I had boyfriends before Bart, but nobody who'd... I never had the kind of breakup that would... I wasn't seeing anyone special or regular before I hooked up with Bart. How about at his business? Did he have to let anyone go recently or reprimand anyone? I don't think so. She swiped at her cheeks now as her brow furrowed in thought. He never said anything to me, and he would have. I think. He hated confrontations, except in a game. He'd have told me if he'd had trouble with anyone at work. I really think. He's a happy guy, you know. He makes other people happy, too. How could it happen? I don't know how this could happen. Do you? Not yet. She had Cece escorted home, then began her own room by room. Plenty of them, she thought, and each designed so the occupants could play in comfort. Roomy chairs, oversized sofas shouted out in their bright colors. Nothing dull for Bart. The menus of the auto chefs and Friggies ran to those adolescent tastes again. Pizza, burgers, dogs, chips, candy. Fizzies and soft drinks outnumbered wine and beer and liquor. She found no illegals, and only the mildest of over-the-counter chemical aids. She'd nearly completed her initial search of the master bedroom when Peabody came in. No illegals that I've come across, Eve began. No sex toys either, though he's got some porn on vid and on game discs. Most of the comps throughout are pass-coded, and those that aren't are game only. No data, no comm. The droid confirms the girlfriend's statement to the first on scene, Peabody told her. The Vic told her to shut down for the night after he got home, and her log confirms she did. She has an auto-wake for 9, which activated as the Vic didn't start her up prior. She's a little spooky. How? Efficient. Plus, she doesn't look like a droid. She doesn't have any of the tells, like the occasional stuttering, the blank stare while it processes data. Definitely cutting edge there. I know she didn't actually feel shock and grief, but it seemed like she did. It did. She asked me if someone would contact his parents. That's active thinking. It's not droid-like. Or it's careful and thorough programming. Let's find out more about Uplay. You don't get a tri-level in this neighborhood for chump change. Let's find out who gets the money and who's lined up to take over the company. We need to know what he was working on, and who was as good as he was. She paused, looked around the room again. Somebody got in here, got past the droid, got into that hollow room without leaving a discernible trace. She only knew one person who'd be able to pull that off, and she was married to him. Maybe Rourke would know another. Priority is to get that disk out of the hollow room unit. Run it. E-team's on the way, and so are the sweepers. One of the uniforms got all security disks for the last 24. You keep on the room by room. I'm going to notify next of kin via link. We'll see what EDD can do for us. Then we'll pay a visit to Uplay. She took a few moments after the notification to let it all settle. She'd just crushed the lives of two people she hadn't known existed less than an hour before, Eve thought, as she sat on the side of Bart Minnock's bed. They would never really be the same. Nothing would ever be as it had been for them. Murder did that. Took lives, crushed others, changed still others forever. So why had someone needed or wanted to end Bart Minnock's existence? And why had they chosen the method used? Money, jealousy, revenge, secrets, passion. From all appearances, he had money, she thought, and ran a quick Standard Financial. Okay, he had money, and Uplay was a strong young company. Her first instinct was to take Cece at her word. No jealous exes. But money often generated jealousy. Revenge might come through a competitor or an employee who felt shafted or underappreciated. Secrets. Everyone had a few. Passion? Gaming had certainly been the victims. Method. Murder during gameplay. Kind of poetic in a sick way. Decapitation. Sever the head, the brain, and the body falls. Minnock was the brains of Uplay, it seemed from her quick run. Would the body fall without him? Or was someone ready and waiting to slip in and take over? Whatever the answers, the method had been bold, purposeful, and complex. God knew there were easier ways to kill. It was very likely the killer was just as serious and devoted to gaming as his victim. Chapter 2. Eve heard McNabb before she saw him. If he'd been a teenaged girl instead of a grown man, she'd have called the sound he made a squeal. Holy jumping Jesus! This place is ice to the cube! Settle down, boy. This is a crime scene. She caught Feeney's reprimand, but she recognized the edge of excitement in his tone. The EDD captain and her former partner wasn't just a grown man, she thought, but a freaking grandfather. Still, maybe E-geeks were always kids under the skin. Somebody should say something, like a prayer. And they'd brought Calendar. The reverential whisper made Eve shake her head. Maybe she'd expected more from that source, as Calendar was female. She went to the stairs, looked down at the three of them. She saw Feeney's grizzled head, the ginger in silver, McNabb's eye-searing orange cargo pants, and the sunburst pattern of Calendar's shirt. When you're finished being awed and gooey, Maybe you could mosey on up here? We've got a pesky little murder to deal with." Feeney looked up, and Eve saw she'd been right. There was a flush of excitement on his usually mopey face. McNabb just grinned, and a little bounce in his step had his shining blonde ponytail swaying. Calendar, at least, had the grace to look slightly sheepish as she hunched her shoulders in a shrug. "This place is a cathedral to all that is and game," McNabb called up. "I'm sure the dead guy up here would be thrilled with your approval. Hollow room, 3rd floor." She headed up herself, then paused a moment when she saw Chief Medical Examiner Morris hadn't sent one of his team for the on-scene, but had come himself. He looked good, but then he always did. His slick black suit missed being funereal by the touches of silver in the cord braided through his long queue and the subtle pattern of his tie. Still, he seemed to wear black more often these days, and she understood it was a subtle symbol of mourning for his lost lover. It had been his life Eve had crushed one morning in the spring. His life, she knew, would never be quite the same because of that loss. He must have sensed her, for even as he continued to examine the body, he spoke. "This is something you don't see every day, even when you're us." "That's what I said." He looked up then, and his exotic face softened, just a little, with a smile. "But then, people often lose their heads over murder. When the data came in, I wanted to see for myself, on scene." He nodded toward the head. "From the spatter and pool, it appears that part of him left this part of him in a hurry. Went splat— Is that a medical term?" "Of course. Splat and roll. It's fate's little jab in the ribs that the face landed up and toward the door. It looks like the poor bastard died before he knew his head took wing. But we'll take all of him in and see what we see. A lot of force to decapitate that clean, and a damn sharp blade. I'd agree. The girlfriend's about 5'2", maybe 110 fully dressed. She wouldn't have the muscle. A droid could do it. Possibly, if the programming was altered and enhanced. I haven't come across anything that says self-termination, but a logical theory, given the circumstance, might be he wanted out in a flashy way. Programs the droid. It does the job, disposes of the weapon, resets the security. It feels like bullshit, but it's an angle. People often do the incomprehensible. It's what makes them so fascinating. Was he in play? Apparently. Whatever disk he had going is fail-safed, still in the unit. She gestured to the controls. EDD's heading upstairs. Maybe he had the droid in play too, and something went very wrong. But she shook her head, slid her hands into her pockets. And that wouldn't explain the droid reprogramming itself. It's cutting edge, ha-ha, according to Peabody, but that's beyond any edge. Droids require a human operator to alter programming. As far as I know, but then I don't know much about this sort of thing. In general, human replicate droids strike me as mildly creepy and just a little pitiable. Yes! She pulled her hand out of her pocket to point at him. Exactly! And since they don't do the incomprehensible without that human operator programming it, they're just not that interesting. Morris shrugged as he got to his feet. You should ask your expert consultant civilian. He'd know whatever there would be to know, I'd think. I'll see what the department geeks have to say before I tap Rourke. Whoa! She turned to see the aforesaid geeks step in. Big whoa, McNabb repeated. Now that's a large fucking shame. Bart Minnock, boy genius. I always figured he'd come out ahead. Calendar winced. Sorry. It's inevitable. That's Morris's. Eve jerked a thumb toward the 2 pieces of Minnock, then the control panel. That's yours. It appears the Vic came into play, or maybe to test a new program. Whatever he put in is still there. It's passcoded and fail-safed. I need it out without damaging it or the unit. I need the security on this door and the entrance door fine-toothed. The logs say nobody went in or out once he locked in, but since he didn't do that to himself with his fingernails, the logs are off. Peabody and I will be in the field. Since everyone here has a good head on their shoulders, see, inevitable, I'll expect some progress by the time we get back to Central. She left them to it, signaled to Peabody. Uniforms did the knock on doors, Peabody told her as they started out. Since his place takes up the top 3 floors of the building, we didn't get anything. The doorman on duty last night came in when contacted. He confirms time of arrival and swears no one came in for Minnock or accessed any of the 3 floors until the girlfriend went up this morning. A smart e-geek employs, works with, and knows other smart e-geeks. Let's go find out who didn't like good old Bart. U-Play sprawled and spread over the converted warehouse. Activity, and what struck Eve as a manic energy, buzzed and beat in the air. From the countless comps and screens, the open labs and offices, came the sounds of vehicle crashes, space wars, maniacal laughter, booming threats, and the cheers of the victorious. Little worlds, complex fantasies, endless competition, Eve thought. How did anyone keep it straight? People, some who looked barely old enough to buy a brew, and all clad in wild colors or the sag and bag of loungewear, bounced over the 4 open floors. To her ear, they seemed to all talk at once in their incomprehensible E-shorthand, as they operated handhelds, communicated on headsets, played with smart screens, and slurped down a variety of bottled Go drinks. It was like EDD on Zeus, Eve thought. It's Nerd World, Peabody said, or Geek Galaxy. I can't decide which because it's full of nerds and geeks. It's Nerd World in the Geek Galaxy. How can they hear themselves think? Why doesn't anybody close a door? As someone who lives with a geek with aspects of nerd, I can tell you they claim the noise, the movement, the basic chaos keeps them up, keeps them sharp. Their heads should all explode. Eve watched people ride up and down old freight elevators cased with glass, or jog up and down iron stairs in clunky air boots or skinny skids. Others lounged in reclining chairs and sofas, playing games with the glassy and focused stare of marathon runners. Eve grabbed one, a young woman wearing what looked to be a pair of overalls that had been splattered with paint by a crazed 3-year-old. Who's in charge? The woman, who had multiple rings in her ears, nose, eyebrows, blinked. Of what? Of this! Eve raised an arm to encompass the madness. Oh, Bart, but he's not in yet. I don't think. Who's next? Down the chain. Let's try this. Eve pulled out her badge. Oh, gosh, we're all legal and stuff. Maybe if you want to talk about licenses and all that, you want Syl or Benny or Var? Where do I find Syl or Benny or Var? She pointed up. Probably on 3. She turned a circle, looking up. There's Benny, on 3. Really tall guy, red dreads. I got work, okay, so, cha. Benny Lehman topped out at about 6'8" by Eve's gauge, and ran about 200 after soaking in a lake for a few hours. He was a walking stick figure, with skin the depth and gloss of ebony, and a fiery head full of floppy dreadlocks. By the time they'd climbed to the 3rd floor, her eardrums throbbed from the noise, her eyes twitched from the assault of color and image, and she'd decided Uplay was in reality the 7th circle of hell. She found Benny doing the typical e-geek prance as he shouted strange terms into his headset, operated a palm unit with one hand, and bapped his fingers on a smart screen with the other. Still, he managed to send her a blinding white smile and hold up a hand in a just-a-sec gesture. His words hit her in one long buzz about nano, mothers, terabytes, and CGI. The link on his loaded work counter beeped, and when his pocket began to chime, Eve assumed he had a link in there, too. Someone came to the doorway, lifted the thumb of one hand, gave a back-and-forth move with the other. Benny answered with a nod, shrug, and shuffle, which seemed to satisfy his coworker, who dashed away. "Sorry." In a pretty voice with just a hint of island breezes, Benny ignored the chimes and beeps to offer another smile. "We're a little busy around here this morning. If you're here for the interview, you really want Syl. I can—" "Mr. Lehman?" Eve held up her badge. "I'm Lieutenant Dallas, NYPSD. This is my partner, Detective Peabody." "Golly." Though the smile remained, it edged toward puzzled. "Is somebody in trouble about something?" "You could say that." She gestured to Peabody to close the door. Like the walls, it was glass, but at least it cut some of the noise. "Would you turn off that screen?" "Okay. Am I in trouble about something? Oh, shit. Did Mongo get on the link? I didn't get home last night, but my droid's supposed to look after him. Who's Mongo?" "My parrot. He's a good boy, but he likes to access the link for cranks." "It's not about your parrot. It concerns Bart Minnock." "Bart? Bart's in trouble? That explains why I can't reach him. But Bart wouldn't do anything illegal. Does he need a lawyer? Should I—" Something crossed his face, a new kind of puzzlement and the first shadows of fear. "Is he hurt? Was there an accident?" "I'm sorry to have to tell you Mr. Minnock was murdered yesterday." "Oh, come on!" Quicksilver anger replaced the fear. "He was here yesterday. This isn't funny. Bart knows I cruise a joke as much as anybody, but this isn't chuckle." "It's not a joke, Mr. Lehman," Peabody said gently. "Mr. Minnock was killed late yesterday afternoon in his home." "Nuh-uh." The childish denial came out poignantly as tears sheened deep, dark eyes. Benny took one stumbling step back, then simply sat on the floor. "No! Not Bart! No!" To keep their faces level, Eve crouched. "I'm very sorry for your loss, and I understand this is a shock, but we need to ask you some questions." "In his apartment? But he has security. He has good security. He's too trusting. Did he let someone in? I don't understand." He looked at her pleadingly as tears streamed down his cheeks. "Are you sure? Are you positive?" "Yes." "Do you know someone who'd want to hurt him?" "Not Bart." Benny shook his head. "Not Bart." "How? How is he dead?" She wanted to wait on the details. "When did you last see him or have contact with him?" "He left early yesterday. I'm not sure. About 4, maybe. He had a date with Cece, his girl, and he had some things he wanted to do at home. He was really happy." He grabbed Eve's hand. "Cece, is she hurt? Is she okay?" "Yes, she's fine. She wasn't there." On a ragged breath, Benny closed his eyes. "No, that's right. He was going to her place for dinner." He scrubbed his hands over his cheeks, then just left his face buried in them. "I don't know what to do." Was he having any trouble here, with the company, with employees? No. Things are good. Really good. It's a happy place. Bart runs a happy place. What about competitors? Nothing, really. Some try to hack in, or try to get a weasel inside. That's just the way it is. It's kind of like another game. Bart's careful. We're all careful. We have good security. We screen and delouse and realign regularly. The door opened. Eve glanced back to see a stunning Asian woman with black hair tied at her nape to fall straight to her waist. Her eyes glowed cat green in her fine-boned face. "Benz, what the hell? I'm piled up by 6 and you're—" "What's wrong?" She rushed in to drop by his side. "What happened?" "It's Bart, silly. It's Bart. He's dead." "Oh, don't be stupid." She slapped his arm, started to rise again, but he grabbed her hand. "Silly, it's true. These are the police." "What are you talking about?" Her reaction Eve gauged as insult as she pushed fluidly to her feet. "Let me see some badges." She snatched Eve's, then yanked a mini-scanner out of her pocket. "Okay, maybe it reads genuine, but—" She broke off, and her hand trembled slightly as she stared at the name on the badge, then at Eve's face. "Dallas," she whispered. "You're Rourke's cop." "I'm New York's cop," Eve corrected, then took back the badge. "Rourke's cop doesn't bullshit." Syl knelt down, wrapped an arm tight around Benny's bony shoulders. "What happened to Bart?" "Oh, God! Oh, crap! What happened to Bart?" "Is there somewhere we can talk, privately, that's not the floor?" Eve asked. Syl passed a hand over her face. "Break room. It's up a level. I can clear it, but we need VAR. We need to hear it together before we tell the others." She turned, laid her brow against Benny's. "I'll clear it and get VAR. Just give me a minute. Benny'll bring you up." She leaned back, took another breath before meeting Eve's eyes again. "You do murders. I know that, and it means Bart was—" "Did they hurt him? Just tell me if they hurt him." "I can tell you I believe it was very quick." Okay. You take them upstairs, Benz, and don't say anything to anybody until we know what happened." She cupped his face briefly. "Just hang on now." She rose, dashed out. "What's your function here, Benny?" Eve asked. "Yours, Syl's, VAR's. What's the pecking order?" "On, paper, we're like co-VPs. But Syl's GID. Get it done. I'm GTB. Go to Benny. And VAR's BS. Brainstorm. Everybody knows they can come to one of us, or Bart, if they have an idea or a problem." "And what was Bart's unofficial title?" "Triple B. Big Brain Boss." His smile wobbled. "He's always the smartest one in the room." "I guess I should take you up." When they arrived, the wall screens were blank, the comps quiet, and the scatter of seats empty. Syl stood staring at one of the several vending machines. They offered fancy coffees, what appeared to be every soft drink on the planet, and a 24/7 stock of snacks. Eve imagined the auto chefs were as primed as Bart's home units had been, and had a low-grade urge for pizza. "I thought I wanted a power drink, because I always want a power drink," Syl murmured. "But I don't." She turned around. "VAR's coming right up. I didn't tell him why. I thought... Anyway, do you want something? I can just use my pass." "We're good, thanks," Eve told her. "You sit down, Benny." Syl swiped her pass, then selected a bottle of water. She pushed it on Benny. "Drink a little." She tended him, Eve thought. Not like a lover, but a doting sister. Syl went back to vending, ordered up a coffee. "For Var," she said. "He'll want coffee." He came in fast. A stocky man of about 30, wearing the maxi cargos McNabb favored in an eye-friendly khaki. But his well-worn skids were the same stoplight red as his shirt. His brown hair capped short around a face hovering between pleasant and homely. "Geez, Syl, I told you I'm buried today. No time for breaks. And with parts still offline, I've got 5 shitloads to shovel before I—" "Var." Syl passed him the coffee. "You need to sit down." "I need to move. Seriously, so make it quick and—" He noticed Eve and Peabody for the first time. "Sorry." His face edged slightly closer to pleasant with his smile. "Didn't know we had company. Are you the reps from Gameland? I wasn't expecting you until this afternoon. I'd have been a little more organized by then. Probably. This is Lieutenant Dallas and, Detective Peabody." "Yeah." Syl took a deep breath, then closed the glass door. "They're here about Bart." "Bart?" A quick laugh exploded. "What'd he do? Get drunk and jaywalk? Do we need to post bail?" "Sit down, Var," Syl murmured. "Why? What?" Amusement faded. "Oh, hell. Oh, shit. Did he get mugged or something? Is he hurt? Is he okay?" "We're homicide," Eve said. "Bart Minnock's been murdered." The coffee slipped out of Var's hand and splashed over his bright red shoes. "What do you mean? What does that mean?" "Sit down, Var." Syl pulled him to a chair. "Just sit down. We'll clean that up later." "But this is crazy! Bart can't be—" "When? How?" "Sometime between 4:30 and 5 yesterday afternoon, in his apartment a few blocks from here. He was found by C.C. Robb earlier this morning in his hollow room. He'd been decapitated." After Benny's strangled gasp, there was utter silence. Beside him, Syl went deathly white. Her hand flayed out, and Var gripped it. "Someone cut his head off?" As Syl began to shake, Benny put an arm around her, so the 3 of them sat on the sofa as one unit. "Someone cut Bart's head off?" "That's correct. It appears he was in the hollow room at the time of the attack, and had programmed a game by disk. EDD is working on removing the disk from the hollow unit. I'm going to need to verify the whereabouts of all of you from 3 to 6 yesterday." "We were here," Syl said quietly. "We were all here. Well, I left just before 6. I had a yoga class, and it starts at 6. It's just down the street at Blossom. Benny and Var were still here when I left." "I think I was here until about 6:30. Var cleared his throat. I went home. My group's got a virtual game of Warlord going, and we played from about 7 to 10. Benny was still here when I left, and he was already in when I got here at 8:30 this morning. I worked late and bunked here. Some of us were around until 7 or 8. I don't remember, but we can check the logs. I shut the place up and worked until about 1. Then I crashed. None of us would hurt Bart. We're family. We're family. They have to know." Syl leaned her head on his shoulder a moment. "It's one of the steps. You have to take the steps to get to the next level. If Bart let somebody into his hollow, he trusted them, or, Eve prompted. He was showing off." Var's voice broke, and once again he cleared his throat. What might he want to show off? What was he working on he'd want to take home, play with, show off? "We've got a lot of things in development," Var told her. "A lot ready to roll out. Others we're fine-tuning. Bart took hard copies home a lot, to play them out, look for kinks and glitches and ways to pump it up. We all did. Then he'd have logged it out? He should have, yeah. Var stared blankly. Oh, I could check. I can go check. I'll go with you. Peabody, Eve said with a nod, then followed Var out while her partner continued to interview. They took one of the elevators down, with Var waving people off. His pockets sent out chirps and beeps and buzzes. She saw him start to reach in, an instinctive move, then let his hand drop away. They'll know something's up, something's wrong, he said to Eve. What do we tell them? I don't know what to tell them. We'll need to interview all the employees. How many are there? On site? 70 or so. We have a couple dozen nationally who work virtually, in sales and testing, that kind of thing. He gestured her into an office that looked like the bridge of a starship. This is Bart's space. It's, a replica of Galactica's CIC. Bart worked best when he had fun with it. Okay? We'll need to go through his things here and take his comps and comm units in. Don't you need a warrant or something? She aimed a cool look. Do you want me to get one? No, sorry. He raked a hand through his hair and sent the short ends into tiny tufts. No, his stuff. It's all his stuff. He'd have logged anything he took with him on this unit. It's inventory. The four of us have the same password here, so we can check what's in and out. There's a secondary, different for each of us, that's required on our own units to edit, so we can't mess around, you know. All right. He entered the password manually, his back to Eve. Var, he said, and held his pass up for verification. Var is cleared, the computer announced. Show us any logouts for off-site use by Bart for June 23rd. Make it a week, Eve told him. Oh, amend to June 17th to June 23rd. One moment, please. How are you, Var? I've been better. I'm sorry to hear that. Here's your list. Can I help? Now, right now, thanks. There's nothing for yesterday. He gestured at the screen. He's got a couple of in-developments off-site through the week, but he logged them back in. He didn't have anything out yesterday. I'll take a copy of that list, and a copy of any of the programs he took out this week. Oh, wow. Geez, I can't. I really can't just give you copies of stuff we've got in development. His face went from shocked to pained to worried. It's like secret. Nobody but the four of us is cleared to take anything off-site. Benny won't even do that until we're about ready to rock it. It's why he ends up working all-nighters here. He's nervous about taking something that's not in the jump out of the building. I'll just get a warrant. Oh, man, I don't know what to do. I can't think straight. Tears swirled into his eyes before he turned away. I have to protect the company, but I don't want to do anything that messes things up. I don't even know if I can say yes or no. We have to vote on it, the three of us. We'd need to figure it out. Can you let us try to figure it out first? I'll give you some time. How long did you know Bart? Since college. He was already hooked with Sil and Benny. They hit in, elementary, and then we all just... See the logo? He pointed to the logo of Uplay on the screen. He'd come up with a lot of fancier ones, really rocking ones, but he wanted this, the words in a square. He said that was us, the square, because it took four of us to make it happen. Can I be excused for a minute, please? I just want to, take a minute. Go ahead. As he fled, Eve's link signaled. Dallas. I've got good news and bad news, Feeney told her. Good first. It's been a crap morning. We were able to dig some of the program details out of the unit. The name's Fantastical, and it's coded SID.12. Still in development, I'd say, 12th version. It's got the Uplay copyright and the date of last edit as of 2 days ago. Was he playing solo, or was somebody in it with him? The unit's set for solo, but that's part of the bad. No way to tell from the disc. No way to tell what the hell Fantastical is, as the disc self-destructed when we bypassed the last failsafe. Shit! It's pretty toasted. We might be able to get something off of it, given a miracle or two. They have to have a copy. No way this is the only one. I'll get on that from here. I'm gonna need a team to pick up the Vic's work equipment. Try not to blow it up. That hurts, kid. Well, it might as well be a crap day for you, too, Eve said, and signed off before signaling Peabody. I need you to come to the Vic's office, start a prelim search, and keep everybody else out. I'm on my way there. Copy that. I've got the salience on these two, and I'll do runs on the 3 of them. Are we going to interview the rest of the place today? Better now than later. We'll keep it to whereabouts at the time of, until we do more runs. There's over 70 of them, Dallas. She sighed. Contact Feeney again. He and McNabb and Callender can come down. They speak geek, anyway. Copy that, too. McNabb's gonna wet his pants when he sees this place. And won't that be fun? You here, me there, now. Eve clicked off again. Eve took her time going back. She saw that Var was right. People knew something was up, something was off. Heads turned in her direction. Whispers followed her. The place reeked of guilt and worry and just a hint of excitement. What's going on? What did they do? Are we in trouble? She spotted Var coming back from the opposite direction, looking wrecked, and the whispers pumped up to murmurs. She let him go in ahead of her, then closed the door behind her. What's fantastical? The question was answered with shocked silence. Chapter 3. I'll get a warrant. Eve tracked her gaze from face to face, looking for the weak spot. And the Department E team goes through every byte of every file, and I shut you down while they do. It could take weeks. But you can't shut us down, Benny protested. We have more than 70 people on site, and all the others online depending on us, and the distributors, the accounts, everything that's in development. Yeah, that's a shame. Murder trumps all. They have bills. They have families, Syl began. And I've got the 2 parts of Bart. That's low, Var mumbled. That's low. Murder usually is. Your choice. She held up her link. We can get the lawyers on it. Syl glanced at Benny, then Var. But murder trumps all, Eve repeated. I'll get my warrant, and I'll get my answers. It'll just take longer. Meanwhile, your friend's in the morgue. But maybe a game means more to you than that. It's not just a game! Passion rose in Benny's voice. It's the ult for Bart, for us, for the company. The top of top secret. And we swore. We all swore an oath not to talk about it with anyone not directly assigned. And even then, it's only need to know. I need to know. He was playing it when he was killed. But that's not possible, Syl began. You said he was killed at home. That's right, with a disc copy of Fantastical in his hollow unit. That's wrong. That's gotta be wrong. Paler now, Var shook his head. He wouldn't have taken a development copy off-site without telling us, not without logging it out. It breaks protocol. He had it at home? He took it off-site without telling any of us? Benny stared at Eve with eyes that read betrayal as much as shock. "She's just trying to get us to tell her. For God's sake, Var, use your head," Syl snapped. "She wouldn't know about it if she hadn't found it at Bart's." As she pressed her fingers to her eyes, a half-dozen rings glittered and gleamed in the light. "He was so juiced up about it. We nearly had it down. Nearly. I don't understand why he'd have taken it out without letting us know, and why he didn't log it. He's pretty fierce on logging, but he was so juiced over it." "What is it?" "An interactive holo fantasy game. Multifunction," Benny continued. "The player or players choose from a menu of settings, levels, storylines, worlds, eras, or they can create their own through the Personalize feature. The game will read the player or player's choices, actions, reactions, movements, and adjust the scenario accordingly. It's nearly impossible to play any scenario through exactly the same way twice. It's always going to give the player a new challenge, a new direction." "Okay. High-end on the fun and price scale, but not staggering new ground." "The sensory features are off the scale," Var told her. "More real than real. And the operator has the option of adding in more features as they go. There's reward and punishment." "Punishment?" Eve repeated. "Say you're a treasure hunter," Syl explained. "You'd maybe collect clues or gems, artifacts, whatever, depending on the level and the scene. But you screw up, you get tossed into another challenge and lose points. Maybe you're attacked by rival forces, or you fall and break your ankle, or lose your equipment in a raging river. Screw up enough, game over, and you need to start the level again. The program reads you," Benny went on. "Your pulse rate, your BP, your body temp, just like a medi-unit. It tailors the challenges to your specific physicality. It combines the sensations of top-flight VR with the reality-based imagery of high-end holo. Fight the dragon to save the princess, you'll feel the heat, the weight of the sword. Slay the dragon, and the princess is grateful. You'll, feel that too. The full experience. If the dragon wins, you get a jolt. Nothing painful, just a buzz, and like Syl said, the game ends at that point. You can start it up again from that point, or back at the beginning, or change any factors. But the program will also change. It morphs and calculates," he added, obviously warming to the topic. "The characters in each program are enhanced with the same AI technology used in droids. Friend or foe, they're programmed to want to win as much as the player." "It's a leap," Syl said. "A true leap in merged techs. We're working out some kinks, and we've projected we can have it on the market in time for the holiday blast. When it hits, Uplay's gonna go through the roof. Bart wanted it more user-friendly, and to keep the price point down. So we've been working on home and arcade, and it's complicated. We've got a lot invested in the technology, the application, the programming, the simulations. If any of it leaks before we're ready to launch..." Var's mouth tightened. "It could take us under," Syl finished. "It's a make or break. In 6 months, a year, we'd be up there with Simulate. We'd be global and seriously ding and off-planet," Benny told her. "Not just the up-and-comer, not just the wonder kids of gaming. We'd be gaming." "But without Bart, I don't know if we can do it. I don't know how we can do it," Syl said. "We have to." Var took her hand. "We can't lose this. Bart started it, and we have to finish it. You have to keep the game under wraps," Var told Eve. "You have to. If anybody gets their hands on that development disk..." It self-destructed when the E-team tried to remove it. "Seriously?" Benny blinked. "Frosty." "Sorry," he said instantly. "Sorry, it's just... Bart must have added the security. That's why he's Bart." "How many copies are there?" "There were 4. One for each of us to work with. It's what I was working on last night, Benny added. I had it in sim, playing operator and working with the droid. Mostly we work on it after the rest of the crew leaves. Only the 4 of you know about it? Not exactly. Everybody knows we're working on something big. We've got a lot of good brains in here, Syl commented. We use them. But nobody knows exactly what we've got, just pieces. And yeah, some of those brains are smart enough to put a lot of the pieces together. But we've been careful to keep it on the low. Leaks are death in gaming. She seemed to realize what she'd said, and shivered. Do you think somebody found out and... It's an angle. I'm gonna need a copy of the game. The 3 of them stared at her miserably. Look, if it's what you say it is, and anything leaks on my end, you're gonna sue the department and possibly the city of New York for a big-ass bundle. If I'm culpable, you can probably sue me too. I'll lose my rep and very likely my badge, and those are every bit as important to me as the game is to you. My only interest in the game is how it pertains to Bart's murder. She's Rourke's cop, Syl said. What? Shit! Syl shoved around, Bernvar with a look. Rourke's not gonna steal from us. He wouldn't rob Bart's grave, goddammit! Tears flowed again. He helped us get started. He liked Bart. Rourke knew Bart? Eve asked, and tried not to let her stomach sink. He wanted to recruit us. Syl swiped at tears with the backs of her hands, while her eyes shimmered in green pools. All of us, but I think especially Bart. But we wanted to start our own. He helped us out, gave us advice, let us play off him for ideas on how to set it all up. We've all got an open offer from Rourke Industries, Simulate, or any of the arms. He wouldn't steal from us. If we've got to give over a copy, I'd want it to be to Rourke's cop and Rourke. He'll make sure nobody gets their hands on it. He'd do that for Bart. She rose, still swiping at tears. We'll need to talk to the lawyer. We'd need to cover that much, and maybe get some sort of documentation on producing a copy for you. It'll take a while to make a copy anyway. We've got a lot of security levels on it, and it's dense, so it could take a while. Maybe a day to get it handled. But I'll take care of it. Bart's dead, she said before either of her friends could speak. Nobody's going to put anything in the way of finding out who hurt him, not even us. I'm sorry, Farr said as Syl left the room. I didn't mean anything about Rourke that way. No problem. Eve's link signaled, told her the E-team had arrived. My team's here. You're going to want to tell your people what's going on. She sent them out and brought Peabody in. I've got some details on the game the Vic had in, and I'll fill you in on that later. For now, I want to divide everyone on site between the 5 of us. Pick 5 locations for the interviews. Get the full list of employees, divvy them up. We'll follow up with anyone who didn't report to work today. Get statements, impressions, salients, and alibis. We're going to run them all, then run their families and known associates. And we're going to check financials. Maybe we've got somebody passing on data to a competitor for a little extra scratch. You think this is about the game? It's more than a game, Eve said with a thin smile. It's an adventure. I need to take care of something. You can send my share up here when you've set up. You get the cool room. Yes, I do. Move. Had to be done, Eve thought. She'd have filled him in when she got home in any case. And the murder would leak to the media before much longer. He'd know when it did, as he made a point to monitor the crime beat. Just a way to keep up with her. If she'd had the head for it, she supposed she'd have monitored the stock market and business news. Good thing for him, she didn't have a clue. She opted for his personal link, figuring he'd be too busy wheeling to answer, and she could leave him a V-mail. but his face flickered on screen, and those bold blue eyes fixed on hers. "Lieutenant, nice to hear from you." The combination of those eyes, the faint lilt of the green hills and valleys of Ireland in his voice, might have turned a weaker woman into a gooey puddle. As it was, she couldn't stop the quick jump of her heart. "Sorry to interrupt, whatever. I'm on my way back from a lunch meeting, so you caught me at a good time." Her eyes narrowed. "Where?" "Florence. The pasta was exceptional. What can I do for you?" "I caught a case." "You often do." Better quick, she thought. It somehow always was. "It's Bart Minnock." It changed. The easy good humor, the innate flirtation dropped away. The hard lines of anger didn't diminish that striking face, but instead made the compelling the dangerous. "What happened to him?" "I can't get into all the details now, but I just found out you knew him. I didn't want you to hear about it on a media report." "Has it to do with his work, or was it personal?" "It's too soon to say, but his work's involved. Where are you?" "You play. I'll be landing in about 20 minutes. I'll be there within 40. Rourke, if it has to do with his work, I'll be helpful. If it doesn't, we'll see." He was a sweet boy, Eve. A sweet, brilliant, and harmless boy. I want to do what I can for him. She'd expected as much. "Find Feeney when you get here." "I'm sorry, Rourke." "So am I." "How did he die?" When she said nothing, sorrow clouded over the anger. "That bad, was it?" "I'll talk to you when you get here. It's complicated." "All right, then. It's good he has you. I'll be there soon." Eve took a breath. He would be helpful, she thought, as she stared at the blank screen of her link. Not only with the E-work, but with the business. Feeney and his crew knew their E, but they didn't know the business. Rourke would. She checked the time, then tried for Morris. "Dallas." "Give me what you can," she asked. "I don't know when I'm going to get in there." "My house is always open for you." I can tell you he had no drugs or alcohol in his system. Your Vic was a healthy 29, despite, it seems, an appetite for cheese and onion soy chips and orange fizzies. There's some minor bruising, and the more serious gash on his arm, all peri-mortem. His head was severed with one blow, with a broad, sharp blade. Morris used the flat of his hand to demonstrate. "Like an axe?" "I don't think so. An axe is generally thicker on the backside. A wedge shape. I'd say a sword. A very large, very strong sword, used with considerable force and from slightly above. A clean stroke." Again he demonstrated, fisting his hands as if on a hilt, then swinging like a batter at the plate and cleaving forward. The anomaly, other than some guy getting his head cut off with a sword? Yes, other than. There are slight burns in all the wounds. I'm still working on it, but my feeling is electrical. Even the bruising shows them. An electrified sword? Humor warmed his eyes. Our jobs are never tedious, are they? I'll be with him for a while yet. He's a very interesting young man. Yeah, I'll get back to you. She pocketed her link and began to pace. A victim secured, alone, in his own hollow room, beheaded by a sword, potentially with electric properties. Which made no sense. He couldn't have been alone, because it took two, murderer and victim. So there'd been a breach in his security. Or he'd paused the game, opened up, and let his killer inside. It would have to be someone he trusted with his big secret project. which meant his 3 best pals were top of the suspect list. All alibied, she mused. But how hard was it for an e-geek to slip through building security, head over a few blocks, slip through apartment security, and ask their good pal Bart to open up and play? Which didn't explain how they'd managed to get the weapon inside, but again, it could be done. It had been done. Reset everything, go back to work. Less than an hour, even with cleanup time. Someone at Uplay, or someone outside who'd earned the Vic's trust. Possibly a side dish. Someone he snuck in himself after he'd told this droid to shut down. He liked to show off. Guys tended to show off for sex, especially illicit sex. The murder wasn't about sex, but part of the means might be. She shuffled the thoughts back at the timid knock on the glass door. Overall girl, she thought as she came in, who'd added red, weepy eyes to her ensemble. They said I had to come up and talk with you 'cause somebody killed Bart. I want to go home. Yeah, me too. Sit down. Halfway through her complement of interviews, Eve got her first buzz. 23-year-old Roland Chadwick couldn't keep still, but E-jocks were notoriously jittery. His wet hazel eyes kept skittering away from hers. But it was a hard day, and some in the E-game had very limited social skills. Still, most of them didn't have guilt rolling off their skin in thick, smelly waves. How long have you worked here, Roland? He scratched the long blade of his nose, bounced his knees. Like I said, I interned for 2 summers in college, and then I came on the roll when I graduated. So, a year on the roll, then the 2 summers before that, altogether. And what do you do exactly? Mostly research, like Benny. Like what's out there, how can we twist it, jump it up, or if somebody's got a zip on something, I'll cruise before we step, so we're not hitting somebody else's deal. So, you see everything in development, or on the slate for development. Mostly, yeah. He jiggled his shoulders, tapped both feet. Bits and bytes anyhow, or outlines. And you gotta check the titles, the character and place names and that jazz, 'cause you don't want repeats or crossovers. Unless you do, 'cause you're homage or sequel or series. And yesterday, where were you? I was, here. Clocked at 9:30, out at 5, or close. Maybe 5:30? 'Cause I was buzzing with Jingle for a while after outs. Did you go out? For a break, for lunch? Leave the building before you finish for the day? Not yesterday. Full plate. Yeah, full plate with second helpings. But you took breaks? Had some lunch? Yeah, sure. Gotta fuel it up, charge it up, sure. So, did you contact anybody? Tag a pal to pass the time with on a break? His gaze skidded left. I don't know. Sure you do. And you can tell me, or I'll just find out when we check your comp, your links. Maybe I tagged Milt a couple times. And Milt is? Milt's my, Okay. Does Milt, your have a last name? Dubrowski. He's Milton Dubrowski. It's no big. A little sweat popped out above his upper lip. We're allowed. Uh-huh. She pulled out her PPC and started a run on Milton Dubrowski. So you and Milt live together? Kinda. I mean, he still has a place, but we're mostly at mine. Mostly. And what does Milt do? He's an actor. He's really good. He's working on his big break. I bet you help him with that. Help him study lines. Sure. Shoulders jiggled again, toes tapped. It's fun. Kinda like working up a game. Being an actor, he probably has some good ideas, too. Does he help you out there? Maybe. Been together long? 9 months. Almost 10. How much have you told him about Fantastical? Every ounce of color dropped out of his face, and for an instant he was absolutely still. What? How much, Roland? Those little bits and bytes, or more than that? I don't know about anything like that. The new project? The big top secret? I think you know something about it. You're in research. I just know what they tell me. We're not allowed to talk about it. We had to sign the gag. Eve kept an easy smile on her face and a hard hammer in her heart. But you and Milt are, you know, and you help each other out. He's interested in what you do, right? Sure, but in a big project like this, it's exciting. Anybody'd mention it to their partner. He doesn't understand e-work. Really? That's odd, seeing as he's done time, twice, for e-theft. No, he hasn't. You're either an idiot, Roland, or a very slick operator. She angled her head. I vote idiot. She had the protesting and now actively weeping Roland escorted to Central, then sent a team of officers to scoop up Dubrovsky and take him in. His criminal didn't show any violent crimes, she mused, but there was always a first time. She finished her interviews, calculating it would give Roland time to stop crying and Dubrovsky time to stew. She found 2 more who admitted they'd talked about the project to a friend or spouse or cohab, but the Chadwick-Dubrovsky connection seemed the best angle. She broke open a tube of Pepsi while she checked in with the sweepers and added to her notes. She looked up as the door opened, and Rourke stepped in. He changed the room, she thought, just by being in it. Not just for her, but she imagined for most. The change came from the look of him, certainly, long and lean with that sweep of dark hair, the laser blue eyes that could smolder or frost. But the control, the power under it, demanded attention be paid. Even now, she thought, when she could see the sorrow on that wonderful face, he changed the room. They said you'd finished with your share of the interviews. Do you have a minute now? He wouldn't have always asked, she remembered, and she wouldn't have always known to get up, to go to him, to offer a moment of comfort. Sorry about your friend, she said, when her arms were around him. She kept the embrace brief. After all, the walls were glass. But she felt some of the tension seep out of him before she drew back. I didn't know him well, not really. I can't say we were friends, though we were friendly. It's such a bloody waste. He paced away to the wall, looked out through the glass. He and his mates were building something here. Too many holes in it yet, but they've done well for themselves. Creative and bright and young enough to pour it all in. What kind of holes? He glanced back, smiled a little. You'd pull that one thing out of the rest. And I imagine, though e-work's not your strongest suit, you've seen some of those holes already. More than one person knows a secret. It's not a secret anymore. There's that. Electronically, it looks as though he covered the bases, and very well. It'll take some doing to get through all of it, and I'm told you've already lost a key piece of evidence. Self-destructed. But they got enough to give me the springboard. How much do you know about this game, this Fantastical? Virtual holo combo, fantasy role-playing, varied scenarios at player's choice. Heightened sensory levels, keyed through readouts of the player's nervous system and brainwaves. That pretty much summed up the big top-secret project, she thought. And when did you know that much? Oh, some time ago, which is one of the holes here. Too many of his people knew too much, and people will talk. Do you know Milt Dubrovsky? No, should I? No, it just erases a possible complication. If the technology developed for this game is so cutting edge, why don't you have it? Actually, we have something I suspect is quite similar in development. He wandered over to vending, scanned, walked away again. But my people don't talk. Because they're paid very well, and because they're afraid of you. Yes, I'm sure Bart paid his people as well as he could, but there wouldn't have been any fear. He touched her arm, just a brush of fingertips, as he wandered the room. They'd like him, and quite a bit. He'd be one of them. It's a mistake to be too much one of your own, as they'll never see you as fully in charge. When did you last see or speak with him? Oh, 4 or 5 months back, anyway. I was down this way for a meeting and ran into him on the street. I bought him a beer, and we caught up a bit. Restless, Eve thought. Pacing was normally her deal. Then he sighed once and seemed to settle. One of my scouts brought him to my attention when Bart was still in college. After I'd read the report and done a little checking myself, I arranged a meeting. I guess he was 20. God, so fresh, so earnest. I offered him a job, a paid internship until he got his degree, and a full-time position thereafter. That's a hell of an offer, Eve commented. He'd have been a hell of a recruit. But he told me he had plans to start up his own company with 3 friends. He outlined his business model for me there and then, and asked for my advice. Rourke smiled a little, just a slight curve of those wonderfully carved lips. He disarmed me, I have to say. I ended up meeting with the 4 of them a few times, and doing what I could to help them avoid some pitfalls. I don't suppose this one any of us could have anticipated. If he was that open with you, right off the jump, he might have been equally talkative with others. Possibly, though that was one of the pitfalls I warned them of. They, wanted their own, and I know what it is, that want, that need. That, and, well, the boy appealed to me, so it was easy to give them a little boost. Money? No. His shoulder lifted, a careless gesture. I might have done so if they'd asked, but they had some seed money, and you'll work harder if it doesn't come too easy. I had this property. This? This is your building? Was, so relax yourself, he told her with the slightest hint of impatience. I'm not involved here. I rented them space here for a time, and when they'd gotten off the ground, he asked me to sell it to them. As I said, the boy appealed to me, so I did. I made mine. They had theirs. Good business all around. And the business is worth considerable. Relatively. Compared to you, it's a nit on a grizzly, but the money's a motive, as is the technology they're working on. Can they keep this place afloat without Bart? No one's indispensable. Except you to me. Ah. But she rolled her eyes with the sound and made him laugh a little. They'll split 3 ways instead of 4, and take a hit for the loss of the 4th. From a business standpoint, eliminating Bart's a foolish move. He was the point man, Rourke explained. The public face, the big picture man, and he was good at it. This kind of murder? Sensational and tied in with the business. It's going to get whopping truckloads of media. Free media of the sort that generates sales out of sheer curiosity. You're right about that. He considered. Yes, but that's a temporary boost, and still poor business sense. Added to it, unless their dynamics have changed, it's hard to see any of the other 3 hurting Bart. People do the damnedest things. I have another angle to check out. Feeney will keep you busy if you want to be. I need a copy of the game disc. They'll hand it over, but they're going to drag their feet some. If they trust you, you might be able to nudge that along. I'll see what I can do. I'll be in the field." He took her hand as she walked to the door. "Take care of my wife." "She takes care of herself. When she remembers." She went out, started down. She glanced back once to see him at the glass wall, hands in his pockets, and that sorrow that perhaps only she could see, still shadowing his face. Chapter 4. Back in the busy hive of Cop Central, Eve studied Roland Chadwick through the glass of observation. He continued to sweat, just a bit, and his tear-swollen eyes tended to dart and dash around the room, as if he expected something to materialize in a corner and take a nice big bite out of him. Perfect. "We'll take him together to start," Eve told Peabody. "I'm going hard. He expects it from me now." "And you'd give him herbal tea and a fluffy pillow otherwise." "I'll leave the fluffy to you," after I storm out of the room in disgust, leaving dire threats in my wake. "And I there him until he spills his guts." "That's the plan." Eve watched as Roland laid his head on the table as if to sleep. It wouldn't have surprised her in the least if he'd popped his thumb in his mouth. "While you're doing that, I'll start on Dubrowski. He's been around the block a few times, and he has to know his dupe in there is a very weak sister. I believe his guts will also spill." Peabody smiled as Roland cushioned his face on his folded arms. "My guy will spill first." "Maybe. Let's find out." She strode in, a tough, impatient woman who seemed capable of taking that nice big bite and enjoying it. Roland's head popped up even as he shrank in his chair. "Record on. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve and Peabody Detective Delia. In interview with Chadwick, Roland, on the matter of the murder of Minnock, Bart." "Roland Chadwick," she continued, using both names to add a little more intimidation. "Have you been read your rights?" "Yeah, but do you understand your rights and obligations in this matter?" "Okay, yeah, but—" She dropped her file on the table between them with a force that echoed like a slap. It shut him up. "You worked for Bart Minnock, correct?" "Yes, ma'am. I told you how I—" "Can you account for your whereabouts yesterday?" "I was at home. I was at work. And then, which is it?" She snapped the words out, leaned on the table, deep into his space. "Home or work? It's an easy question, Roland." I was at work all day, until I went home." Like the words off his tongue, colors stammered in his face. Pink, then white, pink, then white. "I logged out and everything. It was after 5. You can check. You can see." "And you log out, Roland, every time you leave the building? Every single time?" "Well, mostly. For sure at the end of the day. For sure then. I didn't do anything. I don't understand why you're so mad at me." His voice pitched into a whine, threatening to reach dog-ears-only territory. "I didn't do anything." "Is that so? Maybe Bart would disagree. Maybe he'd have a little something to say about that, if he wasn't dead." She flipped open the file, spilled the crime scene photos out. "But it's a little hard to get the words out when your head's across the room from the rest of you." Roland took one look at the photos, went a very pale green. He said, fairly clearly, "Gah!" Then his eyes rolled up white as he slid to the floor. "Well, shit!" Eve blew out a breath and fisted her hands on her hips. "Better get him some water, Peabody." "It was kind of graceful, the way he went down." Peabody got a cup of water, while Eve crouched down to pat Roland's cheeks. "Out cold. He's not faking." "Okay, Roland, come on back." "Better get a medic in case—" "Wait, here he comes. Roland!" She spoke sharply as his eyes twitched, then blinked. Then she gave a head jerk to Peabody, so her partner would be the one playing nursemaid. "Are you all right, Mr. Chadwick?" Peabody knelt down, eased his head up. "Try a little water. Take a sip. That's the way. Take a breath. Do you need medical attention?" "I don't... What happened?" "You fainted. Do you want me to call a medic?" No. I don't think... I just need to." His eyes popped wide now, and he grabbed Peabody's arm like a drowning man. "Don't make me look again! Don't make me look!" "Tougher to look than to be a part of causing it," Eve said coolly. "I didn't, I swear!" He all but crawled into Peabody's lap, and Eve knew her work was done. "I swear! Don't make me look!" "Okay. It's okay. You don't have to look. Have some more water. We'll wait until you're feeling steady again." "Fine. That's fine." Eve pushed the photos back in the file. "You want to coddle him? He's all yours. I can't stand being in the same room with him. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, exiting interview." She slammed the door behind her, but not before she heard Roland's breathless thank you to her partner. Satisfied with Part A, she headed to the next interview room for Part B. Milt Dubrovsky had the buffed and polished looks of a spa rat. She imagined he devoted a good part of his day to the gym and a good part of his week to treatments. His hair, too perfectly streaked to be nature's gift, lay in subtle waves around a smooth, fine-boned face. His eyes, a soft, shimmering blue, flashed out of long, dark lashes as he beamed out a high-wattage smile. "Officer, I don't know why I'm here, but at least the view just got a whole lot better." "Lieutenant." His smile flashed along with his eyes as he executed a snappy salute. "Sir, yes, sir." "Record on." "Dallas, Lieutenant Eve in interview with Dubrovsky Milton on the matter of the murder of Minnock, Bart." "What?" Those bold eyes widened as he sucked in a breath. "Bart's been murdered? When? What happened?" "You've been in interview before, Dubrovsky." She tapped the file that held his record. "So you know I'm the one who asks questions, and you're the one who answers them." "Have you read your rights?" "Yeah, the cops who brought me in, but they didn't tell me anything." "Can you verify your whereabouts from between 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. yesterday?" Sure. I was at my salon, that's Urban Meadows, from about 1 to 3:30, then I met a friend for coffee. I did some shopping and went to another friend's place about 5:30. Roland Chadwick. He works for Bart at Uplay. He got in shortly after I did, and we stayed in the rest of the night. He can vouch. "The name and contact information for your coffee date?" "No problem. Britt Casey." He rattled off a link number and an Upper West Side address. "We're in a workshop together, acting workshop, so we get together now and then to discuss craft." He was good, Eve decided, but not that good. Poor Roland, she thought. Just how many ways can you be duped? "And what time did you leave your acting pal and head out on your own?" "Sometime around 5, I guess." "Coffee and shopping date. Where did you have coffee? Where did you shop? Do you have receipts?" "I don't actually remember the name of the coffee shop, and I didn't actually buy anything. It was more window shopping." Eve said nothing, just stared at him. "Okay, look. I was at the salon like I said. My consultant's name is Nanette. You can ask her. And I met Britt after, but it wasn't for coffee, if you get me." He tried the smile again, one that said, "I'm a scamp, but you gotta love me." "We went to the Oaks Hotel for a couple hours. See, the thing is, she's married, and I'm sort of living with someone." "Chadwick?" No, but my roommates and Britt, they don't know about each other. I'd really appreciate if they could keep not knowing about each other. Name of the roommate? Chelsea Saxton. Eve lifted her brows. And where exactly does Roland Chadwick fit in? Dubrovsky lifted his shoulders, let them fall in an oops gesture. You could say I'm sort of semi-living with him, too. With him also unaware of the other two and they of him? What can I say? I'm a people person. That's a lot of juggling. A man that adept at juggling would be able to juggle enough time in for a stopover at Bart's apartment. Never been there. He added an easy, cheerful wave. No reason to. I knew him a little, sure, because Roland works for him at Uplay. Seemed like a nice guy. Rose sure thought the world of him. I don't know why anyone would kill the poor bastard. You're adept at e-work, too. A hobby, really. Acting's my real passion. And combining hobby with passion, you can make some cash selling inside information to interested parties, especially when you're stringing along a lovesick puppy with a bullshit IQ of 0 like Roland. Aw, now, Rose a sweet kid. Maybe a little dim when it comes to anything outside of tech or gaming, but a sweet kid. And me? I've got a need to be admired, I admit it. He admires me. Dubrovsky turned up his hands as if to say, just look at me, who wouldn't admire all this? Enough to leak data on Fantastical. Dubrovsky tried looking blank, but didn't quite pull it off. Sorry, never heard of it. Save the bullshit, Dubrovsky. My IQ in that area's tuned and toned, and admiring Roland's already spilled it. She leaned back. Admiring you doesn't mean taking the fall for you. He's not quite as dumb as you think. Rose not dumb. Dubrovsky didn't miss a beat. He just gets confused sometimes when it comes to reality. He's wired to games, and a lot outside his bubble gets past him. Like you have 2 side pieces and a penchant for e-spying? It's not illegal to spread yourself around. Believe me, all my lovers are happy. He wrapped an arm around the back of his chair, posed. What's the harm? It tells me you've got no scruples, and a man with no scruples doesn't think twice about cheating, stealing, lying. It's a short step over to murder. I don't kill people, sweetheart. I seduce them. Call me sweetheart again. She leaned in, eyes flat. Go ahead. No offense, no offense. He held up his hands for peace. I'm not denying I've taken my hobby too far a couple times. I get caught up, like anyone else. But if you've got my sheet, you know I don't do violence. The fact is, Lieutenant, he corrected quickly, I don't need to. And sure, Rose told me some things about the big secret project. He's excited about it, and he likes to talk. Part of a good seduction is listening. I listen. Not a crime. Try listening to this, Eve suggested. Do you know what else I have besides your sheet? Your financials. It's pretty interesting reading, too. All these nice deposits, which I'd say keeps you in salon time with Nanette. More interesting, as your employment records indicate you haven't had a paying job in close to a year. People give me money as gifts. It's part of the admiring. I'm gonna bet Bart didn't admire you. I'm gonna bet when you went to him asking for payment to keep the information your sap passed you, he'd have threatened to go to the cops. I don't do blackmail. He glanced down at his nails. It's too messy. Here's something really messy. Once again, she took out the crime scene photos. Dubrovsky didn't turn green. He didn't faint, but he did go stark white. Oh, my Jesus! Oh, my Christ! Somebody cut off his head! I bet you practice sword fights in those workshops. Action rolls, period pieces. Eve cocked her head as she gave him a cool up-and-down study. You're in good shape. I bet you can handle a heavy sword without much trouble. Listen to me. Suave vanished in sober. I make a living sleeping with people who can afford to slip me some cash, buy me nice things. I make more by selling information when I've got it. I don't hurt people. I sure as hell don't kill them. Roland's a mark, sure. He's easy. But the fact is, I just about tapped that out, which is why I'm easing over to Britt. She's got a rich husband who lets her play at acting and spend all the money she wants. He's out of town a lot. Financial consultant. I figure I can tap that for a while, maybe get in the house, hack one of his comps, see what I see. I'm laying groundwork there, so why would I do something like this? I don't do this. I didn't do this. Who'd you sell the information to? Ah, hell. He pushed a hand through his hair, ruining its perfection, and telling Eve he was sincerely frightened. If I roll there, you've got to cut me a deal. I don't have to do squat. You've already confessed, on record, to corporate espionage. And here's the thing, Milt. I really, really don't admire you. Names. Now. He sat back, closed his soft, shimmering eyes, and spilled his guts. When she'd finished with Dubrovsky, she had him escorted back to his cell. She would do what she could to make sure he spent the next few years as a guest of the fine state of New York, and she hoped he sorely missed his salon appointments. "I got mine," Peabody told her when they met in Eve's office. "Then we're 2 for 2. Eve programmed coffee, waved Peabody to the auto chef so she could get her own. "I didn't know half of what he was talking about. The more upset he got, the more he babbled, and the babble got pretty technical. I figured to ask McNabb to look over the interview and interpret, but—" Peabody paused to give the coffee a couple of little blows before taking the first sip. "But what I got was, he gave Dubrovsky the details of his research and whatever work he did on the Fantastical project, and anything else he had a hand in or knew about. The guy's a walking mouth. They couldn't be screening as well as they seem to think they are." "One of the holes," Eve murmured, thinking of Rourke's comment. She walked over to her narrow window, looking out at a passing air tram as she considered. "My guy's so slimy if I stepped on him, I wouldn't wipe him off my shoe. I'd just incinerate the shoe. He lives off sex and what passes for charm, targeting marks, juggling them. He claims he was having sex with a new target when Bart lost his head. In the Oaks Hotel. That's pretty uptown for a sex con. The mark's got a rich husband. So we'll check it out, but it rings. He's also living with yet another mark when he's not doing the walking mouth. They pay his freight, and he digs into their business and sells the data to interested parties. I've got the interested party on this one." She sipped coffee, thinking of the young, stupid Roland, the young, naive Bart. I don't think Dubrovsky got into Bart's and sliced him up. He might snag a fingernail or get spatter in his perfect hair. But he's going over for the rest. And if we pin the murder on the buyer, we might be able to slap him with accessory. He's earned a nice long stretch in a very small cage. You really didn't like him. I really didn't. But the point is, if he hadn't used the love-struck Roland for gain, maybe Bart Minnock would still be in one piece. You take the 2 women he was juggling along with Roland. I want to get some data on Lane Duvaughn of Sync Entertainment before we talk to him. Peabody looked into her coffee mug. "They're going to be pissed." "Oh, yeah. You get the fun stuff." She gave Peabody the names and contact information. "Be discreet," she added. "Britt Casey's married. She probably deserves a kick in the ass, but if she's as dumb as Roland, I'm inclined to cut her a break and try to keep her husband out of it." "I'll be the soul. If this guy was banging 3 marks, How'd he have time for anything else? Apparently, it's just a matter of good time management. I wonder what supplements he takes, or if he has a special diet. I'll be sure to ask next time we speak. Out! Eve sat to begin runs on both Duvon and the company, and while the data began to screen, followed a hunch. Once again, Rourke answered directly. Lieutenant. Are you in the house? I am, yes, in EDD. What can you tell me, off the top, about Elaine Duvon and Sync Entertainment? I'll come down. You don't have to, she began, but she was talking to empty air. Okay, then. She started with Duvon. The 59-year-old vice president was on wife 2, who, no surprise, clocked in at 28 years younger. They based their 3-year marriage on the Upper East Side, with additional housing in Belize and the Italian Riviera. The current wife was a former lingerie model. Men were so simple, really. He'd held his position at Sync for 16 years, and pulled in a hefty $22 million before bonuses annually. He had no criminal record. We're about to change that. What change do you wish to implement? The computer asked. Nothing, none. A person can't even talk to herself around here. She did a quick scan on the company. It had been around nearly as long as Duvon had been alive, developing, manufacturing, and distributing games and game systems. Offices and plants worldwide. She frowned as she read the cities, backtracked through company history, tried to wade her way through the official financial and employment data. She hated to admit it, but she felt some relief when Rourke walked in. Then he shut the door. Uh-oh. I simply prefer not to broadcast my business. Your business crosses with Sync? Not at the moment. Where's your candy? What candy? He gave her a look. I know very well you hide candy in here. I need a boost. Give it over. Her frown deepened, and she tracked her gaze toward the door. Don't let anybody come in. It's a damn good hiding place. You know, you could easily rig a cam in here and catch whoever's lifting your stash in the act. One day I'll catch the candy thief, but it'll be by guile and wit, not technology. It's a matter of pride and principle now. She took a tool from her desk, then squatted in front of her recycler. After a few twists, she removed the facing and pulled an evidence bag from the back. Your guile and wit contest causes you to keep candy in the recycler with the trash. It's sealed. She broke the seal with a little pop and whoosh to prove it, then took out one of 3 chocolate bars. She tossed it to him, then bagged the remaining 2 with a fresh seal before hiding them again. She glanced back to see him studying the candy. If you're going to be so dainty, give it back. There was a time I rooted through alley garbage for food without a thought. Things change. He unwrapped the candy, took a bite. But apparently not that much. She replaced the tool, then stood, hands on hips, studying the recycler for any signs of tampering. Okay, still good. And a demonstration of true love if I ever saw one. He brushed a hand over her tousled cap of brown hair, then tapped a finger on the dent of her chin before touching his lips to hers. Better than chocolate. The shadows had lifted, she noted. Work could do that. Focus and channel grief and regret. Sync Entertainment. Yes. About a year ago, I looked into acquiring the corporation. Naturally, it exists, so you want it. On the contrary. He sat in her shabby visitor's chair. After some research and vetting, I decided I didn't want it, or not at this time. Because it's in trouble. The sort I have no need or desire to take on. Better to wait until it's either limping along than buy it cheap, or wait until they shake things out, fix the problems, and offer a good price for a healthy company. What kind of problems? Other than they've closed 2 on-planet plants in the last 16 months, small ones outside the U.S. They have no plants or offices off-planet, so they're either missing that market altogether, or the cost of distributing their products to that market would be prohibitive. He arched his brows. Well, now my heart swells with pride. Listen to the business acumen. Be a smart-ass, lose the candy. Why don't you come over here and try to take it? Smiling now, he patted his knee in invitation. Oh yeah, he was feeling better. I don't know anything about the game market, except it has to be almost no-fail. People want to play all the damn time. In arcades, at home, at parties, in the office. So why can't a company that's been in the game of games for over half a century make it work? Because they've invested more, at least in the last decade, in marketing and execs than in creative minds and new technology, and they've continued to ignore the off-planet market, considering it too small and cost-prohibitive. He shrugged as he took another bite of the candy bar. They're stuck in a certain mindset, and if it doesn't change, and soon, they'll shortly be a generation behind. Okay, so they overpay the suits and figure if it was good enough 10 years ago, it's good enough now. Basically. The 2 people who founded it 50-odd years ago sold it off during its prime. It's had its ups and downs since, as companies will. At this point, it's in a slow but steady downswing. Something like You Play's Fantastical would change the swing. It could, absolutely, if developed and marketed well. Is this your motive? Might be. Duvon paid a source nearly $150,000 so far for data on the program. He's a VP at Sync. In development, Rourke added. I looked him up on the way down. He'd be a hero if he brought the company this idea and the means to create it. I imagine his contract with them includes bonus clauses. He'd rake in quite a bit, and for a very small investment. Which is a very nice motive for murder, or for making another investment and hiring it out. He's also got a fairly new and very young second wife. I bet she likes the high life. He smiled at her. Most do. Uh-huh. So when down the road a couple decades, if you think about ditching me for fresh, remember who carries a weapon. Something I never forget, or fail to appreciate. Okay, I need to have a little chat with Duvon. I'd be interested in chatting with him myself. Can't do it. Can't, she repeated, shaking her head. You're a competitor, and it could sour my chances of shaking him out. Complicate them anyway. Fair enough. I should touch base with Morris, and I want another pass at the scene. Keep me updated on the e-work. I'll do that, but I want to go with you to Bart's. She started to speak, stopped, and reconsidered. You might be handy there. I do what I can. He balled up the candy wrapper, two-pointed it into the recycler before he rose. Thanks for the candy. She smiled. What candy? Chapter 5. Do you think the penis ever gets tired? As she drove, Eve turned her head toward Peabody, tipped down the shades she rarely remembered to wear. Whose? Anybody's. I mean, anybody with one. Does the penis ever just think, for God's sake, pal, give it a rest? Or is it all, woo-hoo, here we go again? Is this germane to the case, or have you lapsed into girl talk? It springs from the case. I was thinking about that asshole, Dubrowski. There he is, banging away at Britt Casey yesterday afternoon. A triple header, according to her. Floor, she said, ticking it off on her fingers. bed, and against the door. Then last night, he's bucking with Roland in fantasy gameplay. Pirate captain and cabin boy. Stop! Wait! And this morning, he sneaks in a coffee and a quickie with Chelsea Saxton, then gets a follow-up BJ in the shower. Jesus, Peabody! Well, I didn't ask for the dirty details, but all three of them just splurted it all out when they found out about the others. I really think most Ginies would say, hey, don't even think about putting anything in there for a while. Ginies? It's a nice name for vagina. And I really think after a couple rounds under most circumstances, your average Giny would say, okay, that'll hold me for a while. But does the penis just keep searching out the next orifice? I wonder, since I don't have one. In case you're wondering, neither do I. I've seen you naked, so I know this. I think even the most stalwart and energetic penis would, at some point, say enough's enough for today or tonight, and since, hey, I'm all relaxed now, I'm taking a little vacation, or just a nap. See, now I've got this image of some cock sitting at a swim-up bar at a resort, wearing sunshades and drinking one of those stupid drinks full of fruit and paper umbrellas. Oh, that's cute. It's not cute. It's mildly scary. Or disgusting. I'm not sure which. Both. Eve blew out a tired breath. I think both. It should have a little straw hat, too. Anyway, I don't think it's about sex with Dubrovsky's penis. Peabody, I can't stress how much I don't want to think about his penis. It's addiction, Peabody continued unfazed. I bet Mira'd agree, she added, referring to the departmental profiler in Shrink. He equates his worth with his penis and also uses it as a weapon. Okay, now I see it wearing a gold chain and toting a blaster. Stop now. Shifting, Peabody gave Eve a look of delight. You get the best pictures in your head. It's why you're a good cop. Dubrovsky said all that crap about needing to be admired. But see, he's probably talking about his looks, his manner, but subconsciously, he's talking about his penis. Okay, if I agree with you, because actually I do, will you stop? I just think it's interesting. Now take this Duvaughn. Eve's jaw tightened. Do not start on his penis. A man ditches his wife of about 20 years for a big rack and a fresh young Giny. Oh my God! He does that because he's starting to think about his own mortality, and he really doesn't want to. He needs the big rack and fresh young Giny so he can say, hey, look what I've got. Look where my penis gets to go, and it proves I'm still vital and virile, which circles right back to the penis, which, yes, demands to be admired. You know, we could consult with Charles about this. Eve pulled in at the morgue and indulged herself by resting her brow on the steering wheel for a minute. We don't need a former licensed companion, now sex therapist, to investigate this case. Plus, he and Louise are on their honeymoon. But they'll be back in a few days. I think gaining insight into the penis may help in investigations down the road. Fine. You go right ahead and consult with Charles. Write me a freaking report on same. But now, I don't want to hear the word penis for the rest of the day. There's really no nice word for that particular thing, Peabody continued as they headed inside. Everything's either too hard, get it, or too silly. But when you think about it, it's pretty silly to have that particular thing swinging around down there, so I will kill you. Save the taxpayers' money by doing it right here in the morgue. It's efficient. Eve used the cool air, the white walls to offset the images Peabody's theories etched in her brain. She spotted Morris in the tunneling corridor, speaking to one of the white-coated techs. I'll be in to check in a few minutes, he told the tech, then turned to Eve. I wondered if you'd make it in today. I wanted to catch you before you left. I was heading to my office to send you a report. You'll want to see him again. He began to walk with her. "Tell me about the burns." "Minor, but found along every wound, even the bruising." He pushed open the doors of his autopsy room, where the body lay on a steel slab, with the head on a smaller tray. He offered them both micro-goggles. "You'll see they occur with increasing severity. The bruising on his skin, left forearm, and here on the ankle, so minor he might not have felt the jolt. But here, on the shoulder, which shows slightly deeper bruising and inflammation, there'd been a good wrench in that area. It's more pronounced." "The more severe the wound, the more severe the burns?" "No, though I initially thought the same. But the shin shows more bruising than the ankle, the forearm, but the burns are very mild. The arm and the neck, the burns are virtually identical, and we'd have to say the neck is a more serious wound." "So the jolts, whatever caused the burns, increased along with the game. The longer he played, the bigger the shock when he got tagged. It seems most likely." "Challenges usually go up in gaming," Peabody commented, "as you move through a level or head up to the next." "Okay." Eve let that one simmer in her brain. "Power boost, maybe. Rourke's got this virtual game. You use actual weapons, guns. If the bad guy makes a hit, you feel a little jolt, so you know you've been hit and where. Enough to register, but not to hurt." Somebody changed the rules on Bart. But that doesn't explain the internal burns. I get how he might have had them on the skin, but the gash, the slice, those are inside, too, not just on the outside, which means the weapon itself had to carry a charge. What's the point? Isn't a big, sharp sword enough? It certainly would have been. She stepped over to the head, examined the neck. And do they match up? Perfectly. Maybe the charge added to the thrust. Added power, so the killer didn't need to be particularly strong. Gave the killer more leverage, speed. She pulled off the goggles. Face to face? That's how it plays, Morris agreed. It would have to be fast, wouldn't it? Damn fast. He's not drugged, he's not restrained, and he's facing someone with a big sword. He'd run, try to get the hell away. He'd take it in the back, but I'm damned if he'd just stand there and get his head offed. The killer gives him a taste of it with the arm wound, wants to see his reaction, wants to shock him, and then one clean blow. She shook her head. I'm going back to the scene. Duvaughn came first. She had Peabody check with his office, and as she suspected, he'd left for the day. Corporate execs and cops had neither the same work hours nor pay scale. She didn't begrudge him that part, but it was a pain in the ass to know she had to drive all the way uptown, then down again. "You know," Peabody began, and Eve snarled, "if you mention any part of anyone's anatomy, I'm shoving you out the window and into oncoming traffic." "I wasn't going to. But no, I'm thinking about it again. What I was going to say was about the sword. Not the euphemistic male sword, but the murder weapon. Last year, I went to a con with McNabb." "Why would you go to a con?" "A game con. Convention. In New York at the Convention Center. A total geek fest, which is actually a lot more fun than it might sound. Since it sounds like a nightmare in hell, it wouldn't have to come up much to be any fun at all. Well, people dress up like characters from the games and vids and screen shows. Actors who play the characters come and sign stuff or do demos. They sell all kinds of stuff, even have auctions. High dollar, too. There are parties and contests and seminars and a lot of hands-on. You can play just about any game out there if you're willing to buck the crowds, stand in line. Uplay had a big presence there, I remember. Hey, I probably saw the Vic before he was a Vic. Anyway, it's 3 days of geekdom. Gee, sign me up. What I'm saying is they have weapons. Play weapons and prop weapons and virtual weapons. A big chunk of popular games deal with some sort of warfare. Yeah, people never get enough of killing each other. But, she thought, it was an interesting angle. An electrified sword would go over big there. Bet your ass! We got a pass into one of the auctions, and there was a sword, not electrified, from Elda, Warrior Queen, and it went for over $5 million. Fucking dollars? Yeah, fucking dollars. It was the one Elda used in the vid to defend her throne and all that. The games are the total. McNabb and I play them. Who gets to be the queen? Ha ha. They're holo games, too, but since we don't have a holo, we only play the comp. Anyway, there are weapons galore at these cons, and plenty of vendors and collectors. You've got blasters and magic maces and fire lances and lightsabers and disintegrators. But from what I saw, swords are the biggest deal. They're sexier. An interesting angle, she thought again. A good line to tug. I bet Bart thought how sexy it was to have his head lopped off with one. Collectors, vendors, and cons. It's a good avenue to explore. But maybe we'll get lucky and Duvon will just whip out his magic sword, we'll blast him and wrap this case up. I know a euphemism for the P word when I hear one. Eve slid to the curb in a no-parking zone and engaged her on-duty light. If he whips out anything, we take him down. Laughing, Peabody climbed out. Some place. If you went for steel and glass and sharp angles, Eve thought. The gold tone of the privacy window glass reflected the beam of sunlight, making her grateful for her shades. She wondered how many people had been blinded just walking by the 3-story extravaganza of what was probably some post-modern designer's idea of city slick. She imagined there had once been a dignified brownstone or tidy brick townhouse in that spot, destroyed or mortally wounded during the urban wars. In its place stood the gleam of brushed steel framing walls of that gold-toned glass. Maybe the occupants felt lofty inside their glass box, or enjoyed their nearly unobstructed views of the streets and city. She'd have felt exposed and creeped. But it took all kinds. Rather than steps from the sidewalk to the entrance, a sloped ramp led the way to a platform where a motion detector immediately sent out a low beep. She scanned the dual cameras, the palm plate. Open view. Serious locks, she commented. Voice recognition unaccepted. These premises do not accept solicitations. All deliveries must be cleared. No guests are expected at this time. Please identify yourself and state your business. Thank you. Well, it said please. Peabody shrugged. And thank you. Yeah, real polite. I guess they don't much like the neighborly drop-in. Identification is requested within 10 seconds. These premises are protected by Secure 1. Identification failure will alert the authorities in 10 seconds. Not so polite now. Eve pulled out her badge. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, NYPSD. We have business with Lane Duvon. No appointment is scheduled. Scan the badge and inform Mr. Duvon the cops are at the door. Failure to do so will result in a whole bunch more cops with a warrant arriving within 30 minutes. Please place your identification on the palm plate for verification scan. Thank you. Got its manners back, Eve commented as she complied. Identification verified. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve of the New York Police and Security Department. Mr. Duvon will be informed of your arrival. 1 moment, please. It took more than a moment, but the security cleared, and the door opened. The servant droid, all skinny dignity in a stark black suit, had Eve muffling a snort. He could have been Somerset's brother, not only in appearance, but by the derisive dismissal on his face as he peered down at her. "Hey, he looks a lot like the biggest pain in my ass," Eve finished, and thinking of Rourke's majordomo, smiled thinly. "Got a name, pal, or just a number?" "I am Darby." He'd been programmed with the tony British accent. "If you'd inform me of the nature of your business with Mr. Duvon, I will relate same to him. Your companion has not yet identified herself." "Peabody, Detective Delia." Peabody held up her badge. "Now that we're all nicely ID'd, you can relate to your owner that the NYPSD will speak with him here in the comfort of his own home, or will escort him to our house for a chat. That would be the less comfortable and more public Cop Central. Our business with him is none of yours. Process that." "I will so inform Mr. Duvon. You're requested to wait in the anteroom. I have engaged all internal security cameras. Your movements and conversation are being recorded. We'll resist scratching in inappropriate places." He sniffed, turned his back, then led them across the open foyer with its central pool of Venus-blue water, guarded by some sort of metal sculpture of a mostly naked female, poised to dive in. The glass-walled anteroom held twin gel sofas in glittery silver with murder-red cushions, chairs in a dizzying pattern of both colors. All the tables were clear glass. Some held gardens of strange blooms winding in their bases. From the ceiling, a tangle of steel and glass formed chandeliers. The floors were the same tone and texture as the exterior steel. Eve tried to think if she'd ever seen a more hyper-trendy and less comfortable room, but couldn't come up with one. "Wait here," Darby ordered. When he left, Eve walked to the front wall. Yes, it definitely made her feel exposed. Why would anybody want nothing but a sheet of fancy glass between them and the rest of the world? She managed a shrug instead of a shudder, then turned away. Impressions? Peabody circled her eyes as if to remind Eve they were being recorded. It's really clean and quiet. You can't hear any street noises at all." She gestured to the window. "It's kind of like a vid with the audio muted. Or we've stepped into an alternate universe where the world outside this glass is soundless and creepy. Well, it's creepy now." Then Peabody winced, circled her eyes again. "But really clean." Eve turned again at the sound of footsteps, a man's, and from the click-click, a woman's heels. She noted the woman first, and realized the new wife had modeled for the mostly naked sculpture in the foyer. Now she wore a short summer dress that matched the soft blue of her eyes and the current rage of footwear that left the top of the foot unshod. Her toes sported polish in various pastel shades. Her hair fell in a tumble of red with gilded highlights around a face dominated by full, pouty lips. Beside her, the man stood nondescript in a conservatively cut business suit. Still, his jaw held firm, and his burnish-brown eyes matched his sweeping mane of hair. His slightly crooked tie, and the slumber-satisfied look in his wife's eyes, gave Eve a solid clue what the couple had been up to during her arrival. "Lieutenant Dallas, is it? And Detective Peabody." Duvon crossed the room to give them both a hearty handshake. "What can I do for you?" "We're investigating the murder of Bart Minnock." "Ah." He gave a wise nod, a regretful sigh. "Yes, I heard about that. The media doesn't have many details. You were acquainted with Mr. Minnock? No, not really. I knew of him, of course, as we're in the same business.
Cheesy, honey. You gotta ask them to sit down. Tisk.
She actually said tisk, and with the heavy Bronx bass struggling to affect the rounded tones of her droid, Eve found it rather remarkable.
I'm Tasia, Mrs. Lane Duvaughn. Please, won't you sit?
She gestured the way screen models did to showcase prizes on game shows.
I'd be happy to order some refreshments.
Thanks. Eve accepted the invitation to sit. We're fine. So you never met Bart Minnock? Oh, I believe we met a time or two. Duvaughn took a seat on the red and silver sofa with his wife. At conventions and events, that sort of thing. He seemed to be a bright and affable young man.
Then why did somebody kill him?
Tasia asked. Good question, Eve said, and made Tasia beam like a student flattered by a favored teacher.
If you don't ask questions, you don't find anything out.
My philosophy. Let me apply that by asking you, Mr. Duvaughn, if you can verify your whereabouts yesterday between 3 and 7 p.m. Mine? Are you implying I'm a suspect? Outrage sprang out where Eve thought puzzlement would have been a better lead. Why, I barely knew the man.
Cheesy, Lane wouldn't kill anybody. He's gentle as a lamb.
It's standard procedure. As you said, Mr. Duvaughn, you and the victim were in the same line of work. That's hardly a motive for murder. Countless people in this city alone are in the gaming business, but you come into my home and demand I answer your questions.
Now, honey.
Tasia stroked his arm.
Don't get all worked up. You know it's not good for you. And she's being real polite. You're always saying people need to do the jobs they're paid to do and all that, especially public servants. You're a public servant, right? She asked Eve.
That's right.
Anyway, honey, you know you were at work until nearly 4. He worked so hard, she confided to Eve. And then you came right home, and we had a little lie-down before we got dressed for the dinner party at Robb and Sasha's. It was a really nice party.
Tasia, it's a matter of principle.
There, she said, stroking. Now.
Duvaughn took a slow, audible breath. Tasia, I think I'd like my evening martini.
Sure, honey. I'll go tell Darby to mix you one right up. Please excuse me a minute.
After she'd clicked out, Duvaughn turned to Eve. My wife is naive in certain areas. Maybe, Eve thought, but she also came off as sincere and absurdly likable. Naive enough not to understand working hard includes you paying a con man for confidential information on the workings and projects of Uplay? We have Dubrowski in custody, Eve said, before he could speak. He rolled on you. I have no idea what or who you're talking about. Now I'm going to ask you to leave. Peabody, read Mr. Duvaughn his rights. While he blustered, Peabody recited the revised Miranda. Do you understand your rights and obligations in this matter? Peabody finished. This is beyond belief. His face burned bright red as he shoved to his feet. I'm calling my lawyer. Fine. Tell him to meet us down at Cop Central. Cool and calm in contrast, Eve rose. Where you can chill in holding until he arrives, at which time we'll filter our questions through your representative on both matters, your involvement in corporate espionage and your connection to Bart Minnock's murder. Just a minute, just one damn minute. I was nowhere near Minnock's apartment yesterday. I've never been to his apartment. You've requested a lawyer, Mr. Duvaughn, Eve reminded him. We're obliged to wait until your representative meets with you before we take any statements or continue this interview. We'll hold you at Central prior to that, and prior to booking you on the pending charges. Arresting me? You're arresting me? Wait, just wait. He didn't sweat like Roland, but his hand trembled as he pushed it through his glossy mane of hair. We'll hold on the lawyer. We'll keep this here. That's your choice.
Martinis!
Tyja announced in a bright sing-song as she preceded Darby into the room.
Let's all sit down and have a nice drink. Oh, honey, look at you, all red in the face.
She walked over, patted his cheeks.
Darby, pour the drinks. Mr. Duvaughn needs a little pick-me-up.
Give me that. Duvaughn grabbed the oversized shaker, dumped the contents into a glass to the rim, then downed it.
Oops, you forgot the olives. Darby, pour our guests drinks.
We're not allowed to drink on duty, Mrs. Duvaughn, but thanks. Tyja's mouth turned down in a sympathetic frown.
Cheesy, that doesn't seem fair.
Tyja, go upstairs. I have business to discuss here.
Oh.
After shooting her husband a hurt glance, she turned to Eve and Peabody.
It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you, too. Darby, leave us alone. Duvaughn sat, rubbed his fingers over his eyes. I didn't have anything to do with Minnock's murder. I was at my office until 4. My driver brought me home. I didn't leave the house again until 7. You can check all this. Can and will. But when a man pays someone to steal for him, it's a short step up to paying someone to kill for him. Duvaughn dropped his hands. I don't know what this Dubrovsky character told you, but he's a thief and a liar. He's not to be trusted. You trusted him with about $150,000, Eve pointed out. That's business. Just the price of doing business. He waved that away, then settled his hands on his knees. And he came to me. He said he wanted to develop a game and was working on some new technology but needed backing. Normally, I'd have dismissed him, but he was persuasive, and the idea was interesting, so I gave him a few thousand to continue the work, and a bit more shortly after, as I confess I was caught up. I should have known better, of course, but poor judgment's no crime. Then, after I'd invested considerable time and money, he told me he'd stolen the data from Uplay. On a huff of breath, Duvaughn poured a second martini and remembered the olives. I was shocked, outraged, threatened to turn him in, but he blackmailed me. I'd paid him, you see, so it would look as if I'd hired him to access the information. I continued to pay him. I didn't know what else to do. Eve sat for a moment. Do you buy any of that, Peabody? No, sir, not a word. Obviously stunned, he lowered the glass. You'd believe a common criminal over me? In this case, Eve considered. Oh, yeah. You're not naive, Duvaughn, not like your very nice wife. And you wouldn't take a big chunk of cash out of your own pocket to help some struggling programmer develop a game. You hired Dubrovsky, and you paid him to do exactly what he did. Use some silly sap to feed him the data you wanted. You bring the game and the technology to your company, which is downsizing rapidly. You get to be the hero. Your investment pays off several hundred times. The only hitch to pulling it off? Bart Minnock. I'm not a murderer! Duvaughn downed half the second martini before slapping the glass down. If Dubrovsky killed that man, he did it on his own. I had nothing to do with it. You just paid him to steal? It's business, Duvaughn insisted. It's just business. My company's in some trouble, that's true. We need an infusion, some fresh ideas, a boost in the market. When information comes my way, I use it. That's good business. It's the way of the industry. It's very competitive. When you pay someone to steal and/or transfer proprietary information, it's called theft. And guess what? You go to jail. And if that theft is linked to murder, you get the bonus prize of accessory thereto. This is insane! I'm a businessman doing my job. I'd never hurt anyone or have a part in it. Stealing the results of someone else's sweat hurts. And we'll see what we add to that before we're done. You can call that lawyer on the way downtown. Lane Devaughn, you're under arrest for the solicitation of theft of proprietary information. and for the receipt of same for conspiracy to commit corporate espionage. Cuff him, Peabody. No, please, please. My wife. You have to let me explain to my wife. Let me tell her I'm going with you to help with your investigation. Please, I don't want to upset her. Call her down. Tell her whatever you want. But she's going to find out when she has to post bail. If you get it. She hadn't done it for him, Eve thought, as she let Peabody handle the booking. She'd done it to give his wife a little more time to adjust to the coming change. Duvaughn could talk with his lawyer, could try to wheedle, but there was no way they'd have a bail hearing until morning. She'd see what he had to say after a night in a cell. In her office, she tagged Rourke to let him know she was back, then wrote and filed her report. While waiting for him, she did what she hadn't had time to do all day. She started her murder board. When it was done, she sat, put her feet on the desk, sipped coffee, and studied it. Bart Minnock, his pleasant face, slightly goofy smile, rode beside the grisly shots from the crime scene, the stills from the morgue, and the people she knew connected to him. His friends and partners, his girlfriend, the sad sack Roland, Dubrowski, Duvaughn. She scanned the list of employees, of accounts, the financial data, the timeline as she knew it, and the sweeper's reports. Competition, she thought. Business, ego, money, 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 passion, naivete, security, games. Games equaled big business, big egos, big money, big passions, and the development thereof, big security. Somewhere along the line that security had failed, and one or more of the other elements snuck through to kill Minnock. "I heard you made an arrest," Rourke said from behind her. "Not on the murder, not yet. But it may connect. They'll push this project through, this game, without him. Not just because it's what they do, but because they wouldn't want to let him down. Yes, it'll be bumpier, and there may be a delay, but they'll push it through. Then what's the point of killing him?" She shook her head, dropped her feet back to the floor. "Let's go take a walk through the scene." Chapter 6. She let Rourke drive so she could continue to work on her notes, determine who among those interviewed needed a second pass and who she still needed to contact. "I've got a buzz out to his lawyer. On vacation. She's cutting it short, and I'm meeting with her in the morning." "She was a friend," Eve added. "She seems inclined to give me whatever I need, and already outlined some basic terms of his partnership agreement and will. Nearly everything goes to his parents, but his share of Uplay is to be divided among the 3 remaining partners. It's a chunk." "Are you thinking one or more of them decided to eliminate him so they'd have a bigger slice of the pie?" "Can't write it off. But sometimes money isn't the whole deal." Money, she thought, was often the easiest button to push, but not the only button. Sometimes it's not even in the deal. Still, I can't write it off. "You said they'd probably have some bumps and some delay in getting this new game out, but they're going to reap a whirlwind of publicity, so it seems to me when it hits, it'll hit big. Would that be your take?" "It would, and it will. Even though we have a similar game and system about to launch, it's a considerable leap in gaming tech, and they'll have a lot of media focused on them due to Bart's death and the method. It'll give them a push. But for the long haul, losing him is a serious blow." "Yeah, but some don't think long haul. And conversely, from a competitive standpoint, if you cut off the head, literally and figuratively, you're banking that the delay's long enough to give you time to beat the jump. They may be partners and all bright lights, but Bart was the head. That's how it strikes me." I'd agree. And if it's business, it feels more like competition than any sort of bid for splashy media attention. I can't see that, Eve. Maybe not, she thought, but it was a byproduct. What do you know about game weapons? The toys used in a game, vid props, replicas, collector's items. They can be and are intriguing, and certainly can command stiff prices, particularly at auction. You collect. She shifted to study his profile. But you mostly collect real. Primarily, yes. Still, it's an area of interest for anyone in the field or serious about gaming. Game weapons run from the basic and simple to the intricate and complex, and everything between. They can and do add an element of immediacy and realism, a hands-on. He glanced at her. You enjoy weapons. I like knowing I've got one. One that does what it needs to do when I need it to do it. You've played the games. You're a competitive soul. What's the point of playing if winning isn't the goal? We stand on the same side there. But a game's still a game, she pointed out. A toy's a toy. I don't understand the compulsion to live the fantasy, to outfit your office like the command center of some fictional starship. Well, for the fun or the escape, though no doubt some take it too far. We should go to an auction sometime, just so you can experience it. Gaming and the collecting that's attached to it, it's an interesting world. I like toys, she shrugged. What I don't get is why anyone would spend millions on some play sword wielded by some play warrior in a vid or interactive. Some might say the same about art. It's all a matter of interest. In any case, some pieces of interest to collectors would be based on those vid props and used in various games or simply displayed. Depending on the accessibility, the age, the use, the base, they can be valuable to collectors. We routinely issue special limited editions of some weapons and accessories just for that reason. How about an electrified sword? He braked for a red light, then smiled at her. You'd have your fire sword, your charged by lightning, your stunner sword, and so on. They'd give off a light show, appropriate sound effects, glow, sizzle, vibrate, that sort of thing. But no game prop would do more than give an opponent a bit of a buzz. They're harmless. You could doctor one? I could, and bottom out its value on any legitimate market. There are regulations, Eve, safety requirements, and very strict ones. You'd never get anything capable of being turned into an actual weapon through screening. It wasn't a game prop that killed Bart. A replica, then, made specifically for the purpose. A killing blade that carries enough of an electric current to burn. He cruised through the green, said nothing for a moment, as he swung toward the curb in front of Bart's building. Is that what did him? That's what we have at this point. She got out after Rourke parked. That tells me it wasn't enough to kill. There had to be gamesmanship, too. It had to be fun or exciting for the killer. Whoever did it had to be part of it, part of the game, and he played to win. I have to figure out what he took home as his prize. Lieutenant! The doorman stepped away from his post. Is there any progress? Do you know who killed Bart, Mr. Minnock? The investigation's ongoing. We're pursuing all leads. Has anyone tried to gain access to his apartment? No. No one's been up there since your people left. He was a nice guy. Hardly older than my son. You were on duty when he got home yesterday. It had all been asked before, she knew, but sometimes details shook out in the repetition. How was his mood? He was whistling, grinning. I remember how it made me grin right back. He looked so damn happy. And no one came in after him or before him who might have access to his apartment? No one.
Quiet yesterday. You remember the weather we had? People stayed in, mostly, if they didn't have to go anywhere. Hardly anyone in or out all day, and I knew all of them. Did he have any trouble with anyone in the building? Any complaints? He was a friendly guy, easygoing, but maybe a little shy, a little quiet. I never heard him complain about anybody or anybody complain about him. She shifted angles. Maybe he was particularly friendly with one of the other tenants. Well, the kids, sure. And there, she thought, a new detail. What kids? The Singh kids and the Trevor boy. We don't have a lot of kids in the building. Couple of teenage girls, but they're not so into the game scene. But the younger boys, they were big for Bart. Is that so? Yeah, he let them come up and play now and then. Said they were his market research. Gave them some demos here and there. Passed them new games before they hit the stores. Were the parents okay with that? Sure. He wouldn't have done it otherwise. In fact, Dr. Singh joined in sometimes. He's more into strategy games and like that than the action stuff the kids like. Those kids are taking it hard, really hard, since the news got out. Well, the Singh kids. The Trevors are on vacation, so I don't know if they heard about it. What's the Singh's apartment? They're in 510, if you want the main. It's a nice 2-level job. The whole family's up there now if you want to talk to 'em. I can buzz up, let 'em know. Why don't you do that? After, we'll be working in Mr. Minnock's for a while. It's good you're keeping on it. That's good. Whoever hurt that boy? His lips thinned as he looked away. Well, I can't even say what I think about it. We get fired for that kind of language. Rourke keyed up his PPC as they got in the elevator. Singh, Dr. David, neurologist. His wife's a pediatric surgeon. Susan. Boys, Stephen and Michael, ages 10 and 8 respectively. Married 12 years. Both graduated from Harvard Medical School, and both are attendings at Mount Sinai. No criminal on either. Since when do you access criminal records on that? Since I consult with my lovely wife. Rourke slipped the PPC back in his pocket. I've got a guy in a cage right now for accessing proprietary information. Rourke merely smiled, held his hands out, wrists up. Want to take me in, darling? The elevator doors opened and spared her from an answer. I just want to look, a sense. Maybe the whole deal was some sort of accident. Everybody's playing, having fun, until somebody gets their head chopped off. And a couple of kids clean up after themselves, reset the security, reprogram a very sophisticated droid? No, but they have really smart parents. I assume smart, given the Harvard Medical. It's not likely, but you can't write it off, Rourke finished, and pressed the bell for 510 himself. Try to look like Peabody. Sorry? Serious, official, yet approachable. You forgot adorable. Peabody is not adorable. She is from my perspective. Besides, I was talking about me. She barely smothered the laugh before the door opened. David Singh wore jeans and a spotless white shirt. In her boots, Eve had an inch on him, and his weary eyes skimmed from her to Rourke. He spoke with a precision that told her English wasn't his first language, but he'd learned it very well. You're the police. I'm David Singh. Please come in. There were touches of his Asian heritage in the decor. The pretty colors, the collection of carved dragons, the pattern of the silk throws. He ushered them to a bright blue sofa that showed both care and wear. We'll have tea, he said. My son's nanny is preparing it. She stayed late this evening, as our children are very upset by what happened to our friend. Please sit. Tell me how I might help you.
He hadn't asked for ID, but Eve took out her badge. "I'm Lieutenant Dallas. I'm primary investigator in the matter of Bart Minnock's murder." "Yes," Jackie explained when he called up. "And I recognize you, both of you. We heard of Bart's death this afternoon, and my wife and I took leave immediately. We didn't want our sons to hear of it before we could speak with them, prepare them. Ah, here is our tea. Min, this is Lieutenant Dallas and Rourke." The woman who rolled in the tray was tiny, and hadn't seen 70 for a number of years. She bowed slightly, then spoke in a quiet voice in a language Eve didn't understand. Then she laid a hand on Singh's shoulder in a gesture that spoke clearly of a long and deep connection. "I'll pour, Min." He reached up, gave the hand on his shoulder a light squeeze. "Go, put your feet up a while." He added something in their native language. The woman kissed the top of his head, then left them. "Min was my nanny when I was a boy. Now she helps take care of our boys." He poured pale gold tea into handleless cups. "My wife is upstairs with the children. We can speak freely." "It would be helpful to speak to your wife and your sons." "Yes, they'll come down shortly. I thought, if you needed to give any details. I hope you can spare the children some of it. They're very young, and they were very fond of Bart." She wished briefly for Peabody. Peabody was better than she was with kids. Well, anybody was, she decided. And considered Rourke. "We'll be as sensitive as possible with your children, Dr. Singh. They understand death as well as a child can. Their parents are doctors, after all. But it's difficult for them, for any of us to understand how their friend could be upstairs one day and gone the next. Can you tell me if there are plans for any sort of service? I think attending would be helpful for them." "I don't have that information at this time, but I'll see that you get the details when I do." "Thank you. I understand you're very busy. I'll get my family." When he left the room, Eve shifted to Rourke. "I think you should talk to the kids." "Funny, I don't. They're boys. They'd probably relate better to you." Face placid, body at ease, he sampled the tea. "Coward? Yes, but that doesn't mean I'm not right. Besides, I'm primary. I get to call the shots." He smiled at her. "I'm just a civilian." "Since when?" she retorted. "Try the tea. It's very nice." "I'll show you what you can do with the tea." But she postponed the demonstration as she watched the Singh family come in. The woman had the dark skin, the ice-edged cheekbones and regal bearing of an African princess. She must have topped out at 6 feet, and she carried it on a lush and admirable body. She and her husband flanked the boys, a hand on each shoulder indicating a united front. Eve didn't know much about kids, but she was pretty sure she was looking at 2 of the most beautiful examples of the species. They had their father's black, almond-shaped eyes, their mother's cheekbones, and skin of an indescribable tone that somehow blended their parents to golden, glowing perfection. The boys held hands, a gesture that gave her heart one hard wrench. Beside her, she heard Rourke sigh and understood. Such youth, such beauty should never have to face the senseless violence of murder. "My wife, Susan, and our sons, Stephen and Michael." "Lieutenant, sir, you're here to help Bart." Susan stroked a hand gently up and down Stephen's back. "Yes, thank you for your time." Eve braced herself, looked at the children. I'm very sorry you lost your friend."
"The police find the bad people," the younger boy Michael said, "and arrest them. Then they go to jail."
Someone, she thought, had given the kids the basic pecking order. That's right. Sometimes they don't. Stephen's jaw tightened. Sometimes they don't find them and arrest them, and sometimes when they do, they don't go to jail. And the reality. That's right, too. Lieutenant Dallas always finds the bad people, Rourke told the boy, because she never stops looking. She never stops looking, because even though she didn't know Bart before, he's her friend now, too. How can she be his friend if she didn't know him? Because after he died, she went to him and looked at him and promised him her help. That's what friends do. They help.
"He helped me with compuscience for school," Michael piped up. "And he let us play his games and let us have fizzies."
He slanted a look at his mother. She smiled. "It's all right." "We're not supposed to have too many fizzies," Michael explained. "They're not really good for you."
"How do you catch the bad people? Don't they hide and run away?"
Okay, Eve decided she could handle this. They try to. You might be able to help me find them. You need clues. Sure. Sometimes I get clues by talking to people. So why don't you tell me about the last time you saw Bart?
"It wasn't yesterday, or the day before, but the day before that."
Michael looked at his brother for verification.
"It was raining a lot, so we couldn't go to the park after our music lesson. We got to go up to Bart's and be a test study."
"What did you test?"
"Bases loaded," Stephen told her. "The new version that's not even out yet. It's total, and almost as good as playing in the park for real."
"Was anyone else there?"
"It was just us, until Min came to get us. And Bart talked her into playing Scrabble before we left. She won. She always wins Scrabble."
"Maybe he talked to someone on the link."
"No, ma'am, he didn't. Oh, but Leia was there. I forgot."
"The droid."
"She made snacks. Healthy snacks,"
Michael added with another glance at his mother.
"Sort of healthy."
"Did he show you any other new games? Something else that isn't out yet?"
"Not that day."
"How about fantastical?" Both boys angled their heads.
"What is it?"
Stephen asked. "It sounds like a magic game. Link likes magic games especially." "Link Trevor," Singh supplied. "He's a friend of the boys and lives in the building. He and his family are on vacation."
"They've been gone forever,"
Michael complained. "Less than 2 weeks." Susan glanced at Eve. "They'll be gone a month altogether."
"When he gets back, and before school starts, we're going to have a party, if it's okay," Stephen added. "Bart said we'd all get together. Link, and Bart's friends from work, and there'd be a brand new game, the best game ever. We'll all get to play and—"
"But we can't. We won't. Because Bart's dead now. I forgot. Bart's dead." "You're helping me help him right now," Eve told him as the boy's eyes swam.
"How?"
"By talking to me. Did he tell you anything about the new game? The best game?"
"He said you got to be anyone or anything you wanted. Imagine your reality and go beyond. That's what he said. I remember because it made me laugh. It sounds funny."
Even Bart couldn't resist leaking a little of the project. Eve paused outside the crime scene apartment before breaking the seal. Only a couple of kids who really didn't process any more than party and new game. But if he said something to them, he may have said something to someone who'd process a lot more. Killing him didn't get them the game, Rourke pointed out. We can't be sure of that. We can't know what he may or may not have told his killer. Dubrovsky used sex to get data. The killer may have used the same or some other type of seduction. Praise, interest, financial backing. It goes back to the game, she said as she closed and locked the door behind them. It has to. She stood a moment, taking in the living area, trying to see it through the victim's eyes. However smart he is, he's simple. The colors in here, throughout the place, stimulating, sure, but simple. Primary colors. Game and vid posters for art, reflecting his taste. What he likes, what he's comfortable with. Every room set up for games. He's loyal, but that's also a simplicity. You make friends, you keep friends. Playmates become workmates, and you know them, understand them. Again, relate, and it's comfortable. His current girlfriend, very comfortable relationship there, too. No drama, no kink, just a nice girl hanging with a nice boy. Relatively new friends? Kids in the building. They're simple, too. A kid's gonna play as long as you let him play. He's not gonna want a fancy meal when pizza's on the menu. He gets kids because a big part of him still is one. I've nothing to argue about so far. Rourke watched her wander the room. Kids, unless you or me, are generally pretty trusting. He's got good security. He's not a fool. But he brings home a developmental disk without logging it out. Their big project, and he carries a copy home. Where, again, sure, he's got good security, but what if he got mugged on the street, hit by a maxi bus, had his pocket picked? He doesn't think of that because he's simple, and because he wants to play the game. In his own place. His game. So, she walked back to the door. He comes home a little earlier than usual. He can't wait. The doorman's not lying, so he came in alone. EDD reports that his droid's programmed to bring him a fizzy when he comes in, remind him of any appointments or events. The memory log confirms that behavior and the ordered shutdown. He drinks his fizzy, and the timing of the shutdown and the holo login indicates he went almost directly into the holo room. Droid's log has it suggesting he changed his shoes. They were wet from walking home in the rain. But he didn't. Security logs at the entrance show him wearing the same pair he died in. Young, Rourke commented, eager to play. Not much thought about damp shoes. Yeah. She shook her head as they started up. Maybe someone was already here. Maybe he let someone in after the shutdown, before he went up. Someone he knew and trusted, Rourke prompted. No sign of struggle. No defensive wounds, except for arm gash. No chemicals in his system, no evidence of restraints. Maybe they freaking hypnotized him, but otherwise, he went into the holo room with his killer. A playmate. Not a pint-sized one. Neither of those Singh kids could cover this. So you can write them off. If they'd been here, and there'd been an accident, they'd have spilled it. She thought of those dark, liquid eyes again. The simplicity, the innocence. The younger one spilled about the fizzies. You could say, gee, that's cute, but what it is under it is honest. Still, possibly an accident with someone not as simple or honest as a couple of kids. They're a lovely family. Her gaze tracked as they continued on, as she looked for anything out of place, anything she might have missed before. I don't know why it always surprises me to see that sort of thing. Maybe I don't generally interview lovely families, steady ones. My impression is Bart came from the same. Maybe it's a disadvantage in its own way. What way would that be? You can end up too simple and too trusting. She glanced at him. That's sure not our problem. The cop and the criminal? He laid a stroke down her back. I'd wager there's a good many of those from steady families as well. Is that what worries you, Eve, about starting one of our own? Not time yet, he added, helplessly amused by the quick panic in those canny cops' eyes. But when it is that your worry? We'll either raise cops, criminals, or the too trusting? I don't have a clue. But just for instance, who'll remember to say, no more fizzies? What if I want one? Or no pizza for dinner again, when, come on, why the hell not? It's another endless set of rules to learn. I haven't worked my way through the marriage rules yet. And yet here we are. He lowered his head to kiss her lightly. I think there's a lot of on-the-job training involved in raising children. That's fine when it's consenting adults, but it ought to be a lot more solid when there's one of those little squirmy things involved, like Mavis's Bella. Anyway, she'd let herself become distracted, and Bart deserved better. He goes in, alone or with a playmate. Alone doesn't make sense. His pocket link was still on him and shut off. Downtime corresponds to the hololog entry. He came in, shut down his comms so he wouldn't be disturbed. Or someone shut them down for him. But alone would mean someone came in after him, which means that person or persons circumvented the security not only on the building, but the apartment and this room. Blowing out of breath, she shook her head. It's too much work, too much trouble. If you're that good, you minimize the risks. And come in with him. He had to have company in here. Maybe he'd planned it that way, though there's nothing on any of his links or comps to show he intended to meet anyone. An impulse. Someone from work, from the building, someone he ran into on the way home. And still an outsider had to get by the doorman, unless they came in earlier, or accessed another opening in the building. Delivery entrance, roof, an empty apartment. We know at least one apartment's vacant with the Trevors on vacation. Probably others, or others just empty during the day. They'd have to expect Bart to come home in order to cross paths. Exactly, she agreed, which goes right back to someone from Uplay. All it takes is one tag. He's on his way. Get in, arrange to run into him, knock on the door a couple minutes after he's inside. Time to have him shut down the droid so he's got everything set for game time. Hey, how's it going? I was just in the neighborhood, thought I saw you come in. Bart's all whistling a tune happy, excited. He's nearly ready to launch his baby. Just wants to play with it first. Fine-tune. Here's someone he knows, another game player. It virtually has to be, or why bring them in? She paced the room, stopped, put her hands on her hips. I don't like it. Too loose, too many variables. She closed her eyes a moment, tried to see another angle. He takes the game disc, but doesn't log it. Or he did, and someone doctored the log. Either way, it's a work thing. Someone from work, someone involved in the project, maybe someone he wants along to help with specifics, but on the down low. They don't come in together, so maybe the killer arranges to meet him. I'll be right behind you sort of thing. Gives him a chance to get in another way, before or after Bart leaves. Before's better. Got a couple things to do first, so I'll meet you. Access on the sly, so nobody knows you're there. Disc's not logged out, and Bart's place is a short walking distance from the warehouse. Busy place. Is anyone really going to notice if someone's gone for an hour? It could work. Complicated, she thought again, but doable. And didn't gamers prefer the complex? You're in, and the only person who knows you're in is going to be dead. And the weapon? Rourke asked. Big, shiny toy. Look what I've got. Just had to show you. Game's in, and they play because that's gotta be part of it. The competition, the game. It wasn't a goddamn accident. It was premeditated. Otherwise, there's no need to avoid coming in through security. No need to time it just so. Some sort of war fantasy, fight, sports, something to explain the minor bruising. Fight. Sword fight? Knights in shining freaking armor or warlords or whatever the fucking hell boys play. She circled the room, trying to see it, to get some sort of picture in her head. Maybe Bart's getting the upper hand, racking up points. That just pisses you off, helps wind you up for the kill. Give him a taste first, or maybe you just missed. First blood with that arm wound. See the shock on his face. Smell the blood. It's like copper on the back of the throat. Then one vicious swing, and it's done. End of game. The blood's real, though. So much of it now, that copper taste is too strong. Clean up, change clothes, stuff the bloody ones in a bag. Get out the same way you got in. And leave the game disc behind? If he knew Bart well enough to get in, he knew him well enough to know the security. Anybody tries to eject without all the codes, it self-destructs. It's just a copy. It's not about the disc. It's about the whole. The game, the company, the man, everything. Because to do what was done here, you were very, very pissed off. Passion, she murmured. Passion and ego more than money, I think. Money'll play a part. It nearly always does. But it's not leading this charge. She held up a hand as a new thought emerged. He brought the disc home. 5-minute walk. I bet it's not the first time. Did EDD download the full log? It goes back to the beginning of the year. It's archived prior. I only glanced at it, as we're working on getting into his comps and trying to piece together what we can from the disc. And don't hope for much there. It's hardly more than ashes. But the log may give us a pattern. That, the building's security disks, and the security disks and logs from Uplay. It's going to be a long night, Rourke predicted. Chapter 7. On the way home, she checked in with members of the team, logged the updates. She sent copies of all reports to her commander, then requested a consult with Mira for the next day. 2 arrests today, she said, thinking of Duvon and Dubrowski. Both deserved the cage time, but neither of them killed my Vic. Someone closer than that. Someone more fun. She remembered Peabody's angle. These conventions, cons, where people get all dressed up in weird outfits, play games, have contests, take seminars. I bet you'd meet a lot of fun people at those, if that's what you're into. Shared interests, like minds. That's what you're after. And the weapons. Fancy magic sword. Maybe it was a bribe, or some sort of payment. Let me play the game. Let me be, what did Bart call it with the Sing Kids? Your test study, and you can have the sword. Most auctions and shops have records of that sort of sale. I can try to find it. Rourke maneuvered around a maxi bus, threaded the needle between a couple of rapid cabs, while evening traffic spurted, snarled, or stalled. But it's just as likely it was private and no record exists. Worth a shot. Tie the sale to someone at Uplay. Someone he met at a con, and maybe hired. For the warehouse spot, for consulting. Someone he used before in test studies. She stared out the window where the warmth had tourists flooding the sidewalks. But she saw a secured hollow room where her victim died in shoes wet from a whistling walk in the rain. He knew his killer, she stated, or whoever set him up for the kill. She thought of Duvon again as they drove through the gates of home. Not in the killing sense, but in taste, in scope. The steel and glass box, she thought, so cold, so hard, so desperately trendy. And here was Rourke's taste and scope in the strong and graceful lines of home, the towers and turrets adding a little fancy, the streams and rivers of flowers, the warmth and color. Yet the man who'd built it had lived in the cold and the hard for so long, as she had. When given the choice, he'd taken the strong and the warm, and, in turn, had given them to her. "We should eat." He turned to look at her as he stopped the car. "Now you're stepping on my lines." "You could start the search for the weapon, and I'll put something together." "Will you now?" She couldn't really fault his skepticism. "I won't program pizza." He got out of the car, waited for her, took her hand. "What's the occasion?" "You have good taste in houses. I have good taste in all manner of things, especially wives." He lifted her hand to his lips as they walked up the steps and into the house. She gave Somerset a good long study as he stood exactly where she'd expected, like a harbinger of doom in the foyer with the chub of cat at his feet. "I saw your evil twin today," she told him. "Wait, you're the evil twin. I think he has the same tailor, too. I am funereal." "Well, that was clever," Rourke said, and pinched the hand he'd just kissed. "We'll be eating upstairs tonight," he told Somerset. "Hardly breaking news. There's some very nice grilled swordfish if the pair of you choose to eat like adults." "Swordfish," Eve considered. "Might be lucky, considering." "You didn't have to pinch me," she added as they continued up, and the cat, his mind very likely on food, raced ahead of them. "I really did see his evil twin today. You can ask Peabody, of the droid variety. And it had one of those fake-sounding upper-class Brit accents, but it was a ringer. I bet you could buy it cheap if you ever want to replace doer with droid." "You're asking for another pinch." Probably a bad idea, about the switch. As much as I hate to say it, I think the droid's worse. "Did Somerset ever tell you not to drink too many fizzies because they're not really good for you?" "Possibly." "Probably," Rourke said as they turned into the bedroom. "I want to change out of this suit." "And while he was doing that, he taught you how to steal." "I already knew how to steal. He taught me how to steal with a bit more finesse." "Dinner," he said, as she shed her own jacket. "And if it's the swordfish, open a 57 Lautrec. It should be a nice compliment." "No pointers," she told him, and changed her boots for skids. "Otherwise it doesn't count in my column." She strolled out, still wearing her weapon harness, which he assumed she'd forgotten she had on, as it was as much a part of her as the shallow dent in her chin. Wanting the ease and comfort, he changed into jeans and a T-shirt before making the link calls he preferred to address in private. There had been too many eyes and ears on him throughout the day, he thought now. Cops' eyes, cops' ears. They might have been his wife's, his friends', but there were some matters easier done without the weight of the law on his shoulders. Eve's law, he thought, could be particularly heavy at times. So he programmed a series of runs, scans, and searches by remote before continuing on to his office, which intersected with hers. He could hear her talking to the cat, ordering her computer to run a variety of probabilities, then her movements around the room. Setting up her murder board, he concluded, while he programmed searches from different angles and apexes for a sword that may or may not exist. A fairly typical evening for them, Rourke supposed, and he had no complaints. He would have to devote several hours of what might have been free time to his own business due to the interruption of the day, and likely days more. But he liked his work, so that wasn't a true sacrifice. In any case, the interruption had been his call, his choice. The boy had sparked something in him in life, all that enthusiasm and discovery, and the boy had touched something in him in death, the waste, the cruelty of the waste. It had touched deep because Bart had trusted him, a competitor, and one with the means and experience to betray that trust and crush a young company like a hatching egg under a boot. Perhaps that explained why he felt obliged to help find out who'd do so, not to the company, but to the boy himself. Eve had called Bart simple, Rourke recalled. He wasn't sure he agreed entirely, but certainly Bart had been uncomplicated, open, eager, honest, brilliant, and making a mark doing what he loved with people he loved. Life should be so uncomplicated for everyone, Rourke thought. Maybe, at the base of it, Bart had sparked something in him due to their differences rather than their similarities. No one, Rourke admitted, would ever consider him open or honest. And he'd never, even as a boy, held that fresh eagerness or casual brilliance. Still, he'd made his mark, while Bart had only begun to scratch the surface of his own potential. He left the search on auto and walked through the shared doorway to see Eve finishing her murder board. As they often did, he thought, they'd have the dead as company for dinner. The cat watched her, sprawled over the back of her sleep chair like a fat, furry blanket. Galahad switched his tail as a casual wave of greeting as Rourke crossed over. He ran a hand over the cat, head to switching tail, and got a low, murmuring purr in response. "You took a while, so I figured I'd set up. I already fed the cat," she added. "Don't let him tell you different." Rourke picked up the wine she'd set on the table by the window. She'd taken his advice there, and poured 2 glasses. "The searches are running." He lifted one of the hot lids and noted she'd chosen the swordfish, married it with asparagus and fries. "The fries are a compromise since I'm eating fish." She turned from the completed board to take the wine he offered. "I thought about making yours with one of the rice deals you seem to like for no good reason I can think of, but then it's more like going out to a restaurant than fixing a meal at home. So you get what I get." "You have the oddest thought patterns at times." Because what she'd done, how and why she'd done it, chased off some of the shadows. He touched his glass to hers. "It looks good." "It ought to. I slaved over a cool auto chef for a full 5 minutes." She sat, smiled at him. "Why does a fish have a sword?" "Is this a riddle?" "No, it's a question." "Do they do the on guard touche thing, or just go around stabbing unarmed fish because they can?" "Maybe they do battle with the hammerheads." "Sword's got a longer reach than a hammer, but a hammer could break a sword. It might be interesting, but I think it's stupid to bring a hammer to a sword fight, unless it's all you've got. Use whatever weapon comes to hand, and anything that comes to hand is a potential weapon." "Yeah." If Bart was gaming a sword fight, he wouldn't have brought a hammer. Easier, Rourke realized, to consider the details of death than to sink into the philosophy of it. Depending on the game, the level, the programming, he might have had to earn his weapons. They can also be lost or broken, jammed, or simply run out of charge or ammunition, again, depending. "Did you ever play with him?" "A couple of times. We never did Hollow, as it generally takes more time and the facilities. But we played some VR and some straight comp. He was very good. Quick reflexes, and though he tended to take unnecessary risks, he made up for that with enthusiasm. But for the most part, we talked technology, the business, marketing. We only had contact a handful of times the past 2 or 3 years. Did you ever have him over here? No. I'm not as trusting. And there was never any reason or purpose to it. We didn't actively socialize, or have anything in common, really, but a common interest. He was very young, on several levels, and as many in their 20s do, he considered someone in their 30s as another generation. Jamie's younger, she pointed out, speaking of Feeney's godson and another E-whiz. He's been around a lot. You've worked with him. So have I. Bart was nothing like Jamie. He hadn't that edge, the street savvy, and certainly not any aspirations to turn his considerable E-skills toward a career in EDD. Jamie's the next thing to family. Rourke paused, sipped some wine. And does this conversation help you justify bringing me, a competitor of your victim, into the investigation as a consultant? I don't have to justify your participation, but it doesn't hurt, given the business interests, and the fact you told me you have a similar project under development, to keep it all open. It's always pleasant not to be a suspect. He watched irritation cross her face, and honestly couldn't say why he pushed that particular button. Look, from a strictly objective view, you could have smashed Uplay before it ever got off the ground, and at any point since then. They don't threaten you. Hell, you've got the hammer and the sword, plus a couple of blasters and a pocket full of boomers. If you want to take down a company, and effectively, its brain, you use money, strategy, and guile, not a magic sword. She stabbed a piece of fish. You have another perspective on the victim. Not a partner, not exactly a friend, not an enemy, and a competitor only in the most technical sense. So you add to my picture of him while laying out the basics and the extent of your association. That's a lot of explanation, he said mildly. Maybe. Then I suppose I should add my own, in the interest of full disclosure and openness. I've implemented 3-level runs on any of my people involved in the development of the Hollow Game project, and those on the fringes of it. Their associations, financials, communications. That's not your job. I disagree. They're my people, and I will be bloody well sure no one in my employ is involved in this, on any level, in any way. The Privacy Act be damned! And a hot thread of anger, he admitted, felt more comfortable than this inexplicable sorrow. Anyone employed by me, or seeking to be, is routinely screened, and signs a waiver. Not for a level 3. Not without cause. That's copper government level. Murder would be cause on my gauge. His tone was as crisp and chilly as the wine. It's a gray area. Your gray is broader and darker than mine. There are incentives attached to a project like this, bonuses that could be very lucrative. He stopped again, angled his head. Which you know very well already, as you've done or are doing your own level 3 on my people. It's my job. You might have told me. You might have trusted me enough to get the information for you. You might have told me, she countered, trusted me enough to do my job. Damn it, I didn't tell you because you had a personal attachment to the victim, and I didn't see the point in adding to the upset by telling you or asking you to get the data. What's your excuse? I don't need an excuse. They're my people. But the fact is, once I have the data and, whatever the results, pass it to you, you'd be able to contract or expand your suspect list. All you had to do was tell me. And the reverse holds just as true, so there's no point in you getting pissed off. I'm not pissed off, I'm aggravated. You're aggravated?
Consider, Eve, how aggravated I might be if it turns out that someone I trust, someone I pay, had anything whatsoever to do with that." He gestured to the board. "You can't be or feel responsible for every person who pulls a check from Rourke Industries." She threw up her hands. "It's half the fucking world." More than one hot thread of anger wound through him now. "Oh, yes, I bloody well can. And it's nothing to do with numbers and everything to do with being in charge. You are and feel exactly the same about every cop in your division, in the whole shaggin' department, come to that." She started to argue, then stopped, because he was right about that much. "Any data from your run has to coincide with mine, and officially come from mine, whether it clears your whole crew or somebody bobs to the surface." "I know how it works, Lieutenant. I'll just get back to it then, so you can have what you need and shift it back to your side of the line." "That was low," she mumbled as he walked out. "Maybe it was." She sat, brooding into her wine. She didn't know, exactly, why they were at odds. They were doing basically the same thing for basically the same reason. Basically. But he should have let her do it, or waited until she'd assigned him to do it. And that probably grated, the assign portion. Couldn't be helped. She was the LT. She was the primary. She gave the damn orders. Now she was passing aggravated and heading toward pissed, she realized. She'd just been trying to shield him a little. Wasn't that her job, too? She thought in disgust as she rose. Part of the marriage deal? So why were they fighting when she'd done her job? And now she had to do the damn dishes, which she'd fully intended to dump on him. She gathered them up as she scowled at the door he'd closed between their offices, and the red light above it that indicated he'd gone private. That was pattern, she thought as she carted the dishes into the kitchen. When he was seriously peeved, he walked away, closed up until he cooled off. Which was probably for the best, as it saved a serious bout. But it was aggravating. She wondered why two people who loved each other to the point of stupid managed to aggravate each other as often as they seemed to. She couldn't think about it now, she decided as she dumped the dishes in the washer. She had work to do. She programmed coffee and took it back to her desk. Since he was doing the runs, whether she wanted him to or not, she'd let that part slide for now. No point in doubling the work. Instead, she studied the probabilities she'd set up before dinner. With the available data, the computer calculated a more than 92% probability Bart Minnock had known his killer. It gave her just under 60 on premeditation, high 90s on the killer working in or involved in the gaming business, which dropped to middle 70s on personnel from Uplay. If it wasn't premeditated, how'd he manage to clean up and walk out without his clothes full of blood? Damn it. Had the killer taken some of Bart's clothes, she wondered? Take a shirt, take some pants. Bart wasn't in a position to complain. That increased the possibility of accidental or violent impulse. Need the weapon. Need to ID the weapon. Who owned it? She brought up Bart's financials again, scouring them for any sign of a major purchase from an individual or a vendor who might deal in gaming weapons. She cross-referenced the financials with the inventory list of weapons, toys, props found in his apartment and his office. Lightsaber. That's a kind of electrified sword. Not a blade, though. More like a tube? Not a broad, straight edge, not the weapon. She picked her way through Uplay's financial records. Steady, she thought. Gradual and healthy upticks since inception, with a lot of the profit rolled back in. That showed partners in for the long haul.
The four of them attended a lot of cons, individually or as a group, and sometimes sent other employees. The business picked up the freight and paid the hefty fee for display and demo space, often sponsored contests and events. A lot of money for that, she noted. Was that usual? Practical? Smart? She glanced toward the closed door. She'd just have to ask her expert consultant, Civilian, when he was in a better mood. Using the crime scene images, Morris's findings, the sweeper's reports, she programmed a reconstruction of the murder. Eyes narrowed. She watched the two comp images stand face to face, watched the sword slice down so the tip ripped open the victim's forearm, then swing up, back, before making the slightly downward and powerful beheading stroke. That had to hurt. The first gash. It had to hurt as well as shock. What does someone usually do when something hurts? When they've been cut? When they're bleeding? Why didn't you, Bart? She asked aloud. Why didn't you press your hand to the wound? No blood on your palm, and there would have been. It cut, it burned, it bled. But you don't attempt to staunch it, feel it. It's instinctive. But you couldn't if you had something in your hand, like the hilt of a sword. Couldn't if you tried to defend, or if the killing blow came too fast. She ran it again, changing variables, then dragged a hand through her hair. What was the game? Why would you play with a fake sword if your opponent had a real one? Because you didn't know. But you damn well should have. She rose, paced, then gave in and rapped a fist smartly on the closed door. It took a moment. Did he do that on purpose? Make her wait? Then the light flipped green and the door opened. I need to use the hollow room, she said. I need a game that approximates what Bart might have been into at the time of the murder. I need you to set it up and go through it with me. All right. I'll meet you there. I don't suppose you have a couple of swords of the non-lethal variety. Everything in the weapons room is authentic, so no. You'll have to make do with hollow weapons. Okay. She tried to think of something else, then simply shrugged and started to the hollow room. Rourke's was bigger than the ones in Bart's apartment. Big surprise, she thought sourly. It probably met or exceeded the specs of anything Rourke had in any of his R&D operations. But the size didn't matter. A hollow reconstruct of a murder that took place during a hollow game would give her a better feel, she hoped, for what had happened. What often led to why, and why to who. She walked around the large empty space, listening to her own footsteps echo. She wasn't much for games, not really. Training exercises, now that was different, and she found the hollow room handy there. More than once, Rourke had used it to take her somewhere fantastic. A rainy night in Paris, a drifting boat on an empty sea. Romantic, seductive. Well, the hollow was handy there too, though at the moment she doubted either of them felt particularly romantic. He came in with a disc. You're still wearing your weapon. She'd forgotten, and now stripped off the harness to lay it and the weapon by the door. You wanted something close to you plays fantastical. We've been dissecting what we have of it in EDD, but I don't have the data or components here. It seemed a gray area to bring any of that home to continue the work here. Agreed. But I have our most current version of our game. No title, as titles can leak. It's Program HC84-K. You have that at home? Isn't that shaky security? First, someone would have to know it's here, then get through house security into my private office and find the vault, get through that security, then get through the passcodes and fail-safes on the disk. If they managed all that, they're likely good enough to have developed this themselves. He slid it into a slot as he spoke, used both palm plates and retinal scan, added a voice command, and several manual ones. In any case, he continued, it's something I've been fine-tuning myself, and I prefer to do that here. So... He stepped back, studied her. You want sword play, but you don't know the era, the setting, the mode, or the goal. We haven't managed to get anything off the disk Bart used to give you any of that. You'll have to pick. I don't know. Sword fight. Not foils, she added. Broad blade, strong, straight. Broadsword. He tilted his head, smiled a little. Don't put me in some dumbass girl costume. She jabbed a finger at him. I mean it. I'm not doing this half-naked for your perverted amusement. A shame, but fair enough. Let's try a few. He went manual again. She suspected to keep his little game a secret until she was sucked in. The air shimmered, wavered, and in a moment she found herself standing in a shadowy forest, and dressed in some sort of ancient Asian garb. She had a sword in her hand and soft boots on her feet. When and where She broke off, eyes huge. While her thoughts were in English, her voice had come out in what she thought was Japanese. How the hell? Translator feature. Adds to the realism, he said in the same language. It's just slightly out of loop. We're working on that. No, it's too weird. I don't want to speak Japanese. All right, let's try another. With barely a shimmer this time, she stood on a green hill, her hair long and tied back. She wore, as Rourke did, some sort of leather top that hit mid-thigh and snug pants that slid into the tops of boots. She hesitated, then gave it another try. Okay, now we're... Gaelic. It's Gaelic, isn't it? I get the accent. Ireland. Tudor era. It smells green. And there's a hint of something earthy, smoky. Peat fires. All the sensory features have been enhanced. In the real-world scenarios, the language, the syntax, the clothing, well, every detail's been meticulously researched and replicated. There are any number of fantasy options already programmed in, or the players can program their own, either from an option menu or by going manual. There's no limit. Okay, frosty, because I'm hearing you speak Gaelic, but I'm processing English. Did Fantastical have this? I don't know, but tend to doubt it from the data we have, from their setup at the warehouse. We'll offer a cheaper version without the translator, but I project the translator feature, which will be steep, will be a main selling point. And there's the added educational aspect. Sure, educational. She tipped her head. I hear... She turned on the hill and let out a stunned breath. A battle raged in the valley below. Hundreds of warriors, horses, fires. She was pretty sure she was watching a castle being sacked. More scope than I've seen in Hollow before. More range. It's more like being in a vid. A really well-produced vid. That's only limited by your skill and imagination. The program will adjust. Follow your choices, your strategy. How do you stop it? By simply telling the program to halt, pause, or change. In a multiplayer game, doing so would cost that player points or result in disqualification. Yeah? She turned back to him, and didn't he look amazing with all that black hair blowing in the wind, in that scarred leather, and with a bright sword in his hand? I won't be calling time out. She lifted her sword. Let's play. Chapter 8. She set, planting her feet as she struck out. She heard the ring and clash as steel met steel, felt the force of it sing up her arm. They eyed each other over the deadly V. I take it you fancied we're enemies. More fun that way, she said, and spun back to return with another thrust. He blocked, then worked her back a few paces. That would depend. He feinted, struck right, right again, then left. She repelled, a kind of testing denial before thrusting forward to force him back. He swept up, under her guard, but she danced aside, then whirled, using the rotation to add speed and strength to the next attack. You've been practicing, he commented, while their blades whistled and sang. You too. Part of my job. His blade clashed and shimmered against hers. But you don't see many cops in sword fights. You never know. She knew him, knew he held back a bit, knew he was amused by the situation, and that gave her an advantage. Using it, she smiled at him. Sword's got weight. She gripped the hilt in both hands, as if to test it, and when he lowered his sword a fraction, charged in. She caught his shoulder, just a quick bite before he slapped her blade aside. And she saw blood well. Oh, Jesus! Oh, shit! I cut you! How? It's not real! He held up a hand before she could rush forward. They both knew he could have taken her down, ended the game in that moment of shock. Just part of the program. He inclined his head. Your point, Lieutenant. It could have happened that way. Something like that. Come on. She used her free hand, wiggling her fingers in challenge. Keep it going. It's your game. And I'd say that's enough of a warm-up. He came in hard, driving her back. She nearly lost her footing, felt the rush of displaced air and adrenaline as his blade whooshed by her face. This time, when she gripped the hilt in both hands, it was to gain the power necessary to repulse the attack. She felt the sting. Could have sworn she smelled her own blood when he scored a glancing blow on her hip. Your point. They circled each other, while in the valley below the battle raged on. Her sword arm ached from the weight, the effort. Her hip throbbed and sweat coated her skin. She could hear her own breath, wheezing a little now, and see the blood staining the torn leather on Rourke's shoulder. She was having the time of her life. She lifted the sword high over her head, point toward her opponent, and once again planted her feet. Tiebreaker. He smiled at her, baited her with the crook of his finger. Though her eyes narrowed, she wasn't so easily caught. She pivoted, spun, met his thrust with a downward arc, then swiped up and barely missed that compelling face. Sun eked through the clouds, shone on the biting blades as they whizzed, hacked, clashed. Her heart thundered in her chest, a drumbeat of battle pounding in the blood. The wind and his own rapid movements had his hair dancing around a face damp with sweat. She thought his eyes brighter, bolder than the blades. He gave no quarter. She wanted none. Thrust, strike, attack. Thrust, strike, defend. As they matched power against power, speed against guile, she felt the thrill of battle against a perfectly matched opponent. Once more their swords crossed, held. They stared at each other. Breath labored, sweat dripping. Screw the game, he said. Oh, yeah. They tossed their swords aside and leaped at each other. They rolled over the thick, coarse grass, mouths meeting, clashing as their blades had. Breathless, desperate, she gripped his hair, used her teeth. Her breath came short and harsh as she tugged and yanked at leather. How the hell do you get this off? How the devil do I know?
It's your game! Bloody hell! He rolled her over, shoved her face down in the grass to attack the laces. Bastards knotted like steel. Inspired, he yanked the dagger from his belt and sliced them free. He flung the dagger point down in the grass. Lowering to her, he gave himself the pleasure of her naked back, the lean length of it, the play of muscle under hot, smooth skin. When his hand passed over the wound in her hip, she flinched. "How's the hip?" "Hurts. Just enough to let me know I took a hit." She flipped over, reared up, pulling the dagger out of the ground. "Shoulder? I'll live." She smiled. "Better hold still, or I'll win by default." She sliced the dagger down the leather. Her eyes on his, she turned the blade. "Trust me?" He gripped her wrist, shoved her arm down until her fingers opened on the hilt. "No." With a laugh, she pulled him down to her. His mouth warred with hers, quick bites, sliding tongues, while their bodies, slick with sweat, stained with blood, moved over the rough grass. Smoke plumed from the valley below, and on its edges echoed the endless combat. It seemed apt, she thought. No matter how in tune she and Rourke might be, there was always another battle brewing under the calm. And always with it, always this need to take, to consume, to have, to be. Even now, in the midst of this violent fantasy, she wanted nothing more than his hands on her, than his body mated with hers. She rolled again, straddled him. His hands closed possessively over her breasts before he pushed up so his mouth could do the same. She tasted of the fight. Hot, damp, hints of leather, and under his hungry mouth her heart thundered. For him, as her body trembled, all that strength, all that will trembling, for him. That was his miracle, his greatest treasure. "Mine," he said, "my heart." And he felt the new thrill of hearing her answer him in the language of his blood. His hands tangled in her hair, the long, wild tumble of it, another new and oddly seductive sensation. He overbalanced, taking her down to her back with the swords crossed just above her head. Now, when he thrust, when she cried out, it was only in pleasure. Power met power again, and with it speed, while the new battle raged. When she closed around him, when she shuddered through her release, she dragged him with her through the violence and into the peace. She lay face up, the wind washing over her, the determined beams of sun pulsing red against her closed eyes. The grass, all those rough tufts, made her skin twitch, but it didn't seem like a good enough reason to move, particularly since Rourke lay beside her, nearly in the same position. The clanging of her heart in her ears had slowed and quieted enough so she could hear the continuing war in the valley below them. Apparently, the hillside had come to a truce. "Who won?" she asked. "Let's call it a draw." Seemed fair enough. "I guess we're still a little pissed at each other." "I thought it was aggravated." "Same thing. But between the fighting and the sex, I work most of mine off." "Then we'll call that a draw, too." What was the point in arguing about it, she asked herself. They'd just started all up again, and nothing would change what he did, who he was. Nothing would change what she did, who she was. Sometimes that middle ground between them was narrow and slippery. The trick was figuring out how to navigate it. "It's a good game," she told him. "Realistic, compelling, involving. We barely touched the surface." "This." She touched a hand to her hip, examined the smear on her palm.
It looked like blood, felt like it, smelled like it. Illusion. It involves sensory enhancement, the scan of your vitals, your physicality, the motions, reactions. What if you cut off a limb, or a head? End of game. Or in multiplayer, end for the player who lost the limb or head. I mean, would you actually feel it, see it? Not the human players. If you were playing the comp, a fantasy figure, and got that kind of hit on it, you'd see it. What about a droid? Well, you could program it to play against a droid. Same results. The droid is solid. Therefore, the game would treat it as it would a human. The weapons aren't real, Eve. They can't harm anyone. Which is what the Vic would have assumed, whether he played against a human, a droid, or a fantasy character. Just a game. But it wasn't. She continued to study the blood on her palm. I felt the hit. Not like a cut. Not like you just sliced me with a sword. I'd hardly have done so if you would have. But I got a jolt. Like an electric shock. Mild, but strong enough to let me know I'd taken a hit, and it throbbed when we fought. I was fighting wounded. Which would be the point. I get that, but the Vic had those burns. Up the voltage, you'd get burns. Not without direct contact. The game reads the hit, registers it, transmits it. Okay, but if somebody reprogrammed the game and used an actual weapon... She sat up, pushed her hair back, surprised and disconcerted by the length of it. It's different, your hair. His gaze ran over it. Interesting. It gets in the way. When he smiled, she ran a long, loose lock between her fingers. It feels real. If I tug it, I feel it, even though it's not really there. My weapon's over there. I can't see it, but it's there. It's real. So if his killer brought it in, like I did... Oh yeah, forgot. Sets it down in a specific place. He's only got to remember where it is, pick it up, use it. But why do all that? Why go through the motions of the game first? More sporting? Maybe. The bruises, the burns. If the game was sabotaged ahead of time, the levels bumped up beyond what they could be for code, for sale, that ups the competitive level too, doesn't it? And if the killer used a droid, he wouldn't have to be here. Alibis, none of them would matter with that angle. Talk Bart into testing the game at home with the droid. The droid would have to be sabotaged as well, or built and programmed off code. The weapon would register as real, as lethal, so it would have to be programmed either not to register the weapon as lethal or to discount it, then to clean up and reset the security. Some of that would involve computer use, and that should have alerted CompuGuard. You could do it. Yes, I could do it. But I have unregistered equipment and the privacy to do the work without sending out flags. EDD combed the warehouse. There's no unregistered equipment there, and none in Bart's apartment. Which only means, potentially, someone else had a copy of the disk and worked on it off-site. You know, this whole thing is showy. Show-offy, she added, and started to rise, and remembered she was naked, and her illusionary clothes torn and bloody. Let's shut this down. If we must. Game end. The hillside vanished. The sounds of war faded away. She watched the blood on her palm do the same. She picked up her shirt, studied the ragged tear down the back. There was no dagger, Rourke explained. So essentially, I tore the shirt you actually had on to remove the tunic you didn't. Different cause, different method, same result. That's what we've got here. Somehow. A mix of illusion and reality combined to murder. She held up the ruined shirt. Essentially, someone did this to Bart Minock. In the morning, because there seemed to be no point not to, she compared the results of her level 3 to Rourke's. There's nothing here that sends up any flags. Not on this investigation. No, he agreed, but continued to study the data on screen. Do you see something I don't? She asked. No, not as applies to this. I can't decide if I'm relieved or frustrated. Well, it would be easier if something had popped here, or on the runs I've done on Uplay employees. Duvon was the big pop at Sync, but he's just a cheat. She downed more coffee. Whoever did this is a lot more tech-savvy and creative than Duvon. From what we know of the victim, considerably more to have been able to get past his guards. I've got meets with the lawyer and with Mira today. Maybe that'll shake something loose. I've meetings of my own. I'll do what I can to work with EDD when I'm clear. I'm going to try another angle. The sword. I'm going to send Peabody and McNabb on that trail, figuring the team should include a geek and non-geek. McNabb can talk the talk and pass for a collector. There's what they call a mini-con in East Washington. We have a booth there. I can easily arrange to get them in. Fine, saves me the trouble. She crossed to the murder board, walked around it. I'll be talking to his 3 partners today. Individually this time. Long-time friends, suddenly turning murderous? She glanced over at him. People get aggravated. Rourke lifted an eyebrow. Should I worry about losing my head? Probably not. We tend to blow it off, fight it off, yell it off, so the aggravation or the serious piss doesn't dig in too deep. With other people, sometimes it festers. Maybe we've got a festerer here. These 3 have the means, the tech-savvy, the creativity. They had the Vic's trust and easy access to his home, his office. They've got motive, in as far as they'll benefit from his death by upping their share of the company, and opportunity as much as any. They loved each other. That's just one more motive. How many women and kids are in Dukas right now because someone loves them? She asked, referring to Rourke's abuse shelter. That's not love. The person doing the ass-kicking often thinks it is, believes it is. It's an illusion, like the game, but it feels real. A lot of nasty things grow out of love if it isn't tended right. Jealousy, hate, resentment, suspicion. A cynical and unfortunately accurate assessment. I love you. She managed a half laugh. That's kind of odd timing. He crossed to her, cupped her face in his hands. I love you, Eve. And however many mistakes either of us makes, I believe we'll do our best to tend it right. She lifted her hands to cover his. I know it. Anyway, anytime something nasty crops up, we end up burning it off with some serious mad before it roots. I wasn't even mad at you. Not really. I realize I'd hoped to find someone in that search, even if it was one of mine. It would be specific, you see, instead of this vague worry and wondering if I'd have a target. He glanced toward her murder board. I can't explain, even to myself, why his death strikes me, and where it does. He might have been you, if things had been different. He might have been you, she repeated, when Rourke shook his head. If you'd had a different scenario to play in childhood. Or some parts of you might have run along parts of him. We can both see it. So I guess that's why I went around you and you went around me. And why, when confronted with that choice, we both got aggravated. Watching her face, He ran his hands up and down her arms. It rings true enough, considering us. Considering us. We're okay. He rested his brow on hers. We're okay. Here's what you have to do. She eased him back so their eyes met. You have to stop asking yourself, if you'd done something different, said something else, pushed another button, if Bart would have come on board with you instead of starting his own company. And if he'd done that, he'd be alive. Life's not a program. I haven't been doing that. Very much, he qualified. But I could have pushed other buttons, said considerably more, and done quite a bit differently. I liked the idea of him striking out on his own, following that jagged path. So I didn't. And I know perfectly well none of this is on me, and now I can be relatively sure none of it's on any of mine. It doesn't give me that specific target, but it helps clear my head. Okay, head's clear. And since I know you're going to poke around on the magic sword angle whenever you get time today, make sure you let me know anything you come up with. I'll do that. I've got to go. Lawyers and shrinks and suspects. Oh, my. Her puzzled stare made him laugh and pull her to him for a cheerful kiss. Then just hold on to her for a moment more. Go on, then. Be a cop. I'll let you know if and when I can get away to work with Feeney. He'd find a way, she thought. He always did. She met Peabody in the offices of Felicity Lowenstein. The sharp-looking reception area, small, efficient, and done in reds, blacks, and silvers, was manned by a sharp-looking woman who, either by design or preference, matched the decor with her short silver hair, black suit, and large red fabric rose at the lapel. She took them straight back, no fuss, no waiting, past a small office, what looked to be a tidy law library, a closed door. The woman knocked briefly on the next door, then opened it. Lieutenant Dallas and Detective Peabody. Attorney Lowenstein rose from behind her desk. As she came around it, Eve noted that the woman had boosted her 5 feet of height with 3-inch scalpel-edged heels. She also wore black, with just a hint of white lace at the cross of her jacket. Her hair, rolled back in a smooth twist, was a dense brown with gilded streaks. She offered both Eve and Peabody a firm shake, then a chair. I appreciate you coming here. I've got everything I think you'll need or want. She paused, let out a breath. Let me give you some personal background. I met Bart in college, through Syl. Syl and I got to be friendly, and she decided she'd fix me up with Bart. Romantically? That was the idea. It didn't take. But Bart and I became friends. When we all established ourselves in New York, I became his attorney. I handled the partnership agreement, and I handled his estate. I don't do criminal law, but I dated an ADA once. She smiled, just a little, in a way that told Eve things hadn't taken there either. I know there's little you can or will tell me, but I have to ask. Do you have any leads? We're pursuing several avenues of investigation. That's what I figured you'd say. She sighed as she turned her gaze toward her window. We didn't hang out often anymore. Syl and I, or Bart and the others. Different directions, work, that kind of thing. But he was a good guy. A sweet guy. When was the last time you had contact with him? Only a few days ago, actually. He wanted to see about endowing a scholarship, or have the business do one, for the high school he, Syl, and Benny graduated from. We scheduled a meeting for next week. The 4 of them, me, and the financial advisor. We talked for a while, actually. Caught up, since it had been several months since we'd actually talked. He was seeing a woman, seriously. He seemed really happy. Did he speak to you about any projects? Work projects? No, not really. I'm not especially e-savvy. Certainly not on Bart's level, or the others. But I got the impression something was brewing. He was excited. Were the others on board about the scholarship? Absolutely. As far as I know, she qualified. They never did anything without all four agreeing. So he didn't seem concerned about anything or anyone? On the contrary, he seemed on top of the world. On top of the world, Eve said from the driver's seat. Happy-go-lucky. Doesn't seem like the type who ends up on a slab at the morgue with his head on a tray. He was rich, relatively successful, content, and in a competitive business, Peabody pointed out. Fertile ground for jealousy. Yeah, it is. She pulled out her link when it signaled. Read a text from Rourke. We're splitting off. I want you and McNabb to go to East Washington. There's a mini-con at the Potomac Hotel. Road trip! Peabody pumped her fists in the air. Before you break out the soy chips and go-cups, you're going as collectors. You're especially interested in swords. Undercover road trip! And now executed a quick happy dance. Jesus, Peabody, maintain some dignity. I've got to go home and change. I look too much like a cop. Eve surveyed the breezy summer pants, the cheerfully striped skids. You do? I've got just the thing. Things, Peabody corrected. I need a lot more sparkles, more color. Great. Go get those. Grab McNabb and take the first shuttle. Shuttle? Like one of Rourke's, right? No, like the shuttle regular people, including cops on undercover road trips, take. Peabody's acre of grin tumbled into a pouty, aw. I want buzz on Uplay, any underground data that might have leaked on this game, info on the sword or its type. And I want you to stay out of trouble. It all sounded like fun a minute ago. You want fun? Go to the circus. For now, get McNabb, go there. Pick up your con passes at Central Information. They're under your name. And I don't want to see any toys or games on your expense chit. What if we have to buy something to maintain our cover? Don't. Less and less fun all the time. Are we cleared for a hotel if we need to follow up a lead? Eve shot her a narrowed stare. It better be a damn good lead and a cheap hotel, or I take the expense out of your hide. If there's any rumors, innuendos, or hard data on this sword, a con's the place to find them. Really. If I didn't believe that, you wouldn't be going. She pulled over to the curb in front of Peabody's apartment. Go get your geek on. Check in when you get there. Don't screw up. Your level of confidence brings a tear of joy to my eye. You'll be bawling tears if you screw this up, Eve warned, and, dumping Peabody on the sidewalk, swung back into traffic. At Central, she went straight to homicide. No need to visit EDD, as Peabody would have tagged McNabb seconds after she hit the sidewalk. She'd go up, confer with Feeney after she had time to check in on her own division, and read through more thoroughly the files she'd gotten from the lawyer. She stepped in, stopped short when she saw her commander. Sir. Commander Whitney nodded, gestured toward her office. A moment of your time, Lieutenant. He was a big man who moved well, who still managed to move like a cop despite his years behind a desk. Command lined his dark, wide face and, she thought, had added the gray to his close-cropped hair. She stepped in behind him, closed the door. Can you spare me some of that coffee? Yes, sir. She programmed it for him. I have a meeting with Dr. Mira shortly to consult her on the Minnock investigation. So I read in your report. You've come from the victim's lawyer. Yes, sir. Another college friend. She's been very cooperative. I have the terms of his estate, will, partnership. It seems very straightforward. He nodded again, sat in her visitor's chair. Eve stayed on her feet.
"The circumstances are... bizarre is the word that comes to mind," he began,
and sipped coffee like a man sipping a very fine wine.
"And those circumstances are leaking to the media. Too many people knowing too much, and with the circumstances, very juicy fodder."
She glanced at her link, and the rapidly blinking light indicating numerous messages. "I don't believe we should issue anything but the standard media release at this time. Beyond bizarre, there are a number of lines and angles to deal with. We can't deny the beheading, but I believe it's necessary to keep as much of the rest as possible under wraps for now."
"Agreed. If the public gets the idea that this happened as a result of a game, we'd have panic. Every mother, son, and daughter in the city has a gaming system of some sort."
"I'm concentrating on identifying the weapon, or rather have Peabody and McNabb on that. I'm sending them to a games convention in East Washington today."
"You've made 2 arrests. We'll use that for now to keep things quiet. I've spoken with Captain Feeney. You'll have as much from EDD as you need, including civilian consultants."
He paused, sipped again.
"Rourke disclosed he knew the victim, and that his own company has a similar game under development."
"Yes, sir. I conducted a Level 3 on those employees connected to that R&D. I found nothing."
"Keep it documented, Dallas, and be sure Rourke has clear documentation of when and how this game of his has been developed."
"Yes, sir." He finished his coffee, set it aside.
"I'm not here to tell you how to do your job," he said, and rose, "but only to proceed cautiously and clearly where the personal overlaps."
"Understood, Commander. I can ask Rourke to turn over the documentation so that it's in our files."
"He's already done so, through Feeney."
Now Whitney inclined his head.
"He is consulting primarily with EDD, correct, Lieutenant?"
"Yes, sir. Yes, that would be proper procedure."
"I'll let you get back to work."
Alone, she stewed for a moment. It might have been proper procedure for Rourke to give Feeney the documentation, but he might have told her he'd done it. Of course, he would have told her if she'd asked. Or he probably assumed she'd known he would, or... Screw it. She couldn't stand here trying to decipher the workings of Rourke's brain when on this point she couldn't quite decipher her own. She gave it up and walked out to keep her appointment with Mira. Chapter 9. There was a certain ritual involved in Eve's consults with Mira. Mira would offer, and Eve would feel obliged to accept, a fancy cup of flowery tea. They both knew Eve preferred coffee, just as they both knew the tea represented Mira's calming influence, a break from the pressure, at least for that initial few moments. As Eve sat in one of Mira's blue scoop chairs, she noted, as usual, the office was efficient and female, like the woman who ruled it. Apparently, it didn't bother Mira in the least to discuss the criminal mind and the horrors inflicted on victims while photos of her family looked on. Maybe she chose calming colors in her decor and her wardrobe to counteract those horrors, and scattered those photos around to ground herself to her own reality. It occurred to her that she herself placed no photographs in her office. Not at Central, not at home. Maybe, she considered, they'd be a distraction from the work, or maybe she'd just find it disconcerting to be watched while she worked. Or, didn't matter, didn't apply. Such analyses and suppositions were Mira's territory. Eve needed the mind of the killer, needed to live inside it a while, and her own sparse, uncluttered style suited her. She considered her work outfit, one she'd chosen by simply grabbing what seemed easiest. Summer jacket, sleeveless tank, lightweight pants, boots. work and weather-related, period. But Mira went for a breezy suit, sort of like a peppermint, white with tiny flecks of candy pink. The flecks matched the shiny shoes with the skinny heels that set off Mira's very nice legs. She wore her glossy brown hair in flattering waves around her soft and pretty face, and added a little bit of glitter and shine in earrings, necklace, a fancy girl's wrist unit. Nothing overdone, Eve thought. At least not that her sense of style could discern. Everything just so. Just right. And, yeah, she admitted, calming. "You're quiet," Mira remarked, as she handed Eve the ritual fancy cup of flowery tea. "Sorry, I was thinking about wardrobe." Mira's eyes, blue and as soft and pretty as the rest of her, widened in both humor and surprise. "Really?" "As it applies to profession, or activity, or personality. I don't know." See, she told herself, thinking about personal choices, personal style, was distracting. "Peabody and McNabb are heading to D.C., a little undercover job at a game con," she continued. "She's all about needing to go home, shed what she thinks makes her look like a cop, for what she thinks will make her look like a game buff. I figure she's still pretty much gonna look like Peabody, because whatever she puts on came out of her closet, right? And she has it in there because she put it in there." "True, but there are different aspects to all of us, and often our choice of outfit for a particular occasion or duty reflects that aspect. You wouldn't wear what you're wearing now to accompany Rourke to a formal charity function, for instance, nor what you'd worn there, here at work." "I would if I was running late for the charity deal, or if I got tagged while I was at the deal to a scene." Eve shrugged. "But I get you. It'd be easier if we could wear whatever we want, wherever we want." And this from a woman who greatly respects rules. Society and fashion have them as well. Added to that, what we wear can put us in the mood for what we have to do. She thought of the costume the game had programmed for her. She had to admit, it put her in the mood to fight, and made the sword feel familiar and right in her hand. The victim's wardrobe didn't have a lot of variety. He had some formal stuff and more traditional business attire mixed in, but primarily he went casual. Jeans, cargos, khakis, tees, and sweaters. And a lot of that, the shirts, was logoed and printed with game and vid stuff. He lived in his work. You understand that. Not just what he did, but who he was, yeah. Everything I've got says he freaking loved it. He had toys and suvies all through his place, games and game systems everywhere. He must have been a happy man, to be able to do what he loved and what he excelled at every day, to make his living doing what made him the happiest, and with long-time friends. Happy, normal, nice. These are the kinds of words I'm getting in statements from people who knew him. Yes, it fits. He had a good life, and what appears to me to be a very normal and healthy one. He had a relationship, one that mattered, kept contact with his family, maintained his friendships, had enough ambition to work to see his company succeed and grow, but not so much as to exclude those relationships and friendships. She drank some tea, and Eve understood Mira took those moments to line up her thoughts. Your report says he enjoyed the company of children in his building and was friendly with their parents. As much as he lived his work, he appeared to be well-rounded. How does a healthy, well-rounded, happy guy get his head cut off in his own secured hollow room? That's not really a question for you, Eve added. That's something EDD and I have to figure out. But why? There's a question. The method's significant and required a lot of trouble, a lot of work. And it's distracting. Yeah, which could be part of the point, We're puzzling over how the hell, why the hell, and maybe who the hell slips by. What kind of person uses this method, these circumstances? Decapitation is certainly a form of mutilation, and would indicate a need or desire to defile, to conquer absolutely. The pink drops at Mira's ears danced a little at the shake of her head. But the extent of the other injuries don't jibe with that, nor does the care in assessing the victim and leaving the scene. Those are organized, layered details, studied and complex. Severing the head from the body may be symbolic as the weapon used and the method. A game. The victim lived and breathed games, and used his head, if you will, to build his business from them. Which points to a competitor, or even some whack job who didn't like his score on the games. Whack job rings truer because there are easier ways, and less publicity-generating ways to off a rival. Or, more crazy, somebody who has some sort of violent objections to the games themselves. However whacked, he had to have superior E-skills to get in and out undetected, unless he lives or works in the building. We're not getting a bump there so far. The victim's company would hire those with superior E-skills. Yeah. Added to that, whoever did this had to know the Vic, the setup, had to know he'd be home and ready to play the game. The game disc itself would have been worth considerable to a competitor, a rival. If that was the case, why not kill Bart before he'd locked in the disc? You do that, you've got it all. Dead guy and the development disc for his next big thing. But he leaves it behind. Which tells me either he didn't need or want it, or it wasn't any part of the motive. And I don't like the second option. I think he just didn't need it. You're looking at his associates and employees. Top of the list, Eve confirmed. He sure as hell wouldn't have played the game with someone who wasn't involved in it, who didn't know about it and couldn't be trusted to keep it quiet. He used those kids for test studies on games, and my impression is he enjoyed playing with them. But he wasn't ready to take it to them yet. Because, at this point, it wasn't only a game. It was a project. An important one. Yeah. He told them he had something coming up, gave them a few vague details because I think he was too juiced not to. But they routinely play and test games in all stages of development at the Uplay offices, where the details wouldn't have been so vague even to those outside the inner circle. According to the log, the Vic played this one often, solo and multi, various partners when he went multi. EDD's working on digging through that to see which fantasy scenarios, if any, he might have played repeatedly, and against whom. I'm going to push for a copy of the disc. The partners are being fairly cooperative, but they're dragging their heels on that. Mira nodded, apparently enjoying her tea. You have an organized, detail-oriented, E-skilled killer. One, I believe, as you do, the victim knew and trusted. However, the method of the murder is violent and brutal, fast, efficient, and with a warrior's weapon. A fanciful one, perhaps, but an old method. The decapitation is also warrior-like. The total defeat of an enemy, the severing of his head from his body. An execution method, and one that would take focus, skill, and strength. Not your typical e-geek. Not at all. The pathology diverges sharply. You may have two. Yeah, I thought of that. One to plan, one to execute the plan. I've even considered a droid. Someone who can reprogram, avoid alerting CompuGuard, and could convince Bart to try out the game against a droid. But how did he get the droid in there, and when? How did he get the weapon in, and when? A droid. That's interesting. Mira sat back, recrossed her fine legs as she considered. Certainly, you'd have that quick efficiency, the necessary strength. And if programmed for warrior, for sword skills, very effective. It would suit the killer's, speaking of the human element, pathology. The use of those clever E-skills. In a way, in his way, he would have pitted himself against the victim, thereby winning the game by his proxy and eliminating his opponent with a method that spotlighted those skills. Droids have been used in combat and in assassinations before, which is why the laws and safeguards are so stringent. It would be a challenge to subvert those laws and safeguards. The killer enjoys a challenge. Maybe we need to take another look at the Vic's house droid. It's had the once-over in EDD, and there was no sign of tampering or reprogramming. But it was already inside, already trusted, and there was more than enough time between the murder and discovery to reprogram, dispose of the weapon. Leave her just where she's supposed to be. Or maybe she was replaced earlier with the duplicate. The idea added another angle, more complications, and thinking of them, Eve drank tea without realizing it. Detail-oriented, organized, sure, but it's a kind of showing off. Plus, it's childishly risky, all of it. If Bart doesn't do precisely what he did, it falls apart. He doesn't go home early, doesn't take the disc home, isn't able to take the time to play the game then and there. It doesn't work. Calculated risks. Most game players take them, as do killers. Especially if the player knows his opponent's habits and style. It just kept circling back to that, to knowledge and to trust. There's a lot of ego involved in game playing, especially if you take it seriously. A whole lot of ego. Nobody likes to lose. Some people practice obsessively. Some cheat, some go off and sulk after a loss, and that can turn to festering obsession. The more seriously one takes the game, Mira commented, the more real the game is to the player, the more frustrating the loss. Eve nodded. Fights break out in arcades regularly. This wasn't like that. Not that passion and pissed at the moment. But it might have had its roots there, and what grew out of them turned entertainment and fantasy into something real. Some have difficulty separating the violence in a game from actual violent behavior. Most use it as a release, as a way to play hero or villain without crossing lines. But for some, gaming stirs up violent tendencies already in place, held back, controlled. If it wasn't games, it would be something else. But yeah, I'd say the lines blurred between fantasy and reality. The killer's crossed it. Maybe he's done. He got what he wanted. He won. But it seems to me when the line's that blurred and it gets crossed, it's easy to cross it again. Winning can be addictive, Mira agreed. So can murder. Going from Mira's to EDD was something like leaving an elegant home where people engaged in quiet intellectual discussion and being flung into an amusement park run by teenagers on a sugar rush. Eve didn't suffer from culture shock. She was too used to it. But both her ears and eyes began to throb when she was still 10 feet outside the division. Those who walked and worked here favored colors and patterns that stunned the system and spoke in incomprehensible codes that jumbled in the mind like hieroglyphic tiles. No one stayed still in EDD. The techs, officers, detectives, all pranced, paced, or paraded to some inner music that always seemed to be on maximum speed. Even those who sat at desks or cubes jiggled and wiggled, tapped and trilled. Feeney ran what Eve saw as a madhouse with a steady hand, even thrilled at being at the controls. In his baggy pants and wrinkled shirt, He struck her as a sturdy, unpretentious island in a riotous sea. In his office, he stood in front of a screen, frowning. Must. Normal. As he moved blocks of numbers and letters, those hieroglyphics again, from location to location. "Got a minute?" she asked him. Yeah. "You took my boy." Since they were all his boys, regardless of gender, it took Eve a minute. "McNabb? I asked you first." "I hadn't had my coffee. You get these notions in the middle of the damn night, it puts me at a disadvantage. It was after 6 this morning. Middle of the night when I didn't crash out until 2. Now I'm doing his work." She shoved her hands in her pockets. "I asked first," she muttered. "What is that?" "It's bits and pieces we got off what's left of the game disc, which isn't a hell of a lot. We've got it running through the computer, but I thought I'd try it the old-fashioned way." "Any luck?" He sent her a weary glance. "Do I look lucky?" "Take a break for a minute." Her fingers hit something in her pocket. She pulled it out. "Look, I have a sucking candy. It's yours." He eyed it, then shrugged and took it. "How long's it been in there?" "It can't have been long. Somerset's always bitching about stuff I leave in my pockets. They're my pockets. Plus, it's wrapped, isn't it?" He unwrapped it, popped it in his mouth. "I've got a couple new angles I want to try," she began. "I want another look at the Vic's house droid. She's clean. Yeah, I know, but 2 possibles. 1, the killer programmed and used her for the kill, then set her back to normal. 2, he shut her down and brought in a dupe for the kill." "You're looking at a droid whacking the guy's head off?" "I'm looking at the possibility. We've got 2 divergent styles, and Mira agrees." While he sucked on the candy, she ran him through the high points of the consult. "How'd he switch the droids?" "One step at a time, Feeney. Plus, I don't know they were switched. It's a possibility. If you could run a second, deeper diagnostic on it, with those 2 possibilities in mind, we might be able to confirm or eliminate." "Somebody's gonna fuck around with the droid's programming, bypass the safeguards. They need time and privacy. And equipment. They have equipment at Uplay. Plenty of them work late, stay after hours. That's time and privacy." He scratched his cheek. "Maybe." "The second thing is going over the game logs, finding a pattern to the Vic's play. What version did he favor? Who'd he play with? I want to see who he beat routinely and what he beat them playing." "Now you figure somebody cut off his head because he beat them gaming?" "It's a factor. It plays. Why kill him during a game unless playing the game mattered? It's showing off, isn't it? All of this is a kind of showing off. Look how good I am. I made it real. I won." "Can't tell anybody, though. That takes some shine off it." "You don't play enough," Feeney decided. "A serious gamer, he wants his name on the board. He wants the cheers and applause. He wants the glory." Okay, I get that." She paced the office. "So maybe he gets that applause, that glory, another way, like people who steal art, or have it stolen, then stick it in a vault where nobody can see it. It's all theirs. It's a kind of glory, too. The big secret, the ownership. That takes control, willpower, and a hell of an ego. It took all of that to set up this kill. It took precision, brutality, and cold violence to execute the kill. So it takes me back to maybe we've got 2 involved. Maybe 2 people, maybe 1 and a droid, or maybe a multiple personality type, but that's low on the list for now." He sucked on the candy, scratched his cheek again.
The model's copyrighted on account it's a replica of a vid character. And there's merchandising rights and all that. Then you gotta register a droid. There's some getting around all of that, if you buy it black or gray market, but this one's the real deal. She's got a registration chip and the proper model number. We got the Vic's registration and his authentication certificate. If she was messed with, she passed the standard diagnostic. We can run deeper. As for copies, well, it's a popular model. It's a classic for a reason. You can run a search for ownership on that, and maybe you'll get a pop. Unless it's black or gray market. If you were to run a probability, I'd bet it's going to be high the Vic would spot a knockoff. Even a dupe would have to be the real deal to get by him, if you're asking me. Not to say they don't have the reals off the grid, but what's the point of going that way when it's no crime to buy the real through proper sources? Less risky that way. We'll go take a look at her. He led the way out and through to evidence. He coded in, pressed his thumb to the plate. Feeney, Captain Ryan is cleared. He opened the door to an organized pirate's cave of electronics. Comps, links, screens, common surveillance devices, all labeled, stood and sat on towering shelves. The droids were well represented as well. Mechanical-looking household and yard droids, cheap mini-droids, and a number of the human replicas lined up like suspects. Eve studied the victim's choice of house droid. That outfit wasn't designed for fighting. Slave girl version, episode 6. But she handles herself. Girl's a rebel and holds her own. Helped kick the Empire's ass. Jesus, Feeney, it's a droid. A replication of a fictional character from a space opera. I'm just saying, he muttered. This model's top of the line. She's designed to exactly replicate the character physically, and she has top-flight programming capabilities. Did he play with it? Now it's my turn. Jesus, Dallas! Not that way, ick! Gaming. Did he use it in the games? She's programmed to participate. She'd interface with the game program, upload the scenario, the rules. She'd be a tough opponent. Didn't look so tough in that outfit, Eve thought. But she'd take Feeney's word. It could handle a sword? Eve asked. Damn right. But Eve shook her head. The Vic was taller, considerably. Blow came from an upward angle, slicing down. It could have been standing on something, or it took the higher ground. If she or one like her was programmed to do this, they'll end up scrapping her. Damn shame. She's a real beauty. She started to point out, again, it was a machine, but remembered who she was talking to. Run it, and I'll do the search on the model. I'll run it myself. I'll put calendar on analysis for the repeat scenarios and players. Appreciate it. I'll be in the field, at Uplay. Hell of a place, Feeney commented. Too bad about the boy. He had a good thing going there. It didn't surprise Eve to find the Uplay offices more subdued. The noise level remained high, but the bright or slightly wild-eyed look of those who manned systems, cubes, offices, labs, had been replaced by the solemn. A great many wore black armbands along with their colorful attire, and she noted a great many who'd rushed around the day before weren't in attendance today. Lieutenant. Var came down the stairs from one of the upper levels. His shadowed eyes and unhealthy color showed signs of a hard, restless night. Have you got any news? We're working on some angles. You seem to be understaffed today. After we made the announcement, we gave everybody the option of staying home today. We talked about closing up, out of respect for a couple days, but we decided we'd all handle it better if we had the work. It's not helping much. He scrubbed his hands over his face. Maybe it's worse. I don't know. Everything around here's Bart. It's like I'll be working on something, and I'll think of something I want to ask him or tell him, and then I remember I can't. We talked to his parents. God, that was hard. That was horrible. We're going to have a memorial here tomorrow afternoon, because this is where he liked to be best. Do you think that's right? I mean, it's not a church or a bereavement center, but I think it's right. Okay. Well, we thought so. Okay. Are Sil and Benny in today? Yeah. Do you need to talk to them? I'll get to that. Since you're here, why don't we talk first? How about your office? Sure. He looked flustered at the idea of going solo, but led the way upstairs to one of the glass-walled rooms. Don't you ever want some privacy? She asked him. He glanced around, as if surprised. Never mind. She scanned his office. Cluttered workstation, multiple comps and systems, plenty of toys, a bar stool in the shape of a tentacled alien. I'm not altogether clear on who does what around here. The four of you were partners, but you must have each had specific functions, duties, responsibilities. Well, we all worked on development. Depending on who came up with the concept, we each took different stages. He took a seat, turned off his headset. Benny's primarily research. Sil's the organizer, and I guess you'd say the mom when it comes to the staff. I target the marketing, but we all overlap. It's loose. We like it loose. And Bart? Development, sure. He could always take a concept and make it better. I guess you could say he had a better head for the business of the business. Accounts and clients and the money details. The profit margins, development costs, that kind of thing. We all got into it, but he could keep a lot of it up here. He tapped his forehead. And he was sort of the public face of Uplay. He got most of the media attention. He liked to get out there, mix and mingle, talk it up. He let out a sigh, rubbed a hand over his short hair. Benny, he gets jittery with that kind of attention. Sil gets self-conscious and uncomfortable. And you? I like the quiet. He smiled. You know, the behind-the-scenes stuff, the figuring out, the in-house stuff. Most people who do what we do aren't so good with outside. Bart was better at it. Do you want, like, a soda or something? No, I'm good. Who'll be the public face now? I don't know. We haven't talked about it. I guess we haven't really thought about it. He lowered his head, stared at his knees. We have to get through today and tomorrow and the next. Maybe you'll bring in another partner. No. He said it quickly, firmly, as his head jerked up again. No, it's ours. We'll figure it out. And your plans to launch Fantastical? We'll stick to the schedule. It was Bart's baby. I need that disc copy, Var. We're going to have it hand-delivered to Captain Feeney at EDD. It's nearly ready. We have papers that need to be signed. Confidentiality and all that. Okay. Bart worked on the program quite a bit then. Testing it, playing various scenarios and levels. Sure, we all did. It's part of it. His pleasant face turned earnest. If we don't have fun with it, why would anybody else? You really can't market what you don't believe in. Or you can't do it really well. Good point. So, did he have a favorite fantasy game? A scenario he liked to repeat? He liked to mix it up. That's the beauty of the game. Or one of them. You can do whatever you want, depending on your mood.
Which ones did the two of you tend to play out?
Geez, we've been at this for months now. A lot of them. Old West, Ancient Rome, alternate universe, quests, rescues, gangsters, wars. Name it, we probably played it at some point.
Who won?
He laughed. It was hard to beat, Bart, but I got my share of points.
The laughter died.
It's gonna be weird, not having him in the hollow. Not having him when we launch Fantastical.
I'm sure it will. Do you ever play with droids?
Droids?
Var blinked himself back.
Sure. We use them for testing, at different stages of development. Nobody keeps a secret like a droid. But in the final stages, it's got to be human competition. We're not selling to droids.
Sorry.
Syl stood in the doorway.
I saw you in here, Lieutenant. Is there anything... Is there news?
No, I'm sorry. Just a routine follow-up. It helps me get a clearer sense. I appreciate the time, she said to Var, then turned back to Syl. Why don't we go to your office? I'll try not to take up too much of your time.
That's okay. You can take as much as you need. Var, when the lieutenant's finished with me, I think I'm going home. I'm useless here today. I've screwed up everything I've worked on and had to back out. I'm just making a mess of things.
Do you want one of us to go with you?
No. I think I just need to be alone. I just need more time. You can let Benny know if you see him before I do. I'll come in tomorrow. I'll be better tomorrow.
I'll tag you later and make sure you're okay.
He went to her, gave her a hug that seemed both sincere and awkward to Eve.
Try to get some rest, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Her bold, bright eyes watered up before she turned away.
My space is down this way, Lieutenant.
Along the way, Eve glanced back to see Var standing behind the glass, watching them go, looking miserable.
Do you want something? Syl asked. I've got power drinks, soft drinks, fizzies, diet and regular.
No, but go ahead.
I haven't got a taste for anything.
Syl shoved her hands in her pockets, pulled them out again, twisted her fingers together.
You do this all the time. I mean, you talk to people who lost somebody. I was wondering if you know how long it takes before you stop forgetting you lost somebody. Stop expecting to see them.
It's hard, was all Eve said.
I don't know if it's going to be worse to stop forgetting, stop expecting, if it's going to be worse when I remember all the time. It's like you look down at your hand. You don't really think about it being there, it just is, and if you lost it, wouldn't you keep expecting to see it there?
I guess you would. Grief counseling can help. I can give you a couple of names of people you could talk to who might be able to help.
Maybe.
She shoved her mass of dark hair behind her shoulders. I've never done therapy or counseling or any of that, but maybe. You knew Bart a long time. The two of you must have worked on a lot of programming, a lot of games together.
Tons. We brainstorm. Sit around, get some pizza or whatever, and just make stuff up. Then we get down to it. How do we translate that into a program? Benny's point man on research. You dupe somebody's game, you've wasted time and money and resources. So you pitched ideas. I guess you could say. We knocked them off each other, springboard them.
Who came up with Fantastical?
Gosh. She sat, brow knitted. I'm not really sure. A lot of the concepts evolved through the brainstorming. I think maybe Var had this idea for a fantasy game that offered user-controlled scenarios. Then I think I said something about there being plenty of those already. What's the next level? How about we take it hollow? Seriously refine the imagery, The lag time. She looked away from Eve, stared through the glass wall of the office, where people zipped by. Then, if I've got it right, Benny piped up with there were holo games and programs along the lines already, and how Rourke's company had the juiciest imagery out there, so what's the next level? Didn't Bart have anything to say? Oh, yeah. He hangs back sometimes because he's working on it in his head. She rose, got one of the power drinks. Moved well, Eve thought, thinking of the yoga classes. Strong and fluid. You sure you don't want? Yeah, thanks anyway. Cracking the tube, Syl sat, then after one sip set the drink aside. I guess I don't really want it either. I forgot where I was. Oh, yeah. So we kept tossing stuff around, back and forth, like, and Bart says not just juicier imagery, full sensory load, smart tech. Military uses smart tech for training. We apply that to the game, add the full sensory, go full out on imagery. She picked up the drink, just held it. It's a big investment, of time, energy, and money, but he really sold it to us. He was like, we don't just offer a menu of choices for mix and match, we open it up. Not just user-controlled, but the user can literally program his fantasy, every element, or mix his elements in with default elements. We just kept kicking it until we had the basic outline. Then we had to do the roll up the sleeves and figure out how the hell to do it all. She nearly managed a smile. And we did. It's going to be the ult of ults. You've been testing it, playing it. Oh, hell, yes. The four of us, or whoever's around and up, worked on it mostly after hours. At least at first. Low down on this one, because it's going to be big. That's why we wanted to get Felicity to draw up some paperwork before we duped it for you guys. Understood. What did Bart like to play best? Oh, he mixes it up. But whatever he plays, he likes being the hero. Who doesn't? He likes scenarios where he's fighting for a cause, or the girl, or his own soul. Best was that combo. The program puts you into the scene, makes you work for it, right? Wouldn't be fun otherwise. So was he good at the fight? Better than the rest of us most of the time. Bart likes to watch vids on gun battles, sword fights, knife fights. He studies instructional discs, talks to soldiers and cops and all that. It's important when you're programming to know the moves, the strategies, so you can offer them to the player. She took another absent sip of the drink. Stared out the glass again. I guess most programmers aren't all that physical, but Bart works at it. He likes to win, and he likes to play. He's a hell of a gamer. Was, she said, in a voice that started to shake. He was. He was my best friend in the world. I don't know what I'm going to do now. I don't know what any of us are going to do. Eve took out a card, wrote down a couple of names and contacts. Try one of these names. It can help to talk and to have somebody listen. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I will. Is it a problem if I go home now? No. Syl, do you know the Singh family? Oh, sure. The kids are seriously sweet. Var mentioned you were having a service for Bart here tomorrow. They'd like to come, if you'd let them know. Yeah, I will. They're on my list already, but I'll take care of it right off. I'll do it from home. I just think I want to be home. Okay. Where can I find Benny? He was in his office when I went by a little while ago. Mostly the three of us are just sitting around trying to get from 1 minute to the next. He's probably still there. Chapter 10. She didn't find Benny in his office, which offered her the perfect opportunity to study his space. Open door, she thought. Glass walls, implicit permission. Like the others, he had an office Phrygian auto chef, a range of comps, a collection of toys and games. More files, more clutter than Var, less than Syl, she noted, with active memo cubes stacked on his workstation, a mound of disks beside them. More disks, filed by number on a shelf, and, as in Mira's office, several photos. She studied Benny with Syl and Bart as kids, all fresh faces and goofy smiles. Benny, tall and skinny even then, had an explosion of improbable red hair. He towered over his companions as Syl's sharp green eyes sent out a wickedly happy glint, and the doomed Bart stood in the middle. In another they were teenagers at what looked to be the Jersey Shore, sunshades, geek tees, wind-blown hair, mugging for the camera. Still another had them dressed in costumes, with Syl in a fancy wig that had big rounds of hair at both ears and a white flowy dress, with some sort of blaster in her hand. Benny wore a kind of space soldier suit, a quirky smile, and held another blaster, while Bart wore a white tunic and carried a glowing tubular sword. No, lightsaber, she corrected. Sure, the Jedi deal. The Star Wars thing, like his droid. She took a closer look at the lightsaber, shook her head. It just wasn't the murder weapon. Other pictures included Var, older now, college time. Shaggy hair, sloppy clothes, sleepy eyes. Then the four of them stood in front of the warehouse, with patchy snow on the ground. Each wore a Uplay t-shirt and mile-wide grins as they toasted the camera with glasses of what was likely champagne. She filed it all away before wandering out. She scanned the area, the glass boxes, the open stairs, the clear cubes and workstations. Not so much bustle today, but still plenty of movement. She frowned as she watched the way the sun beamed down and flashed over all the glass, and threw certain areas into soft shadows. That was interesting, she mused. Glass walls or not, at certain times of day sections were glared to invisible by the slant of sunlight. She stopped a guy with 500,000 tiny braids before he could whiz by on air skates. "I'm looking for Benny." His office? No. Maybe he went home. It's a crap day. Yo, Jesse. Benny?
I think he was going to Lab 3, maybe?
Lab 3? Airskate said helpfully. Maybe. And where is that? 3rd level. He pointed east. That way. Thanks. She wondered how many were dropped in the air on any given day. She took the long way around. No one stopped her, asked her who she was, what she was doing. People went about their business, or gathered in little groups with the slash of those black armbands like wounds on their bright colors. Now and then she noticed someone actually using a swipe card, but for the most part, doors remained open. She spotted Benny through the glass of a lab, its outer wall lined with comps and screens. He seemed to be executing some sort of martial arts kata, mouth grim, eyes shielded by VR goggles. Good moves, she decided. Smooth, controlled, quick, despite his human stickman build. This one did more than sit in a cube and pretend. She hooked her thumbs in her back pockets, watching, until he made the ritual-ending bow. He jumped when she rapped her knuckles on the glass. When he pulled off the goggles, his eyes looked dazed and glazed, and made her wonder how long he'd been caught in the VR. He fumbled a little with the lock code, then slid the door open. "Lieutenant Dallas, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were out here." "No problem. Good form. What level are you?" "Oh, none." There was an awkwardness to his shrug that hadn't been there in the movements of the routine. "Not really. Virtually and in Hollow, I rock, but I don't actually compete or practice or anything. You should, he said, well, and shrugged jerkily again. Is there something new about Bart? Did you find out who killed him? We're working on it. Were you testing a new game? Oh, no, not really. We're always adding new functions and levels to our VR instructional programs, but mostly I was just going away for a while. We should have closed today. He looked over her shoulder, away. I think we probably should have closed, but Var thought we'd all be better off here, doing something, being together. He's right, I guess. I don't know what I'd do at home. He shrugged again. The same thing I'm doing here, probably. Sorry, do you want to come in, or go to the break room, something? In's good. She stepped past him. You do some of your testing here, some development? Sure. Mostly VR and interactive screen in this lab. We've got others for straight comp, pocket games, and instructionals, Hollow. I use it for research, too, comparing on-the-market stuff with things we're working on. Must be fun. Yeah, mostly it is. Bart, he implemented this policy early on. Everybody plays. It's like part of the job description. Everybody who works here has to log in a certain number of hours on actual play. You can't create games if you don't play games. That's his philosophy. So does everybody who works here get a shot at something that's still in the development stage? No, that would depend on their level and specific involvement. But we have all our on-the-market games available for employees, and a lot of our competitions. Do you want to try something out? I can set you up. How about the Hollow Lab? I'll try out Fantastical. He winced. I really can't. I'm sorry. We don't test that with the staff here. Not yet. We do weekends and after hours. In a few more weeks we'll be ready. Bart's already talking about the launch and how... I mean... God damn it. Benny leaned back against a work counter, as if his long legs wouldn't support him any longer. I can't get it. I just can't pull it in and keep it there. He's gone. He's really gone. Bart had big plans for the new game. Mega. He had a way of seeing the whole picture, taking it down the line, having plan B and C in place just in case. You went back a long way. I stopped in your office, looking for you. I saw the pictures. Yeah. I can hardly remember a time when Sil and Bart weren't right there. Then Var. He etched a square in the air with his fingers. We clicked the corners and boxed it in. 4 square. Oh, Jesus. It's a hard loss. A friend, a partner. You shared a lot. The picture and the costumes. Star Wars, right? Yeah. A New Hope. Episode 4. After heaving out a breath, he pressed the heels of his hands to his eyes, then dropped them. Leia, Luke, and Han. The summer before college, at Worldcon. Bart must have been a big fan. The costume, his house droid. Arguably, Star Wars opened things up, and the CGI developed by Lucas. He managed a ghost of a smile. You don't want to get me started. He probably played it a lot in fantasy games. Maybe favored versions of it in the new game? Not so much. I mean in the new game. We've got buckets of Star Wars and Jedi games. Really intense. But he knew how to use a lightsaber. Wicked frosted. He could hollow or VR pilot any ship or transport, too. When Bart goes gaming, he's into it. He works at it. What did he favor in the new game? Gosh, we mix it up a lot. You've got to when you're developing. But the The thinking it over seemed to settle him. He likes the battles. Save the girl, or the village, or the planet deal. Quests in wizardry. Facing the Black Knight, slaying the dragon. The thing about the new game is you can do all that and more. You can build the world, the mythology. As he spoke, excitement sparked in his voice, onto his face. Bart's the undisputed champ at world-building. He wrote the outlines and consulted on the scripts for the vid versions of Chara and Third Star. Bart's a really good writer, and you combine that with the programming chops, you've got something way up. Benny wound down, sighed, seemed to deflate again. I can't get it straight in my head that he's gone. Really gone. It's like it won't stick in my brain from one minute to the next. I don't know what we're going to do. When you find out who did it, when you put them away, will it get better? Will it? I don't know. You'll know who and why, and you'll know Bart got justice. It matters. He nodded. Justice mattered to Bart. It's why he liked to play the hero, I guess. But the thing is, Lieutenant Dallas, justice won't bring him back. No, it won't. She left him, headed to the steps, started down. When she looked back, she saw him, VR goggles in place again, hands fisted as he gave the opening salute. Going away for a while again, she thought. After the sticky, sweltering heat that seemed to bounce off the streets of East Washington into the faces of anyone with business out of doors, the chill of a hotel lobby felt like bliss. Even better, Peabody felt completely uptown in her plum-purple multi-zips. The cut and placement of zippers helped, she believed, made her ass look smaller. She'd married it with knee-high shine boots and a float tank, low scoop, that gave her tits a nice lift. She'd added a temp tattoo on one of those nicely lifted tits of a winged dragon inside a heart, pumped up the facial enhancements, gone wild and curly with the hair, and draped on plenty of sparkles. No possible way she looked like a cop. She knew the outfit worked, because McNabb had taken one look at her, made that flattering sound of his, and grabbed her ass. Undercover meant blending, and she concluded they'd passed that test. She in her plum purple and candy pink, McNabb in his springgrass green and Son of Zark tee. Hand in hand, they glided across the lobby in her heeled shines and his ankle skids toward con registration. In his many pockets, and inside her many zips, they carried weapons, which had required a stop and private ID scan at security, as well as badges, restraints, links, and communicators. Neither expected trouble, but both sort of hoped for it. They collected their con passes, registration packs, and freebies, which included Go Cups featuring characters from a new game, some free downloads, discount chits, and map discs. This is the frost on the ice, McNabb decided as they moved into the first display area. This is total! Did you see they have VR demos all day? And look, man, that's the new 3Z system. It's got portable holo capabilities. Costs the Earth and a couple satellites, and it's first generation, but you can play holo without a full holo room. Peabody stopped long enough to watch the demo. The characters look like ghosts. Flat, jittery ghosts. Yeah, well, it's first generation. Give it a couple years. Tech rules, baby. They wandered along with aliens and warriors, villains and heroes and geeks, while the air zipped and buzzed and crashed around them. Lines snaked for demos, for meetings with game-to-vid or vid-to-game characters. Screens exploded with battles, space wars, air-to-ground chases, and magic quests. There's the Uplay booth. Peabody pointed. We should go hang around there.
Get some dish. Yeah.
McNabb craned his head to watch the screen as she dragged him along.
I could beat that score. I have beat that score. I should sign up to play. It's in character. Later. If Dallas tags me while you're screwing around, it'll be both our butts. We make contact, get the feel, get all juiced about weapons, see what we see. Then you can kick ass in Wormhole. Gee, buddy.
He gave her a little one-arm cuddle.
You're so efficient. They've got adults-only games 1 level down.
She slanted him a look under plum-tinted lashes.
Oh, yeah? I checked the map. Well, it would be in character. It's all for the cause. Abso. If we don't play a few games while we're here, somebody will get suspicious. We'll work our way down.
She leaned over, nipped his multi-ringed ear.
Then I'll take you down. Fighting words.
He gave her ass a nice squeeze. People crowded in and around the Uplay booth, a colorful throng against the streams of black crepe. A poster of Bart Minnock held center stage, while on-screen he conducted a seminar on gameplay. Some of the attendees wept openly, while others purchased mementos, systems, games, and action figures, all reduced 10% in memorial. They worked their way in, and Peabody widened her eyes at a woman manning a section of the booth.
Is he really dead? I heard it was just a publicity stunt to kick off a new game.
He's gone. Her already red-rimmed eyes watered up. We're all just flattened.
Did you know him? McNabb asked. Like, personally?
Not really. I work out of East Washington. Mostly handle marketing for this region. I met him, though. He was a great guy.
But come on, Peabody pushed a little. What they're saying can't be true. Getting his head cut off in a hollow room, it sounds like a game to me.
The woman's teary eyes went cold. He was murdered, and that's not a game.
Well, geez, sorry. It just doesn't sound real. I mean, who'd do something like that?
I hope they find out soon and make him pay. Gaming's lost a really bright light, and those of us at Uplay, well, we feel we lost the heart.
It's really sad,
Peabody said, and added a pat-pat on the woman's arm.
My guy here's the big fan. We hooked work and everything to come down because we heard about it. I told you it was real.
McNabb tried for scolding and sorrowful at the same time.
I just want to say I really related to Bart. You know, he was the face of my generation of gamers. I bought Uplay's first PS system, and I've never looked back. I got their PS5 with the substation for Christmas last year. It really sings.
We're very proud of it. Have you demoed Excursion?
No, not yet.
Let me give you a complimentary demo copy, in memory of Bart.
Thanks.
I don't mean, I got it. She offered the disc. This'll give you 10 plays before it wipes. I hope you enjoy it.
No question.
You know, some of my favorites? McNabb easily rattled off a list of games heavy on war and weapons.
We have a Dead of Night tournament every couple months at our place. He was actually going to email Uplay and invite Bart, Peabody added, inspired.
Oh, you should have. He might have come.
I'm thinking of having a big one next month. Full costumes, props, the whole banana, like kind of a tribute.
If you do, let me know. She pulled out a card. I might be able to get you some attention and arrange for some freebies.
Hey, that'd be total. I heard a lot about Bart's collection. I relate there, too. I'll say, my boy likes weapons, especially the phallic ones, Peabody added with a wink. We've got our game room loaded with them. We're always on the lookout for something really tight. I like to find them and surprise him.
They've got a terrific weapons display up a level.
Yeah, we're heading up there.
Ask for Razor. Show him my card. I don't know a lot about weapon collecting, but he knows everything. If it exists in any form, he can find it, get it, sell it.
Frosty! Razor!
McNabb glanced at the poster again.
I sure hope they get whoever did it.
We all do.
As they left the booth, Peabody unzipped a pocket for her beeping link. After a glance at the display, she switched to privacy mode.
Hi, Mom!
Cute, Eve said. What the hell do you have on your face? And your hair's all screwy.
Undercover, remember? Peabody muttered. I'm blending.
Where? At the Geek Skank Parade? Peabody narrowed her eyes.
What do you know about geek skanks? And who's here because they do know?
Point taken, so never mind. I'm on my way back to Central. Report, Detective Skank.
Ha ha ha.
Peabody sniffed.
We haven't been here long, so we're still feeling our way, but we just had a nice talk with one of the reps at the Uplay booth. They've got it draped in black, got a big picture of Bart, and they're running a discount on for sale merchandise due to death. Business is brisk.
Death sale? Interesting. I wonder whose brainchild that was.
We're heading up to weapons now. The rep gave us a contact.
Good. Let me know if you get a hit. How many times have you stopped to play games?
Not once, I swear.
Well, play something for Christ's sake. You're supposed to be players. You can't blend by skank alone.
You know, I'm starting to take the skank as a compliment. Gameplay's on the slate.
And get back here ASAP. Feeney's bitching about losing his boy. Peabody blew out a breath as Eve broke transmission.
Do I look like a skanky geek or a geeky skank?
If those are my only two choices, I abstain. I think you look like my one and only she-body, Supreme.
That's a really good answer.
She grabbed his hand and continued to the third level.
Anyway, we're supposed to get a hit, play games, and get back ASAP.
But McNabb didn't respond. He stood, dazzled, circling slowly. Blasters, battle axes, peacemakers, swords, sabers, lightning discs, and more. Some shined, some glowed, some shimmered at the edges, and many did so behind security glass and lock. Peabody snapped her fingers under his nose. He blinked, grinned. Just staying in character.
You're a character, all right. What is it about things that maim, hack, and kill?
I like things that blast better. He made a credible blasting noise and grinned again. But today, I'm all about the sword. Let's find Razor. It took nearly an hour, but Peabody didn't have the heart to rush him. Plus, he unquestionably looked like a geek mesmerized by weapons, which was part of the point. He talked the talk with any number of attendees, collectors, reps, and got points for remembering he was supposed to be a sword guy rather than a blaster guy. She left him long enough to go to vending for a couple of fizzies. When she came back, he stood holding a mean three-bladed weapon that sizzled with zagging red lights as he turned it.
Hey, baby, check it out! Master's Tri-Sword from Edge of Doom. It's one of the originals used in the vid. I thought you had that already.
No, you're thinking of the trident from Poseidon's Rage.
Okay.
She handed him the fizzy. This is my delight, he said with a wink at the short, stocky man with a gleaming head adorned with tattoos. This is Razor.
Right. The rep downstairs said you were the man.
Weapons rule, and I rule the weapons. He gestured toward the tri-sword in a way that made the snake tattoo from his knuckles to elbow seem to slither. "Only 4 of those in existence, and only 2 still on the market. Plenty of replicas, sure, but this is the real deal. You get a certificate of authenticity with it." "It's way tight." McNabb moved into a warrior stance. "Way," he said again. "I'm going to keep it in reserve. What I'm really after is a single blade, zapper broadsword. The real deal." He set the tri-sword down. "I'm licensed. I'm building a collection of blades, different levels, you get? Toys, props, and reels. I'm zeroed on reels today." "I get. But you're still talking prop or toy with the zapper sword. I can get the Doom model, the Gizo, Lord Wolf, like that. But the vid prop, and that'll run you. Or I can get you a deal on a repro. But there ain't no real." "Underground says different." "Underground?" Razor snorted out a derisive laugh that made his silver nose ring shimmer. "You gotta wade through 10 feet of bullshit just to see the underground. The word I got is it's a weapon featured in a new game, and they made reels so they could create the program." He leaned a little closer. "I've got this friend of a friend thing, who worked in R&D at Uplay. Something hot's coming, and this weapon features." Razor's eyes tracked right and left. "Something hot's coming," he agreed. "I got friend of friends, too. And might be there'll be a new line of weapons coming, too. But if there was a zapper sword, a reel, I'd be the first. You can ask anybody in the game who knows what there is to know. They'll say Razor." McNabb pursed his lips, shoved a hand in one of his many pockets. "I don't know why they'd string me on this. What's hot is supposed to be, fantastic." Razor held a hand up, lowered it. "Keep it down low. Yeah, I got that word. But weapons are my thing, and there's no word on what you're talking about. Plenty of props, toys, models of that kind of thing, but no reels. It's fantasy, man." McNabb adjusted his face toward the dubious and disappointed. "How close are the models and props to reels?" "I'll show you one so close, you'd swear you could slice your opponent in 2 and leave the 2 pieces smoking." They spent another 20 minutes testing and discussing different swords. While all of them looked lethal, none of them could have caused more than a minor scratch, if that. McNabb ended up buying a toy replica of the 3-bladed sword. "For my nephew," he claimed. "He'll get a charge. Listen, if you hear anything about what we were talking about before," he scribbled down an email contact, "let me know." "Will do, but you're chasing an urban legend, friend." "Or the wild goose," McNabb said to Peabody as they merged back into the crowd. "My gut says if anybody knows about this weapon, Razor knows." "My gut's with yours. He figured you had the want and the means. If he could have brokered a sale, he'd have jumped. And if he knew about it, I think he'd have let it show. Ego, rep on the line. If it's out there, it hasn't hit the grapevine or the underground." "Maybe it's military, top secret." "Think about it. Why would the military need swords? Any kind." "Got a point. We hit the egg of the wild goose on this, Peabody." "Yeah, but we did the job. I say we continue in character and head down 2 levels." She wiggled her eyebrows. "Time to play like grown-ups." "Peabody, you are so my girl." "You're about to prove it." In New York, Eve wrote an updated report before running a new series of probabilities. Speculation, she thought. Feelings. Gut impressions. They were, to her mind, as much a part of police work as hard evidence. She studied the results, let out a, "Huh?" then put her boots up on the desk, closed her eyes, and thought about it. "Nice work if you can get it." She didn't bother opening her eyes. She'd already heard the click of heels, the rhythm of them, and knew Nadine First, Channel 75's ace on-air and host of the wildly popular Now, stood in her doorway. "I don't smell any donuts." "It's middle of the afternoon." "I use cookies." She rattled the little box in her hand. "And saved you 3. And it wasn't easy." "What kind of cookies?" "Mega chocolate chunk. I know you, don't I?" "And I know you. I'm not giving you anything on the investigation. I'm not here for that. Though I'd never turn it down." She dropped the box on the desk. "I had Bart Minnock on my show a couple of times. He was a sweet boy. I hope you roast the balls of his killer." Eve opened her eyes, looked into Nadine's always camera-ready face. Those clever green eyes meant business. "Working on it." Nadine gestured to the murder board. "So I see." "Shit." Eve's boots hit the floor. "That's off record." "How long have we been friends?" "Not really all that long," she said, and made Nadine laugh. "God, you're a hard ass, which is probably why you're my friend. I'm here to personally, and in person, remind you your presence is desired at my book launch party tomorrow night." She winged up her brows as Eve frowned. "And no, I don't expect you to remember, but Rourke will. It hits day after tomorrow. The book does. So—" She ran her fingers through her perfectly styled, streaky blonde hair, a sure sign of distress. "God, I'm so nervous. No, make that terrified." "Why?" "Why? Why? What if it bombs?" "Why would it bomb?" "Well, Jesus, because it sucks." "It doesn't suck. You made me read it. I mean, you asked me to read it," Eve amended, on the chance there was a friendship rule about made me. "For accuracy, since the Icove case was mine. Which I did. It didn't suck. And it was accurate." "Great! It doesn't suck." Nadine tossed up her hands. "Fabulous! I wonder if I can get them to put that as a PR quote. Lieutenant Eve Dallas says this book doesn't suck." "Do you need written permission?" Nadine plopped down in a chair. "Oh, make yourself the fuck at home. Can't you see I'm working on a murder here? Can't you see I'm having a breakdown here?" Nadine snapped back, and gave Eve pause. "Okay." Because it was rare to see Nadine so jittery, Eve rose and went to the auto chef. "You can have coffee, pull yourself together, then you're out of here." "Oh, thanks a bunch." "Listen, I told you it was good when you made me—" "Shit." "Ask me to read it." Eve pushed the coffee at Nadine. "The reviews say it's good." Nadine blinked. "You've read the reviews?" "I maybe saw 1 or 2 somewhere. The point is, you did a solid job. More than, if it matters what I think. You made it human and important, and you didn't sentimentalize it, if that's a word. You got it accurate, and that matters, but you made it real. And that's probably just as important, so stop being a big baby about it." "I knew I'd feel better if I came by here. You bitch." She grabbed Eve's hand. "I'd really like you to be there tomorrow night, even if you can't stay long. I might need you to kick me in the ass again." "What are friends for?" "Look, I'll try. I'll plan on it, but if something breaks on this case, remember who you're talking to. I know the priorities of the job. Anyway, if you're roasting the balls of whoever did this instead of kicking my ass and drinking champagne, I'll be fine with it." She sat another minute, finishing the coffee. "Okay, All right. That should hold me for a couple hours. Go bother somebody else if you need a booster shot. I do have other friends, you know. She glanced at the board again. Go get them, Dallas. Eve sat again. After a moment, she opened the box and took out a cookie. She studied it a moment, then took a bite, sighed at the rush of sugar. And she thought about friendships. Chapter 11. Still thinking of friendships, she left her office and stepped into the bullpen. There, cops manned desks and cubes, worked the links and comps, followed up leads, pecked away at the never-ending paperwork. The familiar sounds, beeps, clatters, voices, Reineke's off-key whistle, crisscrossed in the air. There were friendships here, she knew, born out of the badge and nurtured in some cases by other shared interests or copacetic personalities. Competition, too, but she deemed that a good thing, a healthy and productive element of any group. The last thing she wanted was a bunch of easygoing, complacent cops. Friction, an inevitable byproduct, rubbed on personalities who worked long hours and lived with the stress of the job. Only droids operated without friction, and she preferred men and women who sweated and bled and occasionally pissed each other off. Her division ran smooth, not only because she demanded it, but because, she felt, she trusted her people and didn't hover over every case or every step of an investigation. They lived with murder. They didn't need her to remind them what she, the department, the victim expected of them. Some were partners, and that ran deeper even than friendship. Could be a more intense and more intimate relationship than lovers. A partner had your back, shared the risks, the work, spoke the language, knew your thoughts, kept your secrets. If you were a cop, a partner trusted his life to you, and you did the same with yours, every day, every minute. Trust, she thought, was the foundation and the safety net of any partnership. She started out. A second trip up to EDD in one day might implode her nervous system, but it had to be done. Before she reached the door, the whistling Reineke hailed her. "Yo, LT!" He hauled himself up and over. "We're on that pizza murder." Mugging off Green. Just because she didn't hover didn't mean her detectives' caseloads were off her radar. "Yeah. Guy goes to pick up a veggie pie and gets coshed with a pipe wrench. Mugger took his wallet and the pie. No point wasting a pie. You got that. Wife's at home, see, waiting for him to bring it. Gets worried after he's gone like an hour. Tries his link, but he can't answer being dead and all. Tries the pizza joint, but they're closed by that time. Tries to tag him a couple more times and finally calls it in. Respondings found him 3 blocks away, tossed down some steps. Okay, where are you on it? No prints on the pipe, no wits. He took the hit right in the face, then a second for luck that opened his head up. Take the wallet, kick him down the steps for good measure, and walk away. But how come you take a $20 pie and leave a $75 pipe wrench? And how come dead husbands out picking up the pie that time of night when they deliver? It smells. She couldn't argue when she smelled it herself. You're looking at the wife. Yeah. Neighbors say they never fought. Never. He shook his head, his eyes cynical and all cop. You know that ain't normal. And coincidentally, there's a call on the house link about 5 minutes before she tried to tag the dead husband. Wrong number, the guy says. Sorry about that. And it came from a clone link, so we can't trace it back. Yeah, that smells pretty ripe. Insurance? He upped it 6 months ago. It's not a bundle, but it's sweet enough. And for a couple months more than that, she's been going out 2 nights a week. Pottery class. With the thing? Eve made a vague outline of a wheel with her hands. And the gunk? Yeah, you put the gunk on the thing and shape it up into something and put the something in the cooker. I don't know why the hell, because if you want a vase or some shit, they've got 'em right in the store. Feeney's wife took pottery classes. Maybe she still does. She makes stuff, then gives it away. It's weird. Yeah, but they got classes for every damn thing. We checked it out, and the wife, she's registered, never misses a class. But the thing is, it's an hour class, and a couple of the neighbors who pay attention say how she leaves those nights before the husband gets home and doesn't get back until 10, sometimes later. Class runs from 7 to 8, but she's out of the house before 6. So you ask yourself, what's she doing with those extra 3 hours when the class is a 5-minute walk away? Instructor lives in the studio, and that's pretty handy. Sounds like they're doing more than making vases. Priors? Both of them clean up to now. What's your play? We're trying to track the pipe, and we could bring them in, sweat 'em, but at this point they gotta figure they got away clean. And she's used to making those vases a couple times a week, and maybe she'd get a little antsy for a lesson. Seems like she'd want to, get her hands in the gunk again. No classes tonight. We checked. Seems like a good time for some personal instruction, if you get me. I've deciphered your complex code, Reinecke. Go on and sit on her for a night. See if she's compelled to take a spin on the pottery wheel. Either way, bring 'em in tomorrow and work 'em. Will do. She started out again, stopped again. If he's got no priors, and he killed for her, he'll be harder to crack. She's at home, fully alibied, while he does the dirty work. He's going to start off trying to protect her. She's the cheat. She'll roll first. Marriage, she thought, as she made her way up the glide, was a minefield. Following hunch and hope, she bypassed the chaos of the EDD bullpen and tried the lab. She wondered what compelled E-types to work in glass boxes. Were they innately claustrophobic? Closet exhibitionists? Was it a need to see out, or a need to be seen? Whatever the reason, Feeney and his team manned the comps and stations inside the glass, movements and voices silenced by the clear barrier. It was a little like watching a strange species in their natural habitat. Feeney, his hair sticking up in mad tufts, popped one of his favorite candied almonds in his mouth. Calendar, hips jiggling, fingers snapping, paced in front of a screen that scrolled incomprehensible codes. Someone she didn't recognize. Who could tell them apart? Rode a wheeled stool up and down a counter, his baggies and skin tank red and orange blurs, his ring-studded fingers flying over keys and controls. And Rourke. He'd shed his suit jacket and rolled the sleeves of his black shirt up to his elbows. The twist of leather restraining his hair at the nape indicated full work mode. He, too, sat on a stool, but unlike his companions, remained almost preternaturally still, but for the rapid movements of his fingers on controls. She knew he was focused, utterly, on whatever task he worked on. If it gave him trouble, he'd be thinking in Irish, and muttering curses in the same. He'd filed away whatever business he'd done that day, whatever he would deal with that evening or the next, which would be considerable, she thought. He did that not just for the man, the boy, as he thought of him, he'd enjoyed, nor for the pleasure he gained from the work, the puzzle of it. He did it for her. Whether or not they always agreed on the ways and the means of the work, that single fact shone through the gray between them. In her life, no one had ever put her so completely, so absolutely first. And as she knew him, she knew the moment he sensed her. His fingers paused. He turned his head, Those brilliant eyes locked on hers as they had the very first time at a funeral for another of the dead they'd shared. Her heart opened, and it lifted, weightless and free. Marriage was a minefield, she thought again, but she'd risk every sweaty, breathless step for moments like this. He rose, evading the orange and red blur, skirting around the pacing calendar, and came out to her. She didn't protest when he tilted up her chin and brushed his lips against hers. "You had such a look in your eyes, Agra." "I was thinking about people. Friends, lovers, partners." "You get a check in the all of the above column." He took her hand, a light link of fingers. "Conclusions?" "Sometimes you get lucky with who you let in your life. Sometimes you don't." "I'm feeling lucky today." His lips curved slowly as he brushed hers again. Feeney shoved open the door. "If that's all the two of you can think about doing, go up to the crib and get it over with. Some of us are working." If she'd been the blushing type, she'd have turned scarlet. Instead, mortification hunched her shoulders, even as Rourke laughed. "I'd be up for a break." "You'd be up for eternity if you could manage it," she muttered. "No sappy stuff on duty." "You started it." She couldn't argue, so she said nothing and went inside the glass box. "Progress?" she said in a crisp cop's voice. "We're peeling the layers off the VIX hollow system," Feeney said in the same tone. "Looking for any shadows, echoes, and signs of tampering. So far, it's coming up 100% on all levels. Same with this droid. No sign of tampering. No breaks in time or programming." "Hollow-room security's clean as well," Rourke told her. "We're picking it apart, bit by bit, but there's no indication anyone left or entered that room after Bart and before the droid bypassed the lock the next morning." "If I didn't know better, I'd say the kid's head just magically chopped itself off." Feeney puffed out his cheeks. "I sent a team over there this morning. Had 'em scan and manually search every inch of that room, looking for another access. It's tight." "I've got some semi-good," Calendar told her. "I've done analysis on the logs from the office hollow room and the VIX. Serious player. He could easily put in 10, 12 hours on a series of games in a day, and pulled a few all-nighters. A lot of solo play in there, too, but he logs in with a variety of partners, home and office." She took a swig from a tube of orange sweet. It made Eve's teeth ache. "He logged in a lot of time on the new game over the last several months. Again, solo and office. And this isn't the first time he took a demo disc home to give it a whirl." "Is that so? Always logged it before?" "Always. Like a half-dozen home whirls before the last one. Crossing it with his home unit, it was always solo play. The thing is, it's different stages and versions of the game." "Improvements," Eve concluded. He'd take it home to test it out with the tweaks, or maybe add some from there. That's how it reads. Early days, they called it Project Super X. "You're kidding." "No, seriously. Project Super X, or PSX. Playtimes at 5 or 6 on weekdays, and some long multiplayer sessions on weekends. Anyone who worked on any section of it had to log in and know the passcode, then had a user code. The 4 user codes that had full access tracked back to the 4 partners. But if any of those who worked sections confabbed with any of the others who worked sections, they'd have most of it. Then it could be duplicated." "Close." Calendar took another swig from the bright orange tube. "It would take a lot of time, trouble, skill, and cooperation, but you could get close." "What about the scenario he was playing at TOD?" "That's trickier. Passing to you," she said to Rourke. One of the security measures, what I'd call an on-the-fly sort of precaution, was to change usernames and codes every few runs. So if anyone tried to hack from outside or inside, they'd hit a new wall. Theoretically, Rourke agreed. Still, even with the firewalls and fail-safes, you'd only have to get lucky once. Access from that point. I found some hack attempts, some attempts at infections from outside sources, typical stuff, and none of it successful. And there are several hack attempts from inside, but they coincide with basic security checks. To run the game in its hollow form, the player would have to input his current name, code, and ID with thumbprint and voiceprint. All of those are possible to bypass, of course. Eve aimed a cool look. Of course. But they had their additional security, which would have sent out alarms at an attempted hack, assuming the hacker hadn't already bypassed those. The disks themselves, at least the one in Bart's home unit and the copy we have here, are imprinted to jam if any of these steps are missed or the ID process fails. An attempt to remove the disk, as we learned, results in self-destruct. I know all this. Lay in the groundwork, Lieutenant. They were careful, clever, vigilant, but certainly not absolutely hack-proof, as nothing is. In any case, those precautions make it tricky to ascertain absolutely who played what and when, so we have to extrapolate. Meaning guess. A reasoned and educated guess based on probability. Bart used a variety of usernames and codes between his home and office, but as with most people, he has a pattern, and he repeats. To simplify, I've had the computer cull him out and label him User 1 in both locations. He ordered the data on screen. Here you see the dates and times he logged in on their PSX by location and whether it was solo or multiplayer. We've crossed that with the other players, going alpha last name. You have Sil Allen as User 2, Var Hoyt as User 3, and Benny Lehman as User 4. We have a separate data run on every employee who worked on the game, when, how long, in what capacity. You'll want to run an analysis on those, I expect. Who's particular pals with who, sleeping with who, how long they've worked there, I know the drill. Rourke smiled at her. It's taken us this long to get here simply because the logins for this game alone are legion, and between the 4 of them, they use several dozen usernames and codes. Next problem would be the infinite variety of scenarios. They all have plenty of play on the defaults, but the bulk of the logins are off that menu. Some are saved either to play again with exactly the same elements, or discarded, or saved and replayed with alternate elements. Or 2 scenarios might be merged. Doesn't it keep a record? What's the fun of playing if you can't keep score? It does, and the Hollow unit would hard drive it. The problem is, the data on Bart's Hollow doesn't match any of the scenario names or codes from prior uses. A new scenario? Possibly. It's listed as K2BK-BM. Bart Minnock, Eve concluded. His particular game? Or did they routinely label them with initials? No, they didn't. There's no coordinating listing on the copy Uplay messengered over today. The scenario isn't on disk under that name or code. There's nothing on his Hollow unit that shows him creating it on the day he was killed, or any other day. He put the other copy in, the one we're trying to reconstruct, and called for that game with the request to begin at level 4. You don't start on level 4 if you've never played it before. You want to start at the beginning? Yes, you would. Or certainly the probability is high. So he played it before, but on the copy he used, it had been given a name or code not previously used. She walked and thought. He had a date, so he had limited time. He didn't want to waste it on the early stages. He pushed it forward. A section he wanted to work on, or one he particularly enjoyed, or one he had trouble beating before. But he'd played it before. There's no question it was solo play? None, Calendar told her. The killer might have started the game, logged it that way to cover. Then he should have been logged as observer or audience. The room only registered one player, one occupant. If someone else was in there, he found a way around it. Murder takes at least 2 players, Eve murmured. He plays. He gets bruised up some, wrenches his shoulder. How? She thought of Benny, smooth and graceful with his katas. He knows how to fight, how to defend. He takes gaming seriously, so he's studied, practiced, but there's no sign he put up a fight. No trace, no blood, no fiber, no nothing from the killer in that room. And every reconstruct tells me he just stood there while the sword came down on him. Someone else's scenario, she considered. The killer creates the disk, adding defaults or elements or openings, and recodes it. Something that could override the system long enough to pull this off. That's what these guys do, right? Find new ways to play the game. What did he play the most? There are 4 scenarios he favored, Rourke told her. He'd mix it up and alter elements here and there, but usually stuck with the same basic storyline and character grid. He named them Quest 1, Usurper, Crusader, and Showdown. Are they on the copy? They are. Stats? We're pulling and collating them now. Good. And when you run the games, prioritize anything with swords. It's pizza and a pipe wrench. What the hell does that mean? Feeney demanded. You're losing it, kid. No point in wasting a good pie. No point bringing a sword to a blaster battle. You want to make use of what you've got, and take what's useful with you. He took the sword, but he left the disc. The disc would be useless to us after self-destruct, and incriminating to him if found in his possession. She stuck her hand in her pocket, nodded. Sure. A woman says to the husband she wants dead, "Hey, honey, I've just got to have a pizza. Be a sweetheart and run down and get us a large veggie." Now he'll probably say, "We'll just have it delivered," but she's ready for that. "Oh, they take too long, and I'm just starving for a pizza. Please, baby, I'll open some wine, and maybe I'll change into something you'll like. We'll have a little pizza party." What the hell does that have to do with this? She glanced at Feeney. Cynical and rough-edged he might be, but he was a blusher. Working it out. The guy goes for pizza. Going to get lucky. So, hey, it's worth the walk. The wife who wants him dead has her lover waiting with the pipe wrench. Smack, bang. No need for a divorce and all that bother. No point losing the nice chunk of life insurance. And hey, there's a nice fresh pizza, too. It's mean, just a little mean, but efficient and practical, too, to take the pie, leave the wrench. Leave the gun, take the cannoli, Rourke said. And Feeney grinned. Okay, that I get. It's mean, Rourke echoed Eve. Just a little mean, but efficient and practical, too, to murder Bart during a game he enjoys, and to do so by means that play into one of his fantasies. Mean, efficient, and practical to do it in his own home. And it's another game added to that. How will the cops figure it out? He'll have played that scenario, your killer, tried the elements out until he was confident of the win. I just bet he has, Eve agreed. But a good game always tosses in an unknown, a bigger challenge. That would be you. Crib's still up there, Feeney muttered, and earned a sour look from Eve. Copy the copy. I'm going to want to work at home. They're not going to give us a search warrant for private residences with what we've got. Everybody's alibied. No clear motive, no physical evidence. Barely any circumstantial at this point. We need more. Whose residence? Callender asked her. Partnerships, like marriage. It's a freaking minefield. And one of Bart's partners decided on that pizza and pipe wrench. Back in her office, she deemed it time to dig deeper, a lot deeper on the 3 remaining partners of Uplay. She needed something, just a little something she could turn, twist, or tweak to convince the PA to go after a search warrant. The killer's home comps would certainly have been doctored by now. She wasn't dealing with an idiot. But EDD had its ways, as did her expert consultant, Civilian. While her own computer dug, she rearranged her murder board, studied it, rearranged it again. She thought she understood, at least partially, the why. It was small, and it was shallow, but murder had been done for much, much less. Without Reineke's nose, a man's death might very well have been put down to the contents of his wallet and a veggie pizza. There'd be bigger under the small, and deeper under the shallow. But it was enough for now. Enough to help her create her own scenario.
"I'm back! Did you miss me?"
Peabody bounced in, then flopped in the visitor's chair.
"Geez, do you know what the shuttle's like this time of day? It's a zoo. Animal ferocity and smells. Plus, the air unit fizzled 20 minutes out of the station. Add jungle heat to that. I want a 2-hour shower."
"You had sex."
What? What? Why do you say that? You can't have sex on the shuttle. You die of heat prostration, then be arrested.
"You had sex before you got on the shuttle." "There better not be an expense chip for some cheap-by-the-hour flop on my desk tomorrow."
"We didn't use some cheap-by-the-hour flop.
Peabody cleared her throat, as Eve simply kept up the long, steady stare.
"Played games, as ordered."
"I don't want to know what kind of games."
"Really, really good games. Ones that call for excellent reflexes and superior physical stamina."
She grinned, unrepentant.
"We're going to save up and buy a new, juicy game system for each other for Christmas."
"Is this your report?"
"No. This is the shuttle boiled my brain babble."
"Whew. What's on your tit?"
"What the hell is that?"
"Oh." Peabody ducked her chin to glance down.
"It's my love dragon. It's a temp."
"A love dragon? You're wearing a love dragon on your tit, most of which is spilling out of whatever it is you're not covered up with."
"It's a look. And it works. Trueheart nearly choked on his tongue when I walked through the bullpen."
Peabody sighed.
"It's pretty satisfying."
"It may be you confused undercover with undercovered. Either way, I don't want to see your love dragon tomorrow. Now, if you've rested and recovered from your arduous assignment, I'd like that report."
"Sure. The contact, Razor, the king of all weaponry, hasn't heard of a sword like we're after. Not a real. Props, toys of a similar and non-lethal nature, but nothing that could decapitate or leave those burns.
Could have been made custom."
"We thought of that after a little gaming inspired us. We went back, discussed. After a little persuasion, he gave us the names of a couple of sources who might be able to make something along the lines, for a price. A really, really whopping ass price. Out of those, there was maybe one who might do it off the grid, unregistered. But that ups the price to about double whopping ass. I know we looked at the financials, and nobody on our radar had an expenditure that comes close."
"I'm doing deeper runs right now. Maybe it'll pop. Some people game for money," Eve considered. "Some game for money off the grid. So we might have somebody who had a double whopping-ass pile of unreported cash."
"Well, meanwhile, we did some poking around on the underground game sites on the way back. Razor's already putting out feelers. We left it like we'd be willing to pay, and how we'd heard one of these swords was out there. Now he's looking, and we're watching him while he's looking.
McNabb's gonna keep tabs. If Razor gets a hit, we'll get it too.
That's good thinking. Go home and take that shower. I can smell you from here.
It's not my fault. Plus, with the sweating, I think I might have lost a pound or two just sitting there